All right, welcome everybody. This is your guy Napa. Napa is my nickname since I can't share my real name and I'm located in Napa, California. Well, we have an exciting talk show for you guys this evening. I'm going to have two very special guests. My first guest is going to be Agent Sebastian from the YouTube channel Narcs, and I'll be introducing him in just a few minutes from now. I do see that he's waiting. I did put a link to his channel in the description of this live stream so that you guys can see what his channel is all about. And we'll also be discussing his channel and what it's all about. And then a little bit later, I'll be introducing my second guest, Salty Seattle Drivers. And we'll also do a Q&A with him and just chat it up. I also put a link to his channel down below in the description. So before I bring in Sebastian, let me give you guys a quick update about how we've been doing and what we expect with our YouTube channel. So we're going through a heat wave right now, and I'm not too thrilled about that. I'm already looking forward to winter. Yeah, summer's not really my preferred time of year. It often gets too hot to really do anything outside, and as you guys know, I'm an avid hiker. I'm very outdoorsy, and it's just way too hot to do anything outside. So I'm kind of cooped up inside, and that's not really all that fun. And my wife and I have been super busy. We're still dealing with the aftermath of our deceased relative. So it's been taking up a significant chunk of our energy and time. And I have to say, we're really looking forward to being done with it. She had a lot of stuff in her house that we're trying to get rid of. So we've been doing that. I've been juggling work and managing this channel. And I'm honestly surprised that I've been able to get a new video out once a week, because in the past it's been between 2 or 3 videos a month. Right now it's been 4 a month, and I know you guys are happy about that. You'll notice that our most recent video, compilation number 29, we had no submitted clips in that one, and that's a rarity. We're finally almost caught up with that massive backlog of footage we had, and we simply ran out of submitted clips for our latest video. But we just had another wave of video submissions, so for compilation number 30, which we expect to release on Friday, we'll be back to including video submissions. So you'll also notice that we're no longer featuring old content in our compilations, and we're back to showing you exclusively new and fresh dashcam video clips. And we've gotten some questions about that. So our rationale for stopping the refeaturing of old clips is that in 2017, we started posting a yearly worst of series where we showed the worst of the bad drivers for each year. So we had worst drivers of 2017, 2018, 2019, and so forth. So by the time we wrapped up refeaturing content from 2016, we decided to stop at 2017, since refeaturing from then onward would be redundant, since 2017, 18, 19, 20, and 21 are already featured in the worst of series. So we don't really need to keep refeaturing the same stuff over and over again. However, you guys might be excited about this idea, but we've decided that we are going to do 3 compilations, each featuring an intersection that has been the most problematic with bad drivers over the years. So in that case of these special compilations, we will be refeaturing old content. So for those special compilations, every clip we've ever posted that shows a bad driver at that intersection, and I really think you guys are going to love it. So for example, we'll do a compilation of that right turn only intersection that draws so much honking. So it's going to be a honk fest of a video. Again, you'll love it. The plan for our channel going forward is, now that we're about caught up with footage and we no longer have a huge backlog of footage, in about a month or so, we do expect our video postings to get slightly less frequent. So that might mean going back down to 2 to 3 videos per month. But some of that depends on how often and how many clips our viewers send to us and how much driving we ourselves are doing. So things are going well. All right. Without further ado, let us go ahead and introduce Agent Sebastian from the YouTube channel Narcs. Oh, and you know what? I forgot to hook up a pair of headphones because I don't want the sound to get looped back through. I forgot to grab those. 1 second, and then I'll bring Narcs in. Hang on. I thought I was totally prepared, and I forgot that one little detail. Okay, just put this up real quick, and then we'll bring them on in. Okay. Alrighty, let's go ahead and bring in Narcs. I'm going to add him to the stream, and then he should be in. So let's go ahead and do that.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Good, good, good.
It's a pleasure having you.
And what? Thanks for having me.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and thanks for being here. So, I guess we'll get right to it here. I do have a few questions and a little bit of discussion about the Dr. Phil show. But so what inspired you to start your channel?
Well, it is just as simple as a pet peeve conversation with a friend of mine. Um,
Yeah.
it was, I keep trying to think of like the best origin story. What that would be as far as like my family getting killed by rogue carts or
Yeah.
some sort of cart disaster. But it's just a common observation that goes back decades for people. And it was just talking with a friend of mine at work, and he knows, and I know that I'm the kind of person who goes out and kind of interacts with things and issues in the
Right.
world. And it was just like, hey, let's go out and ask people why they don't return their cards, and it sort of spiraled from there.
Yeah. Yeah. Were there any other YouTube channels that helped with the inspiration, or that was just it by itself, pretty much?
Yeah, I guess there are. It's weird because it's a like I guess it's a weird sort of subgenre that I deal with, and there are a couple that do somewhat similar things, but no, as far as being a YouTube inspiration, no. Although I guess there's that Russian channel that does like bad drivers in Russia, right?
Yeah, he's a they go after drivers who are driving on the sidewalk. I think they're called Stop Cam or something. Or I think they started out they were called to stop a douchebag, and then it transformed to Stop Cam, and they put stickers on the windshields of
Oh, Jesus.
of drivers who are behaving badly in Moscow, and that's pretty entertaining. Um, are you familiar with the channel? Well, it used to be called People Behaving Badly by Stanley Roberts. He had a Cron 4 segment. He mentioned you. He does live streams every so often, and he mentioned you.
It's funny,
And
Stan. Yeah, I'm familiar with some of his stuff. And I guess he did a shopping cart segment one time a couple
ah,
years ago. Does that sound familiar? I think he moved.
possibly, yeah.
Excuse me. I think he moved to Arizona. Does that sound right?
He did. He did. He moved to Phoenix. I get the cost of living here in the Bay Area where I live because I'm in Napa. So where I'm in the North Bay Area, it is horrendously expensive here. In fact, my wife and I are even talking about moving out of here eventually because it really is. Your money doesn't go very far here. That the cost of living is just outrageous. But so he did move, and right now he has a channel called Caught Misbehaving. Now he is coming back to the Bay Area for anyone out there because a lot of my fans are familiar with his videos as well, and I did have him on my talk show one time, and he is coming back, and he's starting something pretty big over here. So that's kind of cool. So
Interesting.
that's awesome. I love your witty humor. I love your videos in general, and I know that a lot of our fans also follow your videos. So there's a lot of we have a cross sort of a cross audience going on here.
Sure. Well, yeah, it just comes down to like wanting people to quote be better and behave better, and
Absolutely.
and not even like, and it's not like you're telling them things that they shouldn't already know. They know how to behave. They're just being
Sure.
selfish, rude, etc. Or in the case of
Exactly.
these Russian people driving on the sidewalk, which thank God we don't have
Yeah.
that problem in the states.
Well,
You know.
well, the channel that I run here is definitely we don't we don't really have very many drivers on the sidewalks here, but we do feature just people in general misbehaving on the roads, cutting us off, cutting other people off, not using turn signals, running stop signs, running red lights, and any violation you could think of, we capture on our dash cams, and then we do shame them. And I put a little twist on it where I add some narration to the videos, and I make references to a fictional character named Crackhead Kathy, and it just sort of snowballed. And so almost every video, I make a reference to a Crackhead Kathy family member, and I assign it to a particular driver in a video, and the viewers love it. And I just kind of kept flying with that. Um, so where are you, if you don't mind my asking, where are you from?
From Nashville, Tennessee, although based out of
Ah,
L.A. now.
oh, okay.
Um, and so yeah, but as you can see from Cardinals videos, we go everywhere,
Yeah.
uh, everywhere that speaks English. And I'm working on getting some Spanish and French and other
Oh, neat.
translators. But
Yeah.
yeah, all over America, Canada, the UK. We've done a couple, Australia.
Yeah, I did notice you were in Canada not too long ago. Vancouver, I think it was?
Yeah, been Vancouver, Toronto, and Victoria.
If so, do you travel on business, or are your travels more related to the Narcs channel?
It's both.
Yeah.
It's fun to like make it. It's just like right now. So right now, for instance, I'm at a rental suite in the Dallas airport, coming back from
Ah,
Milwaukee, where I was visiting a friend in Milwaukee. But
yeah.
during the afternoon, if you got a down hour or two, you might as well do some card narking.
There you
And
go. Yeah.
had some interesting conversations yesterday in Milwaukee.
Oh, neat. Well, it's kind of the same thing for us. If we happen to be driving somewhere else, we will sort of. Well, we always have our dash cams going because you never know what you're going to capture. There's a lot of great reasons to have a dash cam, but so it's kind of the same thing. If I'm out on business, I'll run the dash cam and include clips from there. And I think it's really cool how you do travel around to different areas, which actually brings me to my next question. What's your favorite city to do the cart narking?
I really like the mountain just for the scenery.
Yeah,
Denver, that sort of stuff. That's nice. Salt Lake City is really very pretty from just a scenery point of view.
yeah,
Um, and then, but as far as the people go, the ones where I was able to do like a character or an accent to kind of blend it, because it makes it so much more ridiculous and silly when I'm
yeah,
talking like a cartoon character out in New York City or
yeah.
Dallas or New Orleans or wherever, and people are still, but they're so fixated with the
Mm-hmm.
fact that someone's calling them out on leaving, in my case, leaving their card out, that
Right.
they doesn't even register that I'm being a complete moron in front of their face. But which kind of heightens the humor of the situation.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
and I like your incorporation of humor into your videos. I love it. Absolutely love it. And I like how you adapt the different accents. I was showing your channel to a dear friend of ours. My wife and I went to some friend's house last weekend, or maybe the weekend before that, whatever it was. And we were showing them your videos, and they absolutely got a kick out of it, and the different accents and how you adapt different accents to different places that you happen to be. That's really cool.
Thanks. Yeah.
What what was your so what's been now? I think I might know the answer to this, but I'm not entirely sure because I know there was one video where you had a gun pulled on you in Texas. Uh, and I was going to ask what was your scariest moment with someone in a parking lot? Was that it, or could there have been something else that was maybe your scariest moment?
Um, I think from just a pure sense of danger, that would have to be the one. It was early last year,
Yeah.
north of Austin. Um, but in the moment, not to like sound cool or anything, I didn't really feel
Right.
like because he didn't point it at me. Obviously, he didn't fire it in the video. And if you look at the video, like he doesn't have any kind of an angle on me to do that. Um, but so in the moment, it really didn't feel as maybe adrenaline wise as scary as the ones where the person's actually out of the vehicle and they're running after me, you know.
Yeah.
Which is it's getting less and less. That's just maybe kind of sad. It's getting less and less, quote
Yeah.
unquote, you know, how you're going to put scary or frightening, because it happens so much. I'm just kind of used to it now. It's
Yeah,
just
you're
like it's
desensitized. You're
yeah,
desensitized.
which kind of sucks. I guess it's a bad statement
Yeah.
on humanity. In fact, there's one I haven't published it yet. It was from the Portland area where this guy, he just, I don't know what was going on with him or his
Yeah.
brain, but he just snapped almost instantly and was fuming.
Yeah.
And I couldn't figure out what it was because he it was like it is what he didn't have a super nice car that he was trying to protect.
Yeah.
It's just I guess his ego. And he
Yeah.
eventually he takes the magnet, which for folks who don't see the videos, I will much like to stop at douchebag people, but not. I think theirs are like stickers that are semi-permanent. Actually,
Yeah. Yeah. They're very hard to peel off.
I basically have like a little. They started off as like bumper magnets that you would put
Right.
on, but they're bumper magnets of shame, the saying "I don't return my
Yeah.
shopping cart like a jerk." And so,
Yeah.
if I ask politely and somebody doesn't return their cart, and especially if they give me some lip and are pretty mean about it, I'll put one of those bumper magnets on.
Yeah.
And sometimes people ignore it. Sometimes they drive away. Sometimes whatever. But
Yeah.
sometimes they just for whatever reason their pride won't let them have that magnet on for the 5 minute drive home or the 1 minute drive it would take to be where I wouldn't see them anymore. Um,
Yeah.
so this guy did that. He goes next. He pulls out of the parking lot and just happens to be in a residential area. Throws it in somebody's mailbox of all things, and
Yeah.
then comes running at me full speed. He's got his right hand kind of balled up over it, so I saw the punch coming from a mile away. I kind of put
Oh.
my hand up like that, and I was because normally I would just I would keep my distance so that he was never in range.
Yeah.
At that point I was just like, why not? Let him throw his punch. Let's just I think it kind of again kind of a sad point of where I am in this experiment, but it just I think it emasculated him even more. So he threw the punch,
Yeah.
swatted it away, and then he was just like, ah, and then he drove off. But yeah, it's I think that's the more to get to the original question. That's the more quote adrenaline side of it. Although,
Yeah.
like I said, that's kind of going away too at
Yeah.
this point.
Yeah. I definitely see what you're saying. Yeah, you just never know how people are going to react. There's a lot of ego out there, a lot of narcissism, which I'm going to get to in a second with one of the um, one of the subjects from your videos that was on the Dr. Phil show. I'll get to him in a second, but so speaking of the Dr. Phil show, or actually, let me back up slightly. For anyone listening to this live stream right now who is not familiar with the Narcs channel, which I'm assuming most of you are familiar with his content. If you're not familiar with his content, he features people in parking lots that do not put their carts back where they belong, and the rationale behind that is people who don't put their carts back, the carts get in your way. I'm sure all of us have pulled into a parking space in a parking lot and God darn it, there's a shopping cart right there. I got to get out and move the damn thing. Or worse, the thing gets loose and hits your car and dents it. And I've got my old car had all kinds of dents and dings in it from parking lots, which I'm assuming half of them were from shopping carts that freaking morons, lazy morons didn't put away. And so it's common decency to put your cart back where it belongs. I was taught to do that. I've always put my cart back. Always, always, always. I will never I've never had, even when I'm in a hurry or I've got a lot of stress or something going on in my life, whatever, and I'm just, I will still put my cart back. I will still not litter. I will still go to the bathroom in the toilet, not next to it. I will never make a
Right?
mess of things. It was
Yeah, you don't
taught
pee on
to.
the yeah.
No, I don't pee on
It,
the seat.
right, right. And to your point,
Yeah.
there's when you break some all these things, all of those examples and more, when you break them down, there's never. I mean, outside of the one, it's in a lifetime thing where you're oh
Yeah.
my house is on fire. Oh crap, you know,
Yeah.
like and we kind of there's almost never in your life going to be an excuse not to do these simple things
Exactly.
like taking your trash to the trash can, like all the things you just said.
Yeah.
But that's another thing. That's another weird thing that I didn't realize was going to happen when I started doing cart narcs was that
Yeah.
people suddenly do invent all these scenarios both
Yeah.
in front of me to my face, and then on
Yep.
the back end in the comment section, people say, "Well, what if blah 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 blah?" And I always
Right.
tell these folks, and I told Dr. Phil, that's why I ask when people throw these BS excuses at me. Oh, I'm in a hurry. Oh, blah blah blah. I've got to do this and that. I say, oh, well, why? What are you in a hurry to do? Oh, to pick up your kid from school because I feel like I'm gonna back down. Oh, then
Right.
why'd you go grocery shopping if they're suddenly in a dire need to get out of school that fast? And
Yeah.
I think that's part of what pisses people off is that I don't instantly fold to their very lame excuses.
Exactly. I mean, I'm sure you hear just as many excuses from people as cops do when they pull people over for violations. Oh, I had to pee really bad, or I've got diarrhea, or whatever the case may be, for driving recklessly or something. Um, so on to the Dr. Phil show. It was at least 8 months ago, wasn't it? That you,
Yeah, I think we taped it in October and it aired in November, roughly.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and
Did
they've been
you,
rerunning it. They've been rerunning it since then.
yeah, oh, okay. Did you reach out to the producers of the Dr. Phil show, or did the producers find your channel and reach out to you? How did that come about?
Yeah, they reached out to me. I don't know. I've never heard exactly who and how
Yeah,
found it, but they asked if I wanted to come on. I said sure.
yeah,
And then they behind the scenes, and if you watch the episode or seen the shortened version on YouTube,
yeah.
obviously he was very aggressive with me,
Yes, he was.
which I'm fine with. That's okay. But
Right.
behind the scenes, they were very accommodating, pleasant. All the staff
Yeah.
members were really nice. I had a lot of fans who wanted to post, who worked on the staff, who wanted to post for pictures and get stickers and stuff like that. So I would say, as far as how I was treated,
Yeah.
at least personally, was very nice.
Yeah.
You may disagree with how Dr. Phil came at me, but that's the different
Yes.
story.
Yeah. So before you went on the show, how did you feel about going on it? Were you apprehensive, nervous? Did you think Dr. Phil might be hard on you, or what was your preconception before you went on the show?
Well, he was way harder than I expected, actually. Because
Yeah.
and I mentioned this a little bit to him when I was talking to him up on stage. Was I thought, he's kind of like, I thought he was going to be on my side on the
Yeah.
people need to take personal responsibility, but he flipped this whole thing where he had every single
Yeah.
excuse in the book.
Yep.
But on my end, it was, I'm always happy to talk about it because
Sure.
it's an interesting conversation, I think, and everyone has an opinion on it, and I'm not afraid to defend my position. So I've no problem going on any program to discuss it.
Yeah. 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 I was actually quite surprised, because I've agreed with Dr. Phil on a lot of things. So watching the show, it really surprised me that he was hard on you, and I was even more surprised by, which again I'll get to in a second here, his logical fallacies and his bad analogies and his just kind of weird approach. Um, and I think you did a brilliant job destroying Dr. Phil's faulty arguments because he did make a lot of fault. I watched the whole thing. Actually, I watched the show 3 times
Oh
from
wow.
start to finish before talking to you because I wanted to make sure that I had all my facts straight. The things that he said, the things that Tromaine said, the things that you said. So I knew what things to discuss today. And I think you did a brilliant job destroying Dr. Phil's arguments. You're very
Yes.
quick. You're very. I'm not that quick. I'm not as good as you are. I don't have very quick comebacks to things.
Well,
Um,
I appreciate that, but I also have a lot of practice. So
yeah, you do.
I like he didn't hit me with anything I hadn't heard before.
Right.
So
So
it was
you knew. Yeah,
he
you
threw a
knew how
lot
to
of
respond.
lobs.
Oh
Yeah.
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 And so anyone who hasn't seen the Dr. Phil show, the segment with him in it, I suggest you guys watch it. Watch Cart Narcs channel, of course, first if you haven't seen it, and then watch the Dr. Phil show where they feature him. Tromaine, the man in the pickup truck, they featured him on the show, and they put you guys face to face on stage. And so Tromaine played the victim the entire time. He never. I wanted to make sure. This is why I watched it 3 times, to make sure that I didn't miss anything here. And Tremaine never once admitted to being wrong. He played the victim the whole time. Never said, you know what, I was being lazy and I didn't put my cart back. He didn't. He never admitted that. And so I
Mhm.
detected a lot of some heavy narcissistic traits from Tremaine. So you saw how he played the victim the whole time.
Yeah, that was it was weird because I kind of took it easy on him because for just as some behind the scenes stuff is they
Yeah.
said when they told me because they told me who he was and who he was going to be, and I was
Yeah.
like, and they said, oh, it was in this video, and I thought that guy because it was a very
Yeah.
early video that I had done,
He,
and it wasn't really that much of a confrontation really.
no.
And apparently, what they had done is they found, again, this is secondhand information. They had found about 20 something individuals from my videos through private investigators or whatever, I'm assuming. And they put out like ads. If you have you been confronted by the cart narc, um, they they said that they had 3 that were ready to come on, that they had scheduled to come on, and
Yeah.
2 that had dropped out at the last minute. And the 2 that had dropped out, again, according to them, was the gun guy from Texas
Ah.
and
Uh-huh.
the other guy from LA who had like chased me around the parking lot for 15 minutes. He's the guy who says I'm a fat a-hole
Yeah.
about himself.
Right. Right.
And I guess they actually had cold feet, didn't want to go on the show, blah blah blah, for whatever I don't know their reasons personally. Um, and so when Tremaine came on, first off, and they cut some of a decent portion of our conversation because he wasn't super making really good points.
Right.
He accused me of entrapment, which I think he actually
Right.
meant false imprisonment, and then he
Yeah.
said he was going to sue me or something, and he just wasn't a super strong witness for them to call, basically. Um,
Yeah.
so I took it kind of easy on him, although I did thank him during the commercial break for coming out for at least having the guts to
Yeah.
show up. So that
Yeah.
was nice of him.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm going to be totally honest with you, but I just don't think Tremaine is really all that bright. I'm sorry to say that,
That
but he just
that's some of the impression I got, and that's why
yeah.
I didn't lean into him super hard or anything like that.
Yeah, and Shadow in the sidebar chat here is saying if somebody can link to the show, that would be great. I did post the link to the Dr. Phil show that we're talking about here in the description of this live stream. So after you guys listen to this live stream, check it out. It's down there below, along with Cartnark's channel. And then something else Tremaine said that's incorrect. Now, if you've watched people behaving badly for any length of time, or film people in general, confront them for something they're doing, you're going to get this quote a lot from these people. You're going to get a lot of people coming at you with, "You can't film me without my permission," and they state that as if it's the law, or as if they think they know the law. And the truth is, in a public space, there's no expectation of privacy. You can legally, in all 50 states, you can film anybody in public without their permission. There's, no expectation of privacy. There's no law that says you cannot film people without their permission in a public space. Now, the only exceptions to that would be like in a public restroom, at an ATM machine, in a dressing room, or any space where there is an expectation of privacy. You're not allowed to film, but in general, in public, you can film anybody without their permission. And so I'm sure you get that a lot.
Yeah, and that's especially initially I did, although that's kind of going away. I think that is sort of a holdover from the era where security cameras weren't as prevalent, where everyone
Yeah.
didn't have a camera facing the street on the front of their house like they do now, where everyone didn't have a camera in their. Because if that were true, then every viral video of every football game shot from the stands would be illegal.
Right.
Or every viral street fight, or hell, any viral dogs being cute in the park. Those videos would be
Yeah,
illegal.
exactly.
But it's they become, like you said, sort of armchair lawyers the second that they know they're caught with their pants down and they know it's embarrassing for them. That's when it suddenly becomes illegal, or at least they're trying to make the case that it's illegal, even if they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And don't you love it when you're filming somebody and they say, "You don't have my permission to film me. Stop filming me." But yet they're the ones coming at you and following you through the parking lot. I've seen
Oh,
that happen with Stanley a lot. And he'll say,
yeah,
"But you're coming
go
up to
ahead.
me." He'll say, "You're coming up
Right.
to me. You don't want to be on camera, but you're coming up to me and making a bigger scene by yelling at me for filming you, you know?"
Yeah, that's the sort of the ego part of it. I guess we were talking about.
Ye-
But there's one Cartnarks video where the woman goes, "You
Yeah.
don't have permission to film me," and she like swipes for my camera, and but
Yeah.
then immediately takes out her phone and starts shooting video.
Right,
As
right.
if, wait, if I was just 2 seconds ago doing something so illegal, why are you doing it now? If it's
Exactly. It's
because
so
she did,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
she didn't know what she was
Oh,
talking about.
so it's illegal for me to film you, but not illegal for you to film me. Oh, okay. There's all these double standards that they
Right.
try.
Yeah.
And then Tromaine did committed what I believe is called the broken window fallacy, where he said they get paid to bring the carts back. But that's a broken window fallacy
Well,
because
essentially,
yeah,
yeah. Go ahead.
be
Yeah, it's yeah, essentially it's well, yeah. If they or the theory, about whatever you want to call it, it's well, if they're already out there, if there's already garbage in the park, or my neighbor's yard, whatever, then I might as well toss mine out there because eventually there will be someone here to clean it up. But he's ignoring the implied contract of
right, right.
the store is loaning you with this card. The store is even
Yes.
providing you a convenient return area 4 or 5 spots away from you, uh, with the implied contract. And sometimes in this explicit contract, it says on the sign of the store, please
Yeah.
return cards here because we can't control blah, blah, blah. But
Right.
people ignore that fact. Like they would ignore I'm sure if I did this inside McDonald's and I found a person who left their tray and their garbage on their table and said, hey, why don't you take it over to the trash can over there? They said, well, they'll pay people to take it. Yeah, they do, but also part of the system, and is there's a trash can and a tray return. You know that you're supposed to use it, but you're using like you said, this everyone else is doing it fallacy essentially.
Precisely. And it's so what these people are paid to do. So janitors, cart chasers, or grocery store workers, people who pick up trash, in general, their jobs are premised on the idea that on the reasonable expectation that people are not going to should not be crapping next to the toilet. They should not be punching mirrors in the bathroom and breaking them. They shouldn't be, just leaving their carts anywhere.
They should flush
Since
the toilet when they're done with it.
you're right, they flush the toilet when they're done with it, and so it's
There's no law against not flushing,
exactly,
but
but
you're
it
supposed to.
violates. Yeah, it just violates common decency. The social code, as you put it, which I think is perfectly accurate. But so when they're paid to do a certain task and they have to do extra, they have to do something that people shouldn't be. How can I say this? They're having to divert their resources and time away from their expected job title, and now they have to do extra. So maybe somebody left their cart where it shouldn't be, and then there's somebody also dumped their trash in the parking lot. So now they got to clean that up. So it's diverting time and company money away from what their job title is. I don't know if I'm making any sense here, but I
Yeah,
think that
I hear what you're saying, and the other side of that is, well, they'll be, and I've seen this a few times. Is the more
yeah,
extreme version of that is, well, if I didn't leave my card out in the middle of this spot, where that person would lose their job, which is,
which is totally
um,
bogus. Yeah, that's
right,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Because
but yeah,
I have a family member who works in a grocery store, and she talks about how annoying it is to have to go chase carts. Her job doesn't just include collecting carts. It's also bagging, assisting the cashiers if they're short a cashier. If somebody goes on a break, she's got to cover. Um, Merchandising, facing shelves. And so when people are leaving their carts willy-nilly, or people are, spilling their drinks in the aisles, well, now she's got to take time away from her actual job and what she would normally be doing. And now the other things aren't getting done. And so that's why they call it the broken window fallacy, because yeah, a janitor is paid to clean up a bathroom. And if somebody, punches a mirror in the bathroom and breaks it or breaks the window. Well, now they got to fix the window. So now instead of cleaning the bathrooms, he's having to fix a broken window. So I think that's along the lines of why they call it the broken window fallacy, and that's exactly what Tromaine did, and Dr. Phil backed him on that.
It's so
It's just crazy.
strange because yeah,
Yeah.
and you see it, in cities where I think graffiti is a super easy example.
Oh
Along
yeah,
the lines
yeah,
of broken windows, like there's not,
yeah,
as soon as graffiti pops up in a super nice neighborhood, it's gone immediately because they know if they let it stay, then it attracts more and more and more and more and more. And it's like it's like anything else in the world.
yeah,
It's weird, and again, it is weird that he would back the side of
yeah.
personal irresponsibility.
Exactly. And I just want to take a quick shout out to Shane F, who thank you for your donation, man. That's very nice of you. Um and let's see what else. Yeah, so Tromaine, this touches on what you said before, where Tromaine said, and I'm paraphrasing here. He said, "Well, it's not like I'm throwing trash on the ground." And then Dr. Phil says to you, he says, "One's a crime and one's not." And while that's true that one's a crime and one is not, it's beside the point because you know one of those violates the law, the other does not, but they both violate common decency. They both violate the social code, which is the point here,
And
right?
to that, it's not illegal. That's another thing. It's not illegal. Is well, we can't over police every single little piece of human morality.
Right.
Things aren't immoral because they are illegal. It's the other way
Right.
around. We
Right.
make things illegal because they're immoral. Now we can't make everything you
Everything
should and
illegal.
should. Exactly. You can't
Yeah,
make
yeah.
holding the door open for an old lady illegal, or
Right.
not illegal to do that or not do that. There are like same thing with peeing on the seat at a stadium. Yeah, that
Yeah.
sucks for the person who wants to sit down after me, but I could make it illegal. But then, oh my goodness, it's another pain in the butt. Or everyone could just behave themselves. Um,
Right.
and yeah, Dr. Phil, unfortunately, I try to play by the rules of his show. I try not to like stop things down. I kind of let him control the pace. But I did
Right.
try to when he would do stuff like that, try to push back as much as time permitted.
Yeah, exactly. And someone said here, I'm going to post that up. I don't know if you can see that, Sebastian, but Nuri's wrote in the sidebar chat, we're not supposed to police everything. That is what social pressure is for. The little things, and I agree. I think that, and that's why we do what we do with our Bad Drivers channel. That's why you, Sebastian, do what you do with Cart Narcs, and why a lot of us that have these channels, Stanley Roberts, why we do, it's social pressure. We're,
Well, that's what I
and
try to tell people about this. Is we
yeah,
are we are social creatures. We are pack animals. That's how we
we
learn to
are.
behave. I talk to people in Canada where and the UK where this is not where it's a problem, but it's not as big of a problem as it is in the States. And they just say, well, it's a culture thing. It's not. It's expected. We don't allow. You don't allow your mom, your friends, if they're not putting their carts back, you give them crap. You give them social pressure.
Exactly.
And when you don't do that, you get the chaos that we see today.
Yeah, exactly. And so I agree with you that Dr. Phil made a terrible analogy there. And then he accused you, okay, get this. Everyone listening here who hasn't seen the Dr. Phil show, they accused Sebastian of name calling. I'm not seeing that. I mean, lazy bones, that's name calling? Come on.
That,
That's
that,
that's totally
right.
harmless. It's
And that's
totally
part of
harmless.
I guess the humor of it is that
Yeah.
I'm a total Boy Scout about how I go about things. If I were, I think I would be in much worse shape if I were cussing and screaming and trying to intimidate people, and threatening them. But I'm so Boy Scouty. People have compared me to like SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah.
How do have like just like a nice, super nice guy. So that way, when they fly off the handle, it's that much more stark in contrast.
Yeah. No, I'm mean with names. In my narration, I'm crackhead Kathy, and you know, whatever my worthless as jokes. I use a lot of worthless as jokes. I use some potty humor, um, which a lot of my viewers seem to like. So I do it. I do what they want to see. And then Dr. Phil does a major red herring where Dr. Phil said that there are more pressing issues in life. And that was a total red herring by Dr. Phil. Absolute red herring there.
And I'm
It's
glad
like,
that they allowed me to call him out on that.
yeah, and you did a brilliant job. And I liked,
Because he
well,
go,
how, yeah. Oh, sorry. I liked how you told the audience, well, how many of you clapping for that, for what Dr. Phil just said, volunteered at a soup kitchen this morning? And nobody raised their hands.
well, because they didn't expect you to, because what it was, and you're identifying it here, is that it's an easy applause line, it's an easy go-to, and the audience, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But again, and this is what Card Narcs does, is when people give these easy sort of logical fallacies or
Yeah,
pathetic excuses, is half of Card Narcs is not about the cart. It is to say, okay, well, what you just said was this, in this case,
right.
that you have more faith. Well, if that's true, then this. So in this case, I asked, so how many of you went to go to a soup kitchen this morning? Oh, zero. Oh,
Yeah,
so you weren't worried this morning about doing more important things. You came to the,
right.
and I didn't have time to say the whole thing, but so you came to the Dr. Phil show as
Yeah,
opposed to going to volunteering at the hospital. Okay,
right,
so
right,
apparently this is more important. So only I have to do more important things, but you don't have to do more important things.
right.
And that's half of what Cart Narcs is is not letting those easy like softball sort of rhetorical lies or
Mm-hmm.
fallacies,
Yeah.
not letting those things slide, saying, "Hey, hold on, if let's talk about that," and that sometimes pisses people off even more.
Yeah, and a real quick shout out to Shadow. Thank you for the donation. He says, or she, I'm sorry, not to assume gender here, but love both channels. You may not agree with me, but people really need to be held accountable for their actions. If not, expect society to get worse. Yes, that's right. Society will get worse if people aren't held accountable, and that's why we should be thanking Cartnarks for what he's doing. You
It's
know,
funny because I get messages from like expats in other countries, especially like the Scandinavian countries and Japan and like South Korea, and they say that they enjoy watching Card Narcs because they they don't have those problems there. It's basically like
yeah,
either because they have the coin system, but even if they don't have the little coin system where you get your
right,
card
right.
out, they say, well, even if we don't have that at all of our supermarkets, people just take their cards back because it's why what it's unthinkable not to. And
Right.
so it shows you it's not a needs based thing. It's a society based thing, and it's a choice almost
Right.
every time.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the other thing that really bugged me about that Dr. Phil show was they then played a story about a prank at a hospital, and I have to say that first of all, they didn't present the story very well. Like when I showed, because our friends so my wife and I and our friends, we watched not only a bunch of your videos. I'd already seen a bunch of your videos, but I was introducing it to my wife, and I was introducing your videos to some friends, and then we played the Dr. Phil show, and I talked to them about how much I disagreed with Dr. Phil on pretty much everything he presented. Um, and when they got to the story about the prank at a hospital, everyone was like, "Wait, what happened? I don't understand what." It was really confusing. I had to even go do some research on my own about that prank before I even understood what they were talking about. And so it was presented very poorly by the Dr. Phil show. But also, the second part of that is I don't really understand how it's relevant, how it was even relevant to the topic. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know how
Yeah,
you felt about that.
I mean they did because they did brief me a little bit on what each of the segments are going to be right
Yeah.
beforehand, and I was a little familiar with that story. For folks who don't know, basically a radio show, I believe in Australia, was covering the birth of the first royal great grandson,
Yeah.
and were trying any way to get a hold of then I guess Meghan Markle at the in her hospital, and they're like doing silly voices pretending to be the queen, and
Right. Right.
they didn't get they didn't actually talk to Meghan Markle, but they got through to her floor or something like that, and eventually the nurse who put them through committed suicide. Um, Now it's and I'll give Dr. Phil a little credit on this is he kind of even he said, look,
Yeah.
you can never know when something like that's going to happen when
That's
admittedly
true.
very silly joke will go south on you.
True. True.
You can't go through life like that. You
Right.
couldn't crack a joke at a bar or to a new acquaintance, and then if they go home
Yeah.
and kill themselves, you're like, what? I didn't know that that their grandmother gave them that sweater and blah, blah, you can't, especially with harmless, silly little jokes like that. So he was a little, he did couch it a little bit, but yeah, the whole, because they interviewed then one of the radio presenters who felt
Yeah.
really bad and said that you never know, basically some version of you don't know what people are going through, and then the upshot of all of that is there's some new rule in comedy I was not aware of, that you are never allowed to make fun of anybody but yourself.
Oh, right. And then he did that segment about a video that Dr. Phil posted where he was making fun of himself, and
Right. And he said,
that was
like,
just,
the best joke or whatever, he said, the only good joke is about yourself. And I quite frankly, I said to his
no.
face, wait, who made that rule up? When,
Exactly.
so, so let's call every late night show and SNL and Stephen Cole, and say, oh, hey guys, real quick, memo, you need to stop making jokes about anybody except yourself. I don't care, who they are, what's going on.
Yeah. And there's the end of
It's
comedy right there. Yeah,
exactly, yeah.
all of comedy goes down the toilet, or if it's a lazy bones, it goes next to the toilet. But a little joke.
Yeah, right. But essentially, yeah,
Yeah.
it was a very weird and odd tale. It's like saying, I mean, I didn't want to get into it and didn't have time to get into it too much of the show, but it's like, let's take another unspeakable tragedy. Like you're backing out of your driveway and you hit, let's say, just the neighbor's dog to be safe, but it could be
Yeah.
worse than that. And you no fault of your own, but
Yeah.
if you had just stopped and gotten out and walked around a little bit, you could have saved that one. Well, yeah, but we can't live our life we got to be as safe as reasonably expected of us. But there are going to be those 1 in a billion chances that tragedy is going to strike, and you can't hide behind that, or we all be stuck inside all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And then the last thing that really stuck out with me about the show is then they bring a lawyer on the show. And I think, in my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, but I have researched the California harassment laws. Being what I do with the channel, being what we do as a channel, because it's a joint effort. My wife and I and some other team members, we are involved with this Bad Drivers Caught on Dashcam channel. Um, I've researched the California harassment law. So my understanding of it does not match at all with what the lawyer said on the show. I felt that he completely misrepresented the California harassment law. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, and I've talked with well, I mean, he's a real lawyer, but as far
Yeah.
as I
Yeah.
know, but
Yeah.
I've talked to other lawyers, and yeah, but it comes down to this is because people throw that word out at me frequently and say you're harassing me, and
Right.
their version of harassment is the second that you say no, I don't want to talk to you anymore, I have to turn tail and run, which is
Right.
not what harassment is. Harassment is much
No.
more closer to stalking and or criminal threats. I mean,
Right.
all you
Right.
have to do is Google arrested for harassment and see what the actual behaviors that they arrest people for harassment are, and you'll see
Yes.
that stuff. You'll see people who are, it's essentially stalking, and that's what every lawyer I've talked to has said that a 5 minute conversation with somebody, even no matter how aggressive they are being, because
Right.
people. It's just this other weird like projection or reflection thing people do is they say, well,
Yes.
you're making them lose their mind. Like, I'm not making them do anything. They
Right.
are
Right.
they are using tactics. They are if people in acting talk about this. Like, what are your tactics you have? Are you going to be
Yes.
angry? Are you going to cry? Are you going to bargain? People talk about this with stages of grief. What are the tactics they're using? And these people are using tactics that include anger and violence on me. They don't have to. In fact, I show videos where people don't do that at all, where they just say, "Oh, I'm sorry, you're right," and they
Exactly.
just ignore me. But
Yeah.
they conflate that with my behavior, and if you're making
Right.
them that angry, that must be harassment. No, they're first off, in many cases, they're committing assault because they're threatening me with bodily harm and or trying to batter me in other cases. But yeah, every lawyer I've said or I've talked to about this sort of thing says, as long as I'm not following them to their home and at
Right.
midnight coming by and honking my horn and
Right.
putting their phone number and name out there on the internet and saying, hey, come to their house, then it's nowhere near harassment. Because if it were, I would be arrested in every state that I've been to.
Well, and he even claimed, this lawyer even claimed that featuring them on YouTube with whatever shaming we're doing constitutes harassment, and that is not at all my understanding of harassment. There has to be an element of the recipient of the harassment has to feel threatened. There has to be a credible. They have to feel a threat of some sort,
And,
of
and the point you're
threat to
to
safety, I
double down
think.
on that, you said it has to be credible and it has to be a
Right.
reasonable person. Because I've had
Reasonable
people
threat.
who will, because I've had people who are again, they do some little armchair lawyering on the spot. They think,
Yes.
you're threatening me. Because in several videos, that people say that, and I said, well, no, I'm not. I've asked you to do blah blah
Right.
blah 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 to take your card back, essentially. No, I
Right.
feel threatened, and you can't just say I feel threatened and suddenly a crime has been occurred, essentially. But it's
Yes.
people who are trying to build a narrative, build a case. I talked to a cop one time. He called it victim embellishment. Is they know there are buzzwords, and they'll start throwing out those buzzwords, even if they don't apply, hoping to build a case.
Right.
But again, just saying you feel threatened doesn't mean a reasonable person in your scenario would feel threatened. Because in my
Right.
case, I'm not threatening you.
Exactly. Exactly. But I think the bottom line here is shaming people online does not constitute harassment, and that's one of the things that lawyer claimed, and that just doesn't square with my understanding of harassment. There's a website called Schaus Law. He's a California lawyer, and his legal firm has posted just about everything in the California Penal Code you can look up on Schaus Law, and nowhere on the page for harassment does it say anything about shaming people online. It's just not. It really surprised me what when the lawyer on the Dr. Phil show claimed that.
And I actively go out of my way. I don't see every comment, of course, but when I do notice anybody who's trying to like say, "Oh, let's find out who this person is or who they work for," blah, or I try to either delete or block anything like that because
Sure, sure.
I don't even want to secondhand be involved in that sort of behavior,
Right, I
to
understand.
provide a platform for people to do that. So
Right,
yeah,
doxing and
for
all
me,
that.
once right. So I
Yeah.
don't support any of that. I don't support any boycotts or firings or quote cancelings. That's just my mission is just about the cards.
Yeah. So I think you and I can agree that the lawyer misrepresented the law. Is that
Yeah. I would
yeah.
again, if there was a case to be made against me, many people would have taken it up, and it's happened so
Sure.
far 0 times.
It hasn't happened. Yeah, exactly. So, why do you think Dr. Phil missed the mark so much? Do you think he could have been playing devil's advocate? Is just being generally what's the word I'm looking for? Disingenuous? Is he should be smarter than that? I'm been trying to figure out why he missed the mark so much.
I think there's an element of both of those things of
Yeah.
playing the devil's advocate and being a little disingenuous because I think he knew again, this is just obviously just my guess, is that he knew that if it were both me and him coming down on these people, it would appear to be sort of a bullying match.
I see.
And I think he knew, especially because he didn't, like I said, he didn't have the one person who he found to actually come on his show was not a
Yes.
strong representation of the other side.
No.
So that would have looked, like bullying slash beating up on somebody. So I think
Right.
he knew that in me, he had somebody who's a much more willing and stronger, quote unquote, adversary. So to pick me as the target was the choice. 'Cause I
Right.
even mentioned it to him. I thought you were smart at this, Dr. Phil. I forget what he said, like, "Oh, I'm smarter than you might think," or something
Yeah.
like that, or whatever. I
uh,
forget what it was, but
it
yeah,
was
that's a
yeah.
good question. I think you're mostly on the point. And I hate to say this, but I gotta catch a flight in about 20. So if we could wrap it up in
Okay.
about 5, that would be
Okay.
awesome for me.
Yeah, yeah, whenever you need
If
to
that's okay with
go.
you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Whenever you need to take off is fine. Um so real quick before you take
Well, I
off.
am actually inside the Dallas airport right now, which is nice.
Oh, yeah.
So it's an easy
Yeah.
walk.
I was going to say it
Yeah,
kind of looked like
yeah.
a hotel room in the
These little
back.
like work sleep. And what it
Well,
is, yeah, these little mini pods that you like sleep or nap or do work in. Yeah.
yeah, I've been following an aviation buff, online because I watch, I don't have a lot of time to watch YouTube videos because I'm always so busy, but the few that I do watch, there's this one guy that travels a lot, Noel Phillips. He's got an aviation channel. He does reviews of different airlines, and I guess it's a new thing where they sort of have these pods in the airports, just like you're saying, where you are. They look a lot like hotel rooms, but they're like sequestered areas from the rest of the airport that are quiet, where you can relax while you wait for your
I
flight.
pity people who I see on who are like in the corner with a
Yeah,
jacket rolled up under their head. Like, oh man,
yeah.
there's clearly a market for this sort of thing.
Oh yeah, totally, totally. So it's been a thing that I've seen in recent years. Used to fly a long time ago, and never they didn't have these sort of things back then. Back in the '80s and '90s. So real quick before you take off, how do you feel about bad drivers? What annoys you most on the road? That things that bad drivers do.
Oh, that's a good question because everyone has a laundry list. I'm sure you've heard.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, God, the one that's it's super subtle, but and that I really respect when people do it is, let's say it's two lanes
yes,
and they both go straight, but there's a lot of people turning to the right off the right hand lane,
yeah,
and I really love when that person on the right gets over as close as they can to the center line so that there's enough space for right-hand turners to go around them.
yeah, yeah,
And so it's super subtle, but the people who do that versus don't do that, to me, is
yeah,
indicative of the people who have just general awareness about their driving skills in general, is because they're always thinking about not only themselves but how they are affecting traffic around them, and things they can do to either be good about that or bad about that. So that's one that's it's minor, but I really love it when I see it in action, and I try to be as conscious as possible if I'm
yeah,
especially like a big, it's two or three lanes on each side, big four-way stop, to pull up on the side there, because number one, it just keeps traffic moving for other people, and it's so much nicer
sure.
to be able to do that. So it's a
Oh,
small
absolutely.
one, but it's a fun little thing that I like, that I do notice when I see it.
Yeah, yeah, it sure is. Um, yeah, it'd be really interesting to talk to you some more, another time as well if you're up for that.
Sure, sure. Always happy to spread the good word of returning your carts and driving decently.
Yeah, I'd like to
Oh, the
talk
other
more
one,
about driving in a future
the other one
thing.
too. That's a weird one.
Yeah,
That I is when, let's say it's whatever, four-way stop or whatever. Like, let's where some person has the right of way
yeah,
and they don't take the right of way
right.
because they're, in their mind, they're being nice by letting other people go,
Ah,
but it
yep.
screws up the flow of traffic because the right of ways, either with stop signs or whatever, are designed the way they are for optimal
Yeah,
traffic flow. And
right.
so when they're like waiting people through, I'm not talking about a situation where somebody's trapped or whatever or stuck, like where it's unnecessary to wait
Yes,
people through. They're inadvertently screwing everybody else over if they just
yeah.
gone and wait, and then the person, but I don't know. These are the tinier ones. I'm sure you deal with bigger issues.
Yeah, well, no, that's actually, in my mind, a pretty big issue because accidents happen that way as well. I did a whole video on that exact topic. I posted
Oh
a
yeah.
link there. I can email you a link if you want to see the video. I did an educational video about being too nice, how it does screw up the flow of traffic because our road rules are based. They are premised on keeping the flow of traffic predictable, and when things are predictable, fewer accidents happen. And when people turn the rule book on its head,
That's another thing I didn't even think about. Yeah.
yeah, accidents happen. And so that is one of my pet peeves is when someone gives up the right of way. We're very horn happy where we are here in the Bay Area, so we do honk our horns a lot. And it's just something we do. And
Let me
some people
ask you
get it.
real quickly
Yeah,
on that topic.
sure.
I Unless it's an actual safety issue, I almost never touch the horn. I'll give
Yeah.
a quick light flash. Is that more acceptable? Would you say?
Yeah, I mean, if sure.
Like
There's
if
nothing
somebody's
wrong with
looking at their
that.
phone and light turns green, it's
Yeah,
got a few seconds. I
a
won't.
tap.
I'll spare the horn. I'll just give like a quick, real
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah, perfectly acceptable. Perfectly acceptable. I do that too.
Because yeah, I don't like the
Um,
noise pollution. Because and
yeah,
there's, speaking of like how things vary from cultures. There's some countries I'm sure where it's just
constant. It's
horn,
constant.
horn. It's like
Yeah.
it's just it's the worst.
I'm kind of desensitized to it though myself because I work near a busy intersection, so I hear horns all day long. It doesn't bother me, and I learned to drive in a big city, so that was kind of my go-to too, is just honk the horn. If I don't think someone sees me, I honk. If someone's being a dick on the road and they cut me off, I honk. If they running a red light in front of me, I'll honk. It's just
I
this
will
is
do it
kind of the way
then.
we roll.
I'll do the. I had that 2 days ago. I was driving to work, and this just it wasn't even close with the red light. Phew! And I
Yeah.
threw it on that because it's like there was somebody in the crosswalk and they weren't close to
Yeah.
get hit, but it was dark outside. But in cases like that, where it's an actual safety issue, I'm certainly
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, exactly. There's a safety component to it. Um, there are arguments to be made for horn honking in a lot of situations where people might say, "Well, that wasn't an emergency." Yeah, but I'm also alerting other drivers around me to a potential situation, like people who stop at green lights. Um, I've encountered a situation before where someone stops at a green light and I'll honk the horn. You know, because I've almost been rear-ended by people stopping unexpectedly in front of me. So I'm alerting the person stopping where they shouldn't be stopping, but I'm also hopefully making enough sound that someone behind me who's distracted might hear the horn and see what's going on and not rear-end me.
Right, because they're not
So,
expecting to stop anytime
yeah,
soon.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah, so it's about communication, as Nuri says. The trick is not to abuse it laying on the horn. Well, I've been guilty of that. I'm going to admit it. Sometimes we do get a little pissed off when somebody really does something egregious, and we might honk a little longer than we should. My wife's done it. I've done it.
Oh
People
boy.
send me video clips. I've done it, so I don't even think twice about it. It's just is what it is, I guess. So, but it would be interesting to talk more about driving with you if you'd like to
Sure.
come on a live stream in the future. And yeah, so where are you jetting off to today?
I'm headed back to LA here. Just gonna jump on the plane here in a couple minutes and
Yeah.
back to home base.
Ah, there you go. Well, hopefully you'll have a smooth flight. I don't think there's any bad weather you'll be flying through
I don't think
from
so.
Dallas. No, no. Yeah. And I have another guest, Salty Seattle driver, who does basically what you and I do along the same general genre. Do
Mm-hmm.
do you have a couple minutes, or
I actually do have to hit it right now.
you got
Here,
to head out
get
right now?
going.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
All
I do
right.
appreciate it.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure
Keep
having you.
keep up the good work.
Yeah. You too. You too.
Thanks.
All right. Be safe out there. All right, so I have Salty Seattle drivers waiting in the wings. I was going to bring them on at 5:30, but um, we're ready to go. If he's ready, let me check with him in the sidebar comments. Oop, Salty, are you ready to join? Let's see if Salty Seattle driver's ready to join. So he's got an awesome channel as well. He calls people out in very humorous ways to people who are doing things that they aren't supposed to be doing, riding the wrong way in the bike lane, wrong side of the road, and just general people misbehaving. Okay, he's ready. So let's go. Let's do this. Let me just clear my screen here. We'll go ahead and add him in, add to stream, and there he is. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. How am I? Am I pretty loud and clear?
Your audio is perfect.
Ah, okay.
Please let me know
Excellent.
if there's any background noise or if I'm talking too loud or too soft. This is honestly my first time ever being on a live radio show, so
I wish we were on the radio, but
well,
close enough. We're
live
on
stream.
the
You know what
airway.
I mean.
Yeah, the airways
Talking
of the
into a
internet.
microphone live.
Exactly. The airways of the internet. Yeah, I can control volumes of my guests if anyone's too loud. So if he's louder than I am or I'm louder than he is, let me know and I can adjust one of our volumes down. So, well, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, how's the weather up there in Seattle?
It has been pretty gorgeous lately. We've had a couple small heat waves. thankfully nothing as bad as the one that we had last year. Yeah, but lately in the last few weeks, it's been pretty pleasant.
Yeah,
Sunny.
It's hot here. Not enjoying this heat wave. I don't really do the heat.
Neither do I. That is a huge part of why I moved to the Pacific Northwest, is because I cannot do heat, humidity. I become a very salty boy.
Well, even more so near the ocean, next to the salt water.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
See, that part I enjoy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
nice.
The Puget Sound. It's very nice. So where are you from?
I'm from Indiana, southern Indiana.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember reading that in a comment. I just couldn't remember exactly, but from Indiana. Yeah. What town in Indiana?
Bloomington. Most people know that is where Indiana University is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's like an hour south of Indianapolis.
Ah, okay. So you're in the central part of the state, South Central?
South Central, yeah.
Yeah. And so you got tired of the heat and humidity and decided to come out here to milder weather.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah, not the only reason I moved out here, but that was a big draw for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the Pacific Northwest is absolutely beautiful. Very green. I love the green. I love the mountains, and I like the milder weather. I don't like, just like you, I don't like the heat or the humidity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not fun. So, so tell us what inspired you to start your channel.
So I don't know, because a lot of things kind of just came together over several years. Like, I mean, I've been driving virtually every day of my life since I was able to, since I was 15, got my learner's permit. And,
Yeah.
as soon as I got my license, I was driving me and my sister to school. I've always loved driving, so when rideshare became a thing, I pretty much signed up immediately, and
Yeah.
I've been doing it ever since.
Yeah.
Pretty much like 6.5 years at this point. Yeah, just spending a lot of time on YouTube, watching dashcam videos, all the different channels. Eventually convinced me to be like, man, it's one of those things where you're like, in your mind, like anything could happen at any time, but like actually seeing videos, so many of them, it really drives home, like, oh wow, this can happen to anybody at any time. Somebody could come careening out of nowhere and smash into you, and
oh yeah,
as far as you know, they could lie, and without video up, the camera doesn't lie. So
exactly,
we see that all the time on dashcam channels where it's like, yeah, the offending driver claims that I had the red and I ran the red light, and it's like, no.
yeah, no, video doesn't lie.
Yep, saves you a lot of money
and grief.
Yes,
a lot of money saves you a lot of money and grief.
Points on your license and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, dealing with insurance companies and having the footage speeds things up. It speeds up the claims process, and you're not dragged through this months long process, or sometimes even years long process for some people who go through the misfortune of dealing with another party that lied about what happened. And so you would say that watching YouTube channels inspired you to start a YouTube channel.
Eventually, yes. I didn't do it. I didn't start doing it right away. That was just what inspired me to get a dash cam in the first place.
I see. Yeah. But to actually start a YouTube channel. So what inspired you to start your channel besides just dash camming?
So at the time, sure, probably a few months after having a dash cam, I was working for a Seattle pizza company at the time.
Yeah.
And I'd been with them for several years, done many positions, but then I moved to driver position.
Yeah.
And then I was working in the Capitol Hill district, which, for those of you who don't know, the Seattle area is, it's not downtown, but it's like just east of downtown.
Yeah.
It's like it's I don't know how to describe it.
I've been there. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's where people go out to go party and go to clubs and go drinking, and there's tons of other restaurants. It's a pretty old historic part of the city, and
I thought it was
wild.
Beautiful. Yeah,
it's beautiful.
I've been to Seattle once, and I'll never forget. Well, I won't forget any part of Seattle, but Seattle in general is beautiful. But Capitol Hill, Capitol Hills I remember being a really, really neat place.
Yeah, it's super neat, but there's a lot of action there. So almost like virtually immediately upon becoming a driver there, it was just a whole new level of like, oh wow, there's a lot of chaos going around here, and it's only a Tuesday. And then Fridays and Saturdays get turned up to 11, and just trying to navigate through all of that. Me and my coworkers, we would. I mean, restaurant workers do this anyway, but like we would specifically, in between runs, we'd be like, say to each other, like, "Oh my God, you won't believe this asshole that I just came across. Like, what did this? Tell me about what that person did. Oh, go tell them what you just saw." And I was the only one of my coworkers that actually had a dash cam.
Right.
So just one day, just in the course of conversation, a manager actually just kind of casually suggested, like, "Hey, you should like put those on YouTube or Reddit or something." So that just kind of gave me a light bulb, and it snowballed from there. I hadn't really thought of doing that just yet because I didn't have a computer at the time. I hadn't had one since I was a student. But that kind of made me decide to save up a little money and get a nice gaming computer that could actually like process video. I started from square one as far as my knowledge of video editing.
Yeah.
I did some digital photography in like high school, so like I knew how to use Photoshop.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of overlap between that and video editing. There is a lot of overlap. I think once you've mastered Photoshop, if you've mastered it, there are so many similarities, like layers, masking, this and that, and exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I knew that I could do it. I could learn pretty quickly because of my base knowledge there. I like to describe it as it's Photoshop, but you just add the time dimension.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. That part, like using keyframes and moving stuff around.
That's tricky.
Yeah,
that's a big learning curve.
I can look back in my history of videos that I published, and I can pinpoint exactly like, that's where I learned how to use keyframes.
Yeah, same here.
And then later on, it's like, okay, I got better at it. Oh, look, I made that transition. Cool.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
So yeah, that's kind of part of the whole fun of why I decided to keep going with my channel. Like at first, it was just like, oh, let me post some random clips here and there. Maybe I'll share it on a Dashcam channel, and maybe someday one will go viral. But whatever.
So who are the first dash cameras that you came across? And once you tell me, then I can tell you who the first ones I came across and what inspired me. Because I mean, mine goes back to 2011, where we got started. But who were the first ones that you started seeing?
So I definitely don't go back that far. That's a good question. I think some of the first channels that I like started regularly watching were DDS TV.
Yeah.
And maybe like Mega Driving School.
The big compilation channels. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I think Dashcam Lessons is one of the biggest ones that I know of.
They are a big one. They are a big one.
They have like over 500,000 or 600,000 subscribers, but somehow I didn't find out about them until for at least a few months or a year or so.
Yeah, because it kind of started. So the Dashcam community started out as just little guys, that aren't compilation. I mean, when I say compilation channels, so the ones you mentioned are ones that they feature exclusively other people's content, and they've gone really, really viral because they, only feature the very, very most exciting stuff, whereas channels like mine or Halo, Bad Drivers of South Carolina and Bad Drivers of Portland, and just all the other like mom and pop, which I'll refer to it maybe as mom and pop dashcam channels.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Because I'm kind of like making a comparison between big box stores and the mom and pop stores, where, we feature mostly, or at least half of our own content, and then our viewers submit content to us. We're not specifically seeking submitted content, but people who are requesting that we feature content in our videos, and we're like, yeah, sure, why not? We're a team, let's do it. But little mom and pop channels where we would feature our own content. When I started back in 2011, because we started out with just my wife and I, and then we kind of grew our team a little bit. But we would post our dash cam compilations of stuff that we ourselves captured.
Mm-hmm.
Where was I going with that? So I'm sipping on some whiskey, so the further I get into the stream, the more I lose my train of thought. So, because I always have to have some drinks when I'm doing these live streams. Kind of helps calm my nerves sometimes. I get a little nervous sometimes before doing these. I don't know why. I've always had this like public speaking kind of anxiety that where I have to like do some social lubricants like beer, wine, or hard liquor just to kind of
I know all about that.
Down. Yeah. And so and the only bad thing about that is then I lose my train of thought easily. But we were featuring our own content. Gosh, I don't remember where I was going with that. But so we did a whole bunch of compilations, and then we got rid of them. We deleted all of them and started over. Our channel got some sort of it wasn't a copyright strike. It was a community guideline strike. I don't know what it was that I did to trigger it, but I thought, well, you know what? I'm just going to start all the way over again. So I erased about a year's worth of videos and started over in 2012. But
okay, I was curious about that because looking back on your old videos, it became clear pretty quickly. It's like, okay, at some point in the past, they did a rebrand.
We did a rebrand, and then we're in the middle of one now. Yeah, we're in the middle of another one now because we got up to like 300 and something, and now we've started over at one. And this was within the last year, and now we're up to 30 because we're just evolving, and. So back when we started our channel in 2011, there were only maybe 5 other small dashcam channels. The big box store dashcam channels like DDS TV, those guys weren't around yet. It was just a few of us little guys that were just posting our own content. There was Bad Drivers of Albuquerque, Our Extinction, who actually to this day, he is the grandfather of the dashcam world. He is still posting videos occasionally.
Wow.
Our Extinction, Bad Drivers of Albuquerque, of ABQ. I think he just titles his videos Bad Drivers of ABQ, which is obviously.
Yeah, I think I've seen them.
Yeah, he is the OG. I'm telling you, he's the original gangsta of this dashcam world, right? And then came along Bad Drivers of Portland, and I think I'm doing these in chronological order. And once he came on board, Bad Drivers of Portland, Kyogre 6444, then that's what inspired me to start doing this. And then there was Bad Drivers of Southern California. His channel went viral. And I mean viral. He posted only his own content. He got up to like 20,000 subscribers in like no time. And then I think let's see, Halo Mastermind, Bad Drivers of South Carolina. He blew up too. He got up to like 30,000 subscribers pretty quickly. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
You got to get somebody to represent the South.
Yeah, you got to get someone to represent the South, right? Yeah. And then there was car cam clips. She started out doing just Florida dash cam videos. Now she's in the Dallas area with Dallas dash cam. But she's also one of the OGs, one of the original gangstas, and then we started becoming a cohesive community of dash cammers. Like we were all friends. We were all, a sort of loosely a team, I guess you could say, a community. We were a community, a circle of dash cammers.
People in different areas with the
Yeah.
same goal in mind. Let's
let's
shame
bad
cameras to
drivers.
highlight. Shame bad drivers.
Oh, exactly.
We all know they exist.
We all know they exist, and here we are. And then the community blew up. Now, a couple years later, we had maybe 100 individual small dash cammers. Bad drivers of. It usually started with bad drivers of, and then you just fill in the blanks. So there you saw bad drivers of North Carolina, bad drivers of Florida, bad drivers of New York. Oh, I loved his videos. I don't think he posts much anymore. And then bad drivers of this, bad drivers of that. And we were originally bad drivers of Napa.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think we changed our channel to bad drivers of Napa Valley. And now we're bad drivers caught on dash cam, because we changed our channel name to become more broad and not specify a locality, because we started having people submitting their dash cam clips to us. So now we were featuring clips from all across the country and the world, in addition to our own clips. And we didn't want to limit ourselves to one geographic location.
Broaden it out.
Sure. And the community blew up so much that then the big box channels started. So then you had DDS TV, Dashcam Lessons, and a whole bunch of them that did not feature their own clips, but focused on seeking out content. They really blew up because they'll only feature, road rage clips or car crash clips.
Yeah.
They're featuring, they getting really to the meat of stuff that people thrive off of when they're watching videos. And we've sort of stayed true to posting just bad drivers generally, not necessarily clips or all road rage, but just bad drivers generally. And because we're not featuring the most dramatic stuff on earth, we're not blowing up the way they have.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's what we enjoy what we do, and I'm sure you enjoy what you do. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like I kind of do a similar thing. Like at this point, like I don't have the time or know-how. It's just me. The most I can do is pretty much post my own content. I have a few friends in the area that have shared some clips with me that I have featured, but I haven't yet. I don't get enough to like make that a regular feature yet. But if you live in the Seattle area and you have some clips, send them my way.
That's right. If anybody listening to the stream wants to send Salty Seattle Driver some clips, send them to him. He'd appreciate it. And also check out his channel. We've got a link to his channel in I'm starting to slur my speech. Check out his channel. Link down below, description. Click it. Watch his videos. Are awesome. And I did take one of your ideas of the yellow diamond sign. You might have noticed in one of my videos, I did post.
I don't think I have seen that just yet.
I did it twice now, actually. Because I think it's a great idea. I hope you don't mind, but I sort of took that idea. Yeah, and I don't even remember what I did. I think in one of my videos, I put, this is a dangerous road. You have to watch for potholes, sinkholes, and assholes. And I put that.
Okay, I remember that one. Yep.
Yeah, and I put it on. I put it on the yellow diamond sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that you enjoy the yellow diamond sign, because
yes,
of all the things that have evolved with my channel and have changed, like my I'm a danger to society diamond icon is the one thing that has not changed.
Yeah,
I have yet to think of anything better, and I don't know, at this point I think it's just kind of my identity.
Yes, it is.
And most people understand that I'm not referring to myself. I'm referring
right. Because I think you place the sign in such a way, with the editing, that they know that you're referring to the driver that you're featuring.
Right. I use a lot of different icons depending on the situation.
You do.
But I definitely use the I'm a danger to society.
Well, and you're very clever too with the movie clips or the TV show clips that are little sound bites that are relevant to the clip, I think that's brilliant as well.
Yeah. Well,
that
thank you.
do.
I put a lot of work into those.
Yeah.
Most of them are shows that I just kind of enjoy watching on my own. Everything from Formula One racing to
Yeah.
my 18,000th time of watching House. Yeah, as I'm watching those, I just kind of have in the back of my mind going like, wait for a little soundbite that could maybe be relevant later on for some of my clips, and then
Yeah. That's brilliant. I think incorporating any kind of humor definitely gives you an edge online, and that's really not something that the big box channels do really. You know, they don't really put anything in there humor wise.
right,
Because
not unless it's something that the submitter already has
already
included in
did.
their video. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I can't blame them because it takes so much more extra time to like plan it out and kind of replay it 100 times and be like, okay, how does this work? Will this be funny enough? I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, that's kind of how the dash cam community evolved and where we're at. And then of course we reached a point where I do have something to say about the big box channels. They do provide a lot of great entertainment, I'm not going to lie.
Oh yeah.
But they also, I think, are responsible for the downfall of the mom and pop channels. It's the same with stores, the big chains do eat up
Damn
the
you,
small mom and
Walmart.
pop stores. Yep, Walmart, Target, they have,
Ask
we've
Seattleites how they feel about Amazon.
right, and so and so they've kind of eaten up the smaller guys, the little guys like us, that feature our own clips. Um, if you ever post an individual video of a car crash that you are in or witnessed, you're going to get hit up by probably 20 of those channels going, can I use your clip? Do I have permission to use your clip? And
I encountered that with the very, very first video I posted.
yeah,
And I was surprised. I'm like, how did I have 0 followers at this point.
Oh,
how did you all find this?
So they troll. I mean, they are like sharks. They will find you in the ocean, in the ocean of dashcam clips. They'll type up keywords. They'll locate you. And I tell them no. I want people to watch on my channel, not over there, because half the time, some of those channels don't even give you proper credit. And there was one guy I had a real issue with because he went ahead and used a clip that I captured without my permission altogether. He didn't even ask. He just used it on his, and he was a successful YouTuber. He had like 500,000 subscribers, and
wow.
And
you would think he would know better.
I gave him he got a copyright strike for that one.
Ooh.
Yeah, I submitted a copyright takedown, and he was barred from posting videos for a while. And then I don't even know if he's still doing it. It's called CC Tube. He's from Russia.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm aware of that channel.
He used to steal clips. I think he learned after I did a copyright takedown on him, that he needs to ask permission first. As long as you have permission, it's fine. There's no problem with that. But the big box channels, I think, are responsible for the decline of channels like ours, because 80% of the channels that used to exist, the small channels, they quit posting. They're like, well, why do I even bother? I'm only getting 100 views, if that, on each video, and I'm not getting.
It creates an environment where, like, everybody knows us mom and pop channels. Like, we know that we'll get more views by submitting our clips to those channels.
Yeah,
But it doesn't always translate to those viewers coming and watching our channels.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It doesn't always translate into traffic being diverted, from they'll see the credit, but are they actually going to come to our channel? I don't it it I mean, we even noticed with our channel that when these big box channels became prolific online, we had a massive slowdown in growth to our own channel. Like, we don't grow.
Like
We're
right in
not.
the same time frame.
No, we're not. Yeah, right at the same time frame. We don't grow as fast as we were. We did have a very brief period of explosive growth, and then it stopped. I mean, it hit a brick wall as soon as these channels became prolific. Let's see. Someone posted here in the sidebar chat about these big box channels. Have the effect of encouraging road rage and 30-second honking and things like that, monkey see, monkey do kind of thing. Oh, I'm sure that it does, but
that's a great question.
I mean, I'm sure
Perhaps.
in some cases it does.
Yeah.
And then Phil K's dash cam. I pointed out to Napa that CC2 was. Yeah, thank you, Phil K, for that heads up, because he was the one that
recognize
alerted
you,
me.
Phil K. I've seen some of your clips.
Yeah, he's got some good clips. Toronto
good
drivers are not good. Yeah, nabbing that one. Yeah, but
I've yet to have that happen to me. I've yet to have anybody reach out to me and be like, "Hey, I saw some clip of yours somewhere that I'm not sure was used with your permission."
Yeah. Oh,
doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I don't know.
Yeah. Big Bull writes, they don't go to the channel of the small time YouTubers unless they're going to harass them. That's true too. That's true too.
Yeah.
Because there have been some of those big box channels that did use our clips without our permission, and because it's happened more than once. It wasn't just CCTube that did it. There was another one that did it, and I think we got a flood of trolls.
Yep.
I've
had that happen.
Do you get a lot of trolls? Because in the early days of dash camming, everybody in the dash cam community used to get bombarded with trolls. But I think the longer these videos have been featured on YouTube, the more people have come to understand that the wide angle lens distorts perception. That it makes objects look further away than they actually were, and so we get a lot less than we used to. Do you get very much?
I hit a point maybe about like 6-8 months ago where I did get a flood of trolls.
Yeah.
I definitely don't get as many as I used to. I think they've kind of turned their attention elsewhere.
Yeah.
I had two kind of long form videos kind of go mini viral. I say mini viral because on my own channel they only have like 3,000 views, but
yeah.
I know that, but they got a lot of attention when they were featured on Dashcam Lessons and elsewhere. Generated a lot of comments, and a lot of people. Those two videos are still the only ones that I occasionally will log into my page, and I have just some random comment from somebody saying something like, "Oh, you could have just gone around. Why you gotta mess with people?"
Yeah. Well, and I've been thinking about this ever since watching your videos. It has inspired me to give the next person I come across who is double parked or just stopped in the road to have a conversation with somebody, blocking a lane of traffic, for me to say, because I've had people yell at me, go around, and I think I'm going to say next time, I shouldn't have to go around. I should not have to go around. I think that's what I'm going to do next time. I'm going to say that. I'm going to say, well, I shouldn't have to go around. Why should I?
Right.
I'm not the one in the wrong here. I'm not the one blocking traffic.
Exactly.
There was one video that we posted back. This was before we bought our new car. Yeah, this was the beige car that we had. I was driving along, and there was a guy stopped in the road to have a conversation with a lady sitting in her Volvo. She had bright blue hair. You can't miss her. She's sitting right there in her car. And she was very angry. I didn't honk or anything. Well, I did honk, but I didn't honk at first. I pulled up behind the old man who was blocking me. I did eventually go around. But this is before I came across your channel. You see, this is before I'm like,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm going to give people a hard time. And so I'm just sitting there, and she's like angrily yelling at me, "Go around!" And I'm like, fine. So I went around, and I laid on the horn as I went around. And then you can see her in the rear dash cam. She's like throwing her hands up.
What did I do wrong?
Yeah,
I didn't do anything
I'm
wrong.
not the one blocking traffic. What the hell, lady?
It's your job to ignore me and go around.
And see, she got angry, but the old man, I was honking actually mostly at the old man, and she was the one that got angry on behalf of him. So that's the other thing. People get angry on behalf of, that one clip you posted where you were beeping at that double parker and that lady on the sidewalk, that bystander, she was getting so angry.
Oh, she was flipping I know exactly what you're talking about. She was flipping. It wasn't even just me honking. There was like a box truck behind me that was honking too.
That's right. Yeah.
And she just like lifted up her middle finger and just like turned left and right, like, fuck all y'all. I'm like, you're in downtown Seattle. Like, have you never heard a horn before? Like...
Yeah. And why is she defending somebody doing something wrong?
Yeah.
And these people who get offended on behalf of other people, when the person they're getting offended on behalf of are doing something wrong, it just doesn't make any sense to me. There was another clip where I don't remember if I was driving or if my wife was driving, but whatever. One of us was driving, and we were at that infamous intersection that is a right turn only.
Yep.
I don't know if you're familiar with that one.
Oh, I know that one.
It gets a lot of honking, and we're honking like furiously. We're several cars back, and the lady in front of us got real angry about all the honking. It's like, do you not see what's going on in front of you too? Somebody is keeping traffic from moving. We are like constipated here because we can't go anywhere.
Yep.
And we're like honking, and she slowly raises her middle finger out through the sunroof or moonroof.
Yep.
Flips us off because we're honking. Well, wouldn't have to honk if the person at the very front of the line...
Were they going in the same direction as you?
Yeah, we were all going the same direction.
So they're part of it. They're suffering because of somebody else in front of everyone.
Exactly. They were suffering just as we were. But they got angry because of the honking. And I guess
I don't get it.
Once traffic started moving and we're all moving, she, I guess, got scared or something. I guess the stress got to her after all that honking, and she pulled over to let us pass and then got back in behind us. It was really weird.
Huh.
I guess some people just can't handle honking. I don't know.
I guess. I don't know how they've made it this far in life.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter if you live in a small town or a big city. Like, people honk their horns.
It's part of traffic. It's part of driving. Honking is part of traffic, and it happens. Honking happens. And I tell people all the time, because we do get comments on our videos still, though, to this day. Even though we don't get trolled as much and we don't get as much negative comments, we still occasionally get comments about honking and how, you shouldn't honk. It's annoying other people around you and blah, blah, blah. Well, if honking annoys people so much, don't go out. You're guaranteed to encounter honking when you're out in the streets.
Yep.
It's just part of life.
Sounds like more of a you problem.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be it's a whole nother thing though if like somebody was just driving around and honking incessantly randomly. Like that would be understandable.
I mean,
but
even me.
It should be clear and obvious.
Even me. I don't like loud noises. I don't like sudden loud noises. They bother me. However, I also understand that honking happens, and I'm kind of desensitized to honking though, to hearing it around me. It doesn't really bother me. Same. Other loud sounds give me a lot of anxiety, but honking, no.
Yeah.
No, because it's expected. Honking is expected. And people honk a lot where I live anyway. So, I work in near a busy intersection. And so from my office, I hear honking all the time. I'm 50, 60, 70 times a day I hear honks. It's just what it is.
Yep. It's part of life.
Yeah, part of life. Part of life. And I tell people all the time, too, if you don't like to be honked at, then don't do anything stupid.
Yeah.
And if you do something stupid and you get honked at, just wave "I'm sorry." That's what I do when I get honked at. I wave "I'm sorry."
Yeah, same. That ties into like one of the biggest parts of what my channel's goal is to like also just kind of highlight how easy versus how hard people make it to just admit a simple mistake.
Yeah.
I definitely get people who like they're doing something wrong up ahead of me. I'll give and I try to always start off just with a friendly honk or something, and then we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes people will just be like, "Oh, my bad," and at that point, I'll drop it. Be like, "Okay, cool." And I noticed Narcs does the same thing. You know, and I love that.
Yeah, yeah. And some clueless drivers of Maryland. I don't know if are you able to see the sidebar chat from the window that you're in, Seattle?
Me?
Yeah. You're able to see what people are posting on the sidebar chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're absolutely welcome to interact with them too as they post stuff. But clueless drivers of Maryland writes here, I know some people who only know honking as extreme road rage. They do not understand the concept of using a horn when someone makes a mistake, and that's totally the truth. There's so many people that they make the false equivalency of honking equals extreme road rage.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, this is a huge insult.
They clearly have not studied the various etiquettes of different types of honks.
Well, and they treat honking as if it's the worst thing you could possibly do to somebody. Like they treat honking like you just shot their dog or killed their mom or something. It's like the worst thing you could possibly do is honk at somebody. Oh no, I'm so offended. It's the end of the world.
How dare you?
And I remember in the early days of Reddit. I don't know if you're active on Reddit at all.
A little bit.
Yeah, and that's my thing is I'm limited on Reddit because I find it to be toxic. It was more toxic in the beginning. It's become less toxic now, but I still have problems with Reddit. But in the beginning,
much more heavily moderated. But that's also part of my personal. I don't want to say issue, but it's harder to navigate because every subreddit has like very, very distinct different rules. Like your clip can only come from Giphy Cat, and it can be no sound. And if you have any logos or anything on there, then no, you're banned for life. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, but
read the rules.
In the early days of Reddit, like on the dash cam subreddits, like idiots in cars. What's the big one? Oh shoot, why am I blanking? See, it's a whiskey doing this to my brain.
Idiots in cars is the biggest one that I know of. Oh, that's what most of my rideshare passengers.
It's what's the other one? Not our dash cam. Oh, somebody help me out here. Everybody in the sidebar chat knows what I'm talking about. I just can't. I can't think of it. Idiots in cars, but there's another one that has half the amount of members. I think idiots in cars is the biggest one, and then there's another one that's half the size. Roadcam. Thank you. Why couldn't I think of that?
Yeah, I actually haven't heard of that one.
Oh yeah, our Roadcam. So in the beginning, I think Roadcam came first, and then idiots in cars came along later. But idiots in cars blew up into a bigger subreddit. But the problem in the beginning was that honking was the worst sin you could possibly commit according to Reddit, according to Roadcam in the beginning. They've loosened up a bit on that one, but they will still roast you to hell if you were in the left lane even a split second longer than their liking,
Oh
they're
God.
going to hang you from the gallows
Oh, the
for
left
being in
lane
the left lane.
warriors.
The left lane warriors.
Yep.
I did a whole video about that, calling them the
I
left lane
actually
warriors.
just watched that one yesterday. I somehow had not encountered it before, and then I was like, oh, of course you made a video about this.
You know, I honestly don't even care about people in the left lane unless they are really truly blocking the expected flow of traffic. I mean, if you've got somebody in the
Same.
left lane going, so I know that left lane laws in a lot of states are not dependent on speed limits. In some states, they are dependent on speed limits. Some states, the law is if you're going the speed limit, you can be in whatever lane you want. Not every state. Some states don't stipulate a speed. They say no matter what speed you're going, if you're not allowed to use the left lane unless you're passing. And then other states like California, it's different here and in about half the other states where we don't even have passing lane laws. It only stipulates that if you're going slower than the general flow of traffic, you have to keep right. But it doesn't say you have to be passing, and it doesn't state what speed you're necessarily going. That's more dependent on what the general flow of traffic happens to be at that time. And so for me, it doesn't even bother me really, unless somebody truly is a left lane hog by every definition. Like they're going slower than the speed limit. Traffic is passing them consistently on the right. Okay, then I'll get annoyed.
Yeah.
But you know,
I'm the same way. When I'm on the highway, I tend to drive just faster than the flow of traffic. So
yeah, same here.
I kind of automatically just kind of make my way over to the very left lane because that's just generally how I drive. I'm going to be going slightly faster, so I'm kind of always in passing mode, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I just kind of go along with the general flow. I don't like to be
that's how I was taught.
I don't like to be the fastest one on the road, and I also don't like to be the slowest one on the road. I don't like to be either of those things. I just like to kind of blend in with what everyone else is doing, although I do have my limits. Speeding is such a huge thing in the San Francisco Bay Area that I've been in situations where everyone is going 20 to 30 over the limit. And I'm not exactly comfortable with going that far over the speed limit. So I'll just hang out in the right lane, going maybe 10, 15 over if everybody's going 20 or 30 over.
Right.
You know, but if everyone's
and that's fair. You are assessing the situation and you know where to position yourself.
Yeah. And if everyone's going 10 over, then I'll go 10 over along with everybody else, you know? If everyone's going exactly the speed limit, then maybe I'll go 5 over and nothing more. It just kind of depends. My speed is based on mostly what everyone else is doing. Because I don't want to be the big speed differential. You know, and
those people stick out. Like everyone can see you.
I did follow.
Look at that guy going 90.
I did follow a cop one time who was going 15 over. I just stayed behind him and went 15 over too. You know, he was from a different jurisdiction, but in California, it's interesting because any peace officer anywhere in the state can technically issue a speed citation. Well, I should say any traffic citation, no matter where he is. So an LAPD officer driving around in San Francisco does actually have the authority to issue a ticket to someone doing something wrong in San Francisco, but they won't generally do it because of the paperwork. It is more paperwork when you issue a citation out of your jurisdiction. But not all states are like that. Some states a police officer only has jurisdiction within his city or county. You know?
I've heard of people running from the police will just head for the county line. That's a thing.
B Bowl asks, what is the maximum speed you feel safe driving at regardless of flow of traffic? Well, I don't know about you, but if there's no traffic, I'll generally go 5 over. If there's nobody else on the road, I'll go 5 over. I'm not going to go more than that. Obviously, I don't want a ticket.
Oh, you are a dangerous speed demon.
I know. I'm so dangerous. I'm going 5 over. Slow down.
My answer is quite different.
If I'm in a residential, though, I will not exceed the speed limit. When it comes to residentials, because there are dogs and cats and children, I'm absolutely not going to exceed the speed limit. And there are even times where I'll go 5 under the speed limit or slower if the streets are narrow and there are kids playing out and about, or if I see cats and dogs. If I see cats, I'll slow down more, because the last thing I want to do is hit someone's pet or hit someone's kid. Or anybody, anything. I don't want to hit anything.
I don't want to hit a frog.
No, I wouldn't want to either. And if I saw a snake in the road, I would slow down and stop, and I'd move that snake off the road. I like snakes. I like animals in general. So I don't want to hit anything. So what's your answer, Seattle? What's the maximum speed you feel safe at driving, regardless of traffic?
Some people might crucify me for this.
That's all right. I won't.
Hey, you know what? So let's go with the example of, like, if the interstate speed limit is 60 and there's no one on the road, I'll maybe go 80.
Yeah. Are you worried about getting a ticket?
Honestly, no.
Do they even care? Do the cops even care?
That is a big question. And one that I address a lot on my channel. Seattle police don't give two shits about what you do with traffic.
They don't in Chicago either.
Yeah. I think it's definitely becoming a thing that is very common in big cities.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing too is there is a concept called presumed speed limits. Not every state has this concept. Some do. I know California does. We have what's called a presumed speed limit. Well, we have 3 types of speed limits. We have basic speed limit, presumed speed limit, and absolute speed limit. And some of these apply to certain types of roadways with certain speed limits. So, for example, a presumed speed limit means that on certain roadways, you can legally exceed the speed limit. And I'm not a lawyer. Don't take my word for it, everybody. This is my disclaimer. If you get a ticket, you can't come back and say, well, Napa said it was okay that I speed. Yeah, don't hold my word to it. But my understanding is that presumed speed limit allows you to exceed the speed limit by a reasonable amount. And key word here, reasonable and safe.
Right. And I think that ties into the flow of traffic.
Right. And it doesn't apply everywhere. I believe on freeways and highways, the presumed speed limit does not apply. Again, I'm not a lawyer. Someone else can verify these claims I'm making here, but
don't take legal advice from a live stream.
Yeah, do not take legal advice from me.
Or podcast.
Please. Or podcast. Or a broadcast or live stream.
Do consult Andrew Torres of Opening Arguments if you have any questions.
Right. Andrew Torres.
Specifically Maryland law.
Right. Exactly. So, I don't see anything wrong with that. I know plenty of people who do go 80 on our 60-mile-per-hour freeways here, and, whatever. As long as they're not putting the public in danger, I don't really care.
Yeah.
Oh, someone says they were pulled over for 1 over.
Oh.
That's crazy.
That's rough. I feel like should never really be a thing.
Well, I work in a town.
It's got to be ticketed.
Yeah, I work in a town where they will pull you over for going 4 over.
Oof.
They probably won't get you for 1, 2, or 3 over, but they will get you for 4 over. So when I'm working in St. Helena, I really try not to. Well, a lot of it's residential, so I don't exceed the speed limit in residentials anyway. But they have almost exclusively 25-mile-per-hour speed limits in our town.
Yeah, we're the same.
Yeah, everywhere downtown, anywhere within the city limits is almost exclusively 25 speed limit, and so they'll get you for going 29. So in a non-residentials, I'll top out at 28, and that's it, because I do not want a ticket.
Well, I will say one thing that I have learned the hard way is driving around in town. Watch out for school zones.
Oh, right.
I got a very hefty traffic camera ticket for going 30 in a school zone, which is 20.
Ah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Almost $250.
Wow.
Yep. That taught, it did its job. It taught me. Now I see every single school zone around.
Yeah, for
Yep.
sure. And is it only when children are present or during school hours?
It's during school hours, but
Oh, really? Oh.
It's whenever the yellow lights are flashing.
Oh, okay, because around
Which
here
could be either, I guess. I don't know how exactly who turns them on, so to speak, but that's how I know to especially watch out for it. Like, oh, the yellow lights are flashing, I go 25 exactly.
Yeah, because around here, I mean, in California, our school zones are so it'll have the speed limit, the school zone speed limit, but then below that it'll say when children are present. So only if you see children do you have to then slow down to that limit. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but that is my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And our tickets here are very expensive. Do you happen to know in Seattle what a red light ticket is?
I do not.
Okay. Well, in California, get this. A red light ticket is over $800.
Oh,
Now, add on
ow.
court fees. Now, if you add on court fees, it is well over $1,000.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yep. It's
Yep.
crazy.
I hope a lot of people have learned their lesson from that.
I hope so too, because
Yeah.
red light runs can be obviously lethal. We I know crossing a double yellow line, I found out from an acquaintance who got ticketed for this, that crossing a double yellow line illegally. I know a lot of people listening are going to go, well, when is it not illegal to cross a double yellow line? Well, I'll get to that in a second, but somebody who illegally crosses a double yellow line can face a ticket. I believe it's $350 plus court fees. So it can easily double, go up to $700 when you add the court fees into that.
Wow.
So you have the letter of the law, which seems pretty black and white. You can't cross a double yellow line, well, pretty much ever. But then you have the spirit of the law. So this is where maybe a police officer may use some discretion or the traffic court judge may use some discretion. Let's say you've got a washout on the road or a rock slide that's blocking your lane. Well, you have no choice but to cross the double yellow line to go around a bunch of rocks that slid off a hillside onto the road.
Nope. Straight to jail. Straight to jail.
Yeah, straight to jail. I don't see any cop or judge ticketing you for that. Double parkers too. Sometimes if you go around a double parker, even though you shouldn't have to go around a double parker, but they might not be anybody in the car, so honking or yelling at them, isn't going to get them to move because there's nobody sitting in the car.
Yep.
When you go over that double yellow line, no one's going to. Yeah, a ticket's not going to be upheld for something like that. No. There are times where you have to go over double yellow line. You might have to swerve because somebody pulled out real close to you and you don't have time to brake.
Yeah, an emergency situation like that.
You might run a red light because a light is stuck on red. This has happened to me before where a light is malfunctioning and you might be in the middle lane and you can't turn right on red. So you got to go straight through a red light because the light is objectively broken and it's not going to change to green ever.
Yep.
Things like that. It doesn't say in the letter of the law. It sometimes lists exceptions, but you're not going to see that listed. But the spirit of the law would be, well, hey, what choice did I really have? After a while, it's reasonable that I'm going to run the red light. So that's where the spirit of the law comes into play here. To observe exceptions that are not written.
Right, because reality is more complicated than
exactly
you can ever write into law.
There may be extenuating circumstances that haven't been thought out or planned for, where you may have to break a law. It's where it's reasonable. Oh, another one. You don't have to run a red light if there's an emergency vehicle behind you to clear the way for the emergency vehicle, but you can, as far as I know.
which makes sense.
You won't get a red light ticket if you blow a red light so that the ambulance behind you can get to where it's going. And it would be absurd to uphold a ticket for such a thing.
Yeah.
If you're clearing
I could definitely see that being a case where, like, if it's in an intersection that has a camera,
right,
maybe the camera will get you, but then and that's again where having a dash cam would come in handy. You could very easily take it to traffic court and be like, "This is what happened. This is the only reason why I ran that red light," and they would be like, "Oh, okay."
or some guy was about to rear end me. I saw that he was flying up behind me, was distracted, didn't see me stop, and I blew that red light to create a buffer so that he wouldn't rear end me. Things like that. There are a lot of reasons why you may have to break a law. You may have to break the letter of the law, but you'll still be fully within the spirit of the law that makes exceptions for things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I know there are people that are afraid to do so. That happens. We've been having an issue around here with construction zones where you'll have a sign that says reduced speed ahead, 40 miles per hour ahead, construction zone speed. But then there's no sign that delineates the beginning of the zone.
Oh, no.
So then my question would be, if I got a ticket, if a cop decided to pull me over for violating a construction speed zone, could I go to court and show the dash cam footage? Well, hey, they never posted a sign that shows where that zone actually begins. Like, it says 40 mile an hour zone ahead, but then there's no actual 40 mile an hour speed limit sign for the construction zone. And there's 2 construction zones near where I work that don't actually show you where that reduced speed begins and ends.
That sounds like a problem.
It is a problem.
And something that the city would be shooting themselves in the foot for.
So I don't even know where I'm supposed to slow down. It says reduce speed ahead or 40 mile an hour zone ahead, but I don't actually know where it starts, since they never put up a sign.
Ahead implies not right here,
right?
But somewhere in the future.
Yeah, I may have to
Where
feature.
Is it though?
Yeah, I may have to feature this in a video because it's really frustrating. It's like I don't know where it begins. I mean, I know there's cones here, but it doesn't actually say that it begins here because there's no sign to say where it begins.
Right. Cones themselves are more for just redirecting traffic, not
right.
being like, there's not like a green cone that's like pit lane speed limiter right here.
Exactly.
Did you, real quick, thinking of construction zones, did you see my clip from a couple videos ago of there was a construction zone on a residential arterial road where there's only one lane, normally 2 lanes that could go through. So they had the people with the signs, redirecting traffic through.
Yeah.
And somebody, I'm on the stop end, waiting for the guy to tell me to go. And up ahead, somebody literally parks their car in the 1 lane of construction lane traffic and starts just unloading their shit.
Oh, I've been watching your videos every time you post one. For some reason, that one doesn't ring a bell. I don't know how. I don't remember.
It's probably like 7 videos ago or so.
Oh, that's probably why I don't remember, because my short-term memory tends to fade pretty quickly. But wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
That one was just it was just hilarious. Like me and the construction guy are both looking at it and we just smile at each other.
Oh,
it was a funny moment. When you just like, what? Somebody go get them. What the hell?
Yeah, when you said that you and the construction guy sort of interacted regarding that incident, that kind of rang a bell a little bit. So I know I've seen it. I just that's crazy. I had a guy in front of me completely ignore the guy's stop sign. Wow. And then he flipped it to the slow side, like after he ran it. But you could tell the guy was frustrated. You could tell the flagger was frustrated. That was maybe, I don't know,
Go ahead.
that was maybe 4 or 5 videos ago. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I can imagine that your average construction sign guy has dealt with many situations like that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that reminds me of, oh boy, when I was in middle school, I used to ride my bike to school every morning, and there was a crossing guard. Oh, she was awesome. Oh, she was awesome. You couldn't get away with this nowadays. So this would have been, let's see here. This was middle school, so this was, I'm a little fuzzy, but this was the early 90s. I'm 43 years old, so whenever 7th and 8th grade was, how old was I? 13, 14 years old. And I used to ride my bike to school, and there was this crossing guard. She was kick-ass, and she did not take shit from anybody. And there were drivers that would run her stop sign, and she had this little audio recorder that she kept on her, and she would read out the license plates of cars that would violate her, that would run her stop sign.
That's amazing.
But that's not all. That's not all. She would yell at these guys, but that's not all. She would smack the cars with the bottom of her stop sign. She would, like pistol whipping. She would just whack the car that was blowing her stop sign with the because it was a heavy wooden handle on it, on her stop sign.
Yeah.
She would whack the fuck out of the car that was running the stop sign.
Yep.
That was
There's
so
no
awesome.
way that any of those people were unaware after that point.
Yeah. I wish body cams were a thing then, because if body cams were a thing, she would have worn a body cam, and she would have shown some really awesome videos of smacking these drivers, with the stop sign. I'll never forget her. She needs a gold medal for that. She needs a gold medal.
She's a Presidential Medal of Freedom for that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. And I do remember one instance, she had her sign out, and she was letting the kids cross, and some person blew her stop sign and clipped the kid with her car. Now, fortunately, it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt the kid. It just kind of spun the kid around. It spun the kid around, and the kid was very shaken up, rightfully so.
Yeah.
But oh my God, that could have been quite a disaster there.
Yeah, jeez.
But that was crazy.
Scary.
Yeah. I have to take a 1-minute break. I have to pee because I drank all that whiskey. So I have to take.
That works for me. I might pour myself a whiskey on that.
Pour yourself some whiskey, and if you get back before me, feel free to engage the sidebar chat.
I'll take over for you.
Yeah, talk to the peeps. Talk to the peeps. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, 1 2-minute break.
All right.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. Didn't take me long to pour myself a whiskey. Real quick, I wanted to shout out a couple of my followers that I see in the chat here. Of course, Seattle Scofflaws. I knew you'd be here. You've been with me since day one of my channel. Yeah, we talk a lot. I appreciate you. I saw that car guy 07. I know of you. Thanks for joining. Guess who's back?
Here we go.
Back again.
We are
Guess
back.
who's back?
I'm back.
Tell a friend.
Oh,
I hate Diet Cola. 40 miles north of Seattle. Is that Bellingham area?
I think he
I don't know
is.
my distances.
Oh, I don't think he's quite that far. I'm trying to remember the name of the town that he's from. I watched his videos too. He
Everett,
posts about driving.
Marysville, but those are only about.
Yeah, I think
Marysville?
that's. Everett. He says. Ah, okay.
Oh, okay. Is it really 40 miles away? Wow.
Yeah, I think I've driven through there.
Yeah, I occasionally will drive a rideshare passenger up to there.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that's quite a ways.
It's quite a ways.
Yeah.
Oh man, one of my most memorable ones. I drove somebody from like Capitol Hill, Seattle, to North Marysville, and this was back. I think it was back in like March or April of this year. So, I was chatting with him. I was kind of like, why are you paying for a rideshare this far away? Like, surely there's a bus there or something. But he was like, I'm getting my my COVID booster shot, and that was like right when they became available for everyone. So they were like immediately booked out, and he was like, yeah, this is the closest one that I could find within, several weeks. So
yeah.
But being that far out, I told him, I was like, so, okay, you're going to go in, get a shot, and they make you wait like 15 minutes and you're going to be heading back. Right.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to hang out. I'm going to grab some Taco Bell across the street real quick, and I'm going to be in the parking lot, and I'll log back in and get you a ride home. And it worked out.
Real quick, just going to interject quickly. Driving in the DCBA area is asking, what editing software do you use? I use Sony Vegas. What do you use, Seattle?
I use Shotcut.
Shotcut. I think I've heard of it. Yeah.
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 I've used Shotcut since day one. I'm curious, like, how other. Yeah, I'm always curious what other editing software other YouTubers use.
Are you Apple based or PC?
I'm PC based.
Yeah, so am I. Yeah, I mean that's what I grew up with, so that's all I know. So Sony Vegas is, I think, just PC based, and I think for Apple, something Cut Pro. I can't remember the name of their program. That's real common with Apple. Some Movie Cut Pro or something, I guess, is
something other than iMovie.
Something other than iMovie, yeah.
iMovie, as far as I know, is like the real basic.
Yeah, that's a real basic. It's sort of like Windows. It's sort of like Windows Movie Maker, probably the equivalent of Windows Movie Maker.
Yep.
So you work as a rideshare driver. What? Oh my gosh! Do you deal with a lot of drunk passengers?
Not nearly as many as I used to. And here's why. It's because I am now based in Seattle versus based in Bloomington. Bloomington in Indiana being a college town, it's a Big Ten school. It's a big party school. The best times to go make money were pretty much every evening, because people are out partying every day of the week. I dealt with literally 95 to 99% of my passengers were all students, and other than the random day where I'm actually driving during the day, then it would be taking kids to class or some other random people doing errands. To now that I drive in Seattle, I mainly drive during the day, so it's very rare to encounter somebody who's wasted during the day. I can't say it hasn't happened, but
What is your worst passenger experience?
Oh, this is a question I get a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Yep. um, I have two different stories. I'll try to put them in pretty quickly. The worst one that I've had happened only a few months ago. I was sexually harassed
Ah.
for and it was like a 40-minute trip.
Oh my
So,
God.
and it started like 3 minutes into it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It was a situation where like at first it was kind of like, oh, okay, we're just making jokes, whatever. It's from a guy. And he was like, "Do you want a blowjob?" And I'm like, haha, okay. I'm like, no, I'm flattered, but I'm fine.
All
But
right.
then he kept asking, and he
Oh my
kept
gosh.
asking, and I'm like, no.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh
It
dear.
reached the point where like I grew eyeballs on the back of my head because he like had a backpack too, and I was like, I don't know if this guy's like gonna get angry at me or something. Like,
Yeah.
is he gonna reach in his backpack and pull out a weapon? I mean, he also had face tattoos, and it wasn't his account that he was using. It was
Oh my
literally like
gosh.
some good Samaritan like bought him a ride from Seattle to like
Oh, I
East
see.
Bellevue. So I had no way of even like reporting him.
Oh geez.
Yeah, I didn't even know the guy's name or anything.
You
So
probably had no way of preventing such a ride because you wouldn't have known.
exactly.
Oh, that
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah, it was weird, but I came out of it okay. Thankfully it didn't go anywhere where
Well, I
my
noticed
my brain was anticipating it could go.
I noticed you have an interior facing camera, so that's good because I mean that's great for a great asset to have for rideshare
Yes.
driving. You
Yeah.
know, so
That was also a big reason why I got a dash cam in the first
hmm
place.
hmm
Yeah.
Have you dealt with any violent passengers?
Thankfully, no.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I a lot of times my rideshare passengers they love asking me for stories and such, especially when I tell them I've been doing it for so long. Like I always feel like I'm kind of disappointing people because of like I haven't had anything to the degree of what you see on the rideshare dash cam channels that actually showcase like, oh, look at these asshole passengers, look what they did. I'm like,
Right.
no, somehow just all the people I've had have been, other than a few cases here and there, have been just fine.
How about belligerent passengers? Passengers that are just so
uh,
disagreeable and abrasive.
this is exactly what my second story was going to be.
Ah.
uh, they weren't in any way a danger to me. I never felt that way, but so this was back at IU in my hometown, and I pick up these three college age kids, and I immediately noticed that something is a little off because one of them is acting like a literal monkey.
Yeah.
I like a happy belligerent monkey nonetheless. So I was
Right.
kind of like, okay, this is fun. What's going on? And like he was clearly like on something,
Yeah.
uh, on some uppers for the first time or something. He was sitting in the back passenger seat, and he was just kind of like hopping up and down, really
Yeah.
excited. And he's like kind of grabbing my front seat and like kind of just kind of shake it, not super hard, but just like kind of shake it. And
Jeez.
yeah, I'm just kind of like what. And I usually have like a charge cable available for passengers that kind of loops into the back seat, and he was like putting it in his mouth and like drooling all over it like a dog.
Oh
I'm like, what
God.
is? I'm like, okay, but
Yeah.
it wasn't a very long trip, so I'm just kind of like, I'll just until he damages something, I'll just deal with it and just kind of
Yeah.
laugh at it, burn this into my brain, and save it for a story for later. Yeah, take him to the zoo.
Yeah.
If only the zoo was pretty close by. But then here's where things got a little weird.
Yeah.
So this was early in the days of rideshare, before like on the app you could make multiple stops.
Right.
So what would happen, and this would happen somewhat frequently. People would go, you would take them to their destination, but before we would stop, they would say, hey, I need to go back to where I came from. Like, you're a cool driver, like you want to just hang, I'll only be a minute, I just need to run to the store, run into my friend's house, whatever. So I was like, okay, whatever, it's a slow day, I'll wait. Oh, they need to run inside, grab something, go back, that's fine. And two of the three, they left Monkey Man behind. They went to an apartment. I waited about 10 minutes, then they came back, and up to that point they had been pretty friendly and chatty. But then at that point, the whole trip back to their original location, they were very quiet, and just kind of a little shady. And I was like, did I just do a drug deal with these people?
Oh.
I'm very sure I just did.
Right.
Knowing personally a little bit about how drug sales happen in a state like Indiana, I could sense what was up. So I didn't maliciously report them, but I did write to Uber. I was like, so here's what happened, and they called me. Still to this day, this is the only case where the rideshare company like actually called me on the phone and was like, tell us what happened. So apparently Uber took using their drivers to transport drugs very seriously.
Yeah.
More seriously than I was taking at the moment. But I'm like, I mean, I would do the same today. I would do so more today because, I was only like 25 at the time, much more like, yeah, let's do whatever. I don't care.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I'm going to give a quick shout out to the whiskey that I'm drinking. I should feel like I should give them a plug since I'm drinking it on the show.
Well, yeah.
I'm actually drinking a holiday whiskey. It's something we were given. We've got connections with people, and one of them has wineries, and they also have branched out into hard liquors. But this is a Bad Sweater brown sugar and holiday spice flavored whiskey. So I'm drinking like a Thanksgiving Christmas whiskey. I know it's a little late or early in the year, whichever way you want to frame it.
But you know what? Who cares?
Who cares? Exactly. I mean, hell, they've got Christmas movies on Hallmark right now, and it's a good way to distract myself from the heat that I don't like.
There you go.
And this is produced and bottled by Savage and Cook, Vallejo, California. This is good stuff. If they carry it in your grocery stores, I suggest picking this up. If you are of legal drinking age, Bad Sweater. It's called Bad Sweater because we all know the memes around the holidays where people wear ugly sweaters, and it's become a meme. So they have what's the word I'm looking for? They've kind of built on that meme by selling this whiskey called Bad Sweater, and they actually sell it in the stores with a sweater on the bottle. Yeah, an ugly sweater on the bottle that goes with the meme. It's really funny. I love it. And it's brown sugar and holiday spice, and I almost
feel like I've definitely seen that on shelves. I don't know if it's that particular one, but I've definitely seen at least somebody.
Hey, well, if you do see it, see if it's Savage and Cook. Produced and bottled in Vallejo, California. And Vallejo, by the way, is a city about 10, 12 miles south of Napa, where we live, in the San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah. Have you ever been down to the Bay Area?
I have not.
Oh.
Surprisingly, I've lived in Seattle for about almost 5 years, and the only part still in my lifetime, the only parts of California I've been through are like the very east end, like through Yosemite, and then on our way up to like Crater Lake, Oregon. So whatever route that is.
So maybe Highway 99 or something.
Yeah. I wasn't driving at the time. That was a family road trip a few years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you ever come to
beautiful area, but
if you ever come to the Bay Area, give me a just let me know, and we'd be happy to show you around the Napa Valley.
I would love that.
Yeah. Do you like wine?
I'm a big wine nerd, actually.
You are.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd love it here. You'd love it here.
I've worked before I kind of moved to doing ride shares, my full-time thing. I worked in restaurants.
Yeah. Well, we are known for, I'd say in the Napa Valley, we are most known for our Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, and Chardonnays.
Yep.
Those are probably the three biggest varietals that we're known for here in the Napa Valley. We've got kick-ass red wines, especially the cabs. The Cabernets are, we've got a.
I see somebody we need to block.
You see what I'm talking about here? Oh yeah, they need to be blocked. We've got some. I could put them in timeout, but that won't do any good. We'll just block them all together. Yeah, the what is it? Nude HD XYZ best adult dating site.
That looks legit.
Blocked it. Blocked. But yeah, I think we're most known for our Cabernet Sauvignon.
Absolutely.
Wines. Stag's Leap Cellars, that's a big one.
Ooh, yeah.
Stag's Leap Winery. You probably have that in the grocery stores. I mean, I'm naming some of the places that, Visa Tui. Oh, they're probably in every grocery store in the country. Visa Tui, which I don't really care for the tasting experience at that winery. Their wines are good. These are some names that you'll see in the grocery stores. Behringer is a big one.
Yep.
You've probably you've heard of Behringer.
That.
Yeah, Behringer's only about a mile north of where I work.
Wow.
Yeah, they're right here in our backyard, basically. Yep. Behringer.
We have a lot of wine here in Washington, but it's a drive away.
Yeah.
It's not in our backyard.
And they're grape varietals that do well in the climate that you're in there, the cooler climate.
Very different.
Probably not going to have very many cabs up there, but there's some really good white wines too that I've grown to love. Like I didn't used to like Sauvignon Blanc. I didn't used to like that.
That's my favorite white wine.
I used to think it was far too acidic tasting, but now I've actually grown to love it.
It is very acidic.
But once you just need to taste a few of them, and you're going to find one that you're going to like. In Chardonnay, a little different, very buttery.
Quite different.
Very buttery, and I didn't care for that too much. I still think I like Sauvignon Blanc more than I like Chardonnay. I don't know. What about you?
With white wine, I'm definitely the same way. I very much prefer the sharp, crisper,
yes, the sharp, crisper.
Your green apples, your citrusy, more acidic flavors of Sauvignon Blanc and things like that over Chardonnay. I gotta admit, the wine names and regions don't come to mind as well as they used to.
No, that's all right.
I'm not as immersed in it as I was when I was manager of an Italian restaurant and I was ordering wines and tasting wines with the distributors.
Yeah. What about red wines? Are you much of a fan of reds?
Oh, I'm primarily a red wine fan.
Oh, same here. I like reds more than I like whites. What's your favorite varietal of red?
If I could walk into the store and buy anything to go with dinner, it would definitely be Valpolicella Ripasso.
Oh, I've never heard of that one.
Northern Italy.
Ah.
The Veneto Tre Veneto region.
What would be your favorite California varietal?
When I do California, I generally go for Napa or Sonoma, Cabernet, maybe a Merlot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cabernet. When I was younger, I used to just kind of have a disdain for Merlot. I would always try to. I think it's part taste buds, part ego of a young person. But I was always like, I want the boldest ones you have. So I was drinking like really bold Australian Shirazes and the California Cabernets. But now it's like, oh no, I appreciate the softer, more elegant version that is Merlot.
Yeah, Merlot's pretty soft and elegant. Cabernet, especially Cabernet Sauvignon, is heavier, a little more in your face kind of wine, kind of red wine.
It's usually packs a punch. Yeah, not every one of them.
Punch. Oh yeah, it definitely packs a punch. It's not for everybody, although a lot of people do seem to like it. And now we don't do a ton of Zinfandel. Well, we do some Zinfandel here. I think Cab is the bigger one, though, in where we are anyway.
Yeah, most California's Zinfandel I see is more like Lodi.
Yeah,
I think it's
Central
a little more
Valley.
North. Huh? Is that a little bit more north?
Oh, Lodi is actually east southeast of where we are.
Okay.
So they're in the Central Valley where the summers are pretty hot. The winters are the winters are about the same as they are here. They just get a little less rain. But for some reason, the Zinfandels do better in the Central Valley than they do in the Bay Area.
Yep.
So yeah, each grape varietal has its specific likes with climate. In microclimates too. We have a lot of microclimates.
Oh yeah.
It gets complicated.
And that's one of the most fascinating things about wine is like studying it is just an endless rabbit hole of this grape variety tastes like this when it's from here versus from here 20 miles away, or even down. I mean, forget the soil. Like soil makes all the difference in the world, but even even like tiny details about like the angle of the hill and like what direction it's facing and such, like that's what the winemakers have to are accounting for.
Yeah. So now we're kind of getting into geology, which I think is a branch of science that I really should have gotten into, because I'm finding that's kind of a calling of mine that I missed. We in California have what's called serpentine belts, like geology, soil types, that we have around here.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of serpentine soils, which is responsible for the asbestos that was mined back in the day that they've now banned from all building products, anything built after, a certain time. Although I think they still use asbestos in brake linings. But California is known for serpentine, which is a very unusual soil type. It's you're dealing with minerals that come from the Earth's mantle that are very harsh and very high in magnesium and other in some minerals, toxic to most plants. But there's grape varietals that'll thrive on pretty much, certain varietals that do better in other soil types than others. Napa Valley has mostly volcanic soil types that the Cabernets seem to really love.
Yep.
And then sort of in the outskirts, we have serpentine soils that probably are toxic to most grape varietals, but there are some grape varietals that do fine with that, where you're going to get an unusual. So it forces I'm kind of Googling this right now because there's Blue Rock Vineyards, which I see why they named it Blue Rock Vineyards, because serpentine soil is usually blue or green. It's really pretty. The rocks that come out of that are beautiful. Probably won't see rocks that beautiful. They make jewelry out of that stuff.
That's not something you see every day.
Serpentinite. It's mantle rocks that were thrust up to the surface of, you don't see those kind of rocks at the surface very often. So they're very unusual types of rocks, and they tend to be bluish green with white veining in them.
Ooh.
And so Blue Rock Estate, I guess, was built on serpentinite soils. And they've got a certain grape varietals that seems to do well on that. So, geology kind of overlaps with there's a
viticulture.
Viticulture, thank you.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of the word. Like again, the whiskey's getting in the way of finding my words.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's why you're here. You're here to help me with that. You're to assist me with that. Yeah, but I think we're most known for our andesite soils here, because even with volcanic rocks, you have a whole bunch of different chemistries when it comes to the soil and rock types.
Oh yeah.
Like when I go hiking, ever since I started studying geology on my hikes, I'm always like noticing the rocks that I'm hiking, next to. Slows me down sometimes because I'm like, oh, I wonder what type of volcanic process was behind this rock type that I'm hiking past.
Yeah, let's do some investigating.
Yeah, these shiny black volcanic rocks, or these really deep red rocks with these white crystals in them. That's really fascinating stuff, because you can learn a lot about, the very turbulent history of Earth with its tectonic, kind of violent tectonic history.
Oh yeah, that's geology, earth science, and astrophysics is probably what I spend the most other time watching on YouTube than dashcam footage.
Yeah. Did you say geology?
Yeah, just general earth science stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know much. I think it sounds like you. It's an interest that I kind of developed later on. So I would love to have told my younger self, like, hey, maybe study that instead of political science.
Yeah.
Something you're not going to use. And
I'm not normally the type of person to collect things, but I actually started a rock collection as soon as I started studying geology.
Nice.
I've got a whole shelf of serpentinite rocks. I'm starting a collection of volcanic rocks that are absolutely beautiful. I mean,
they're
once
minerals,
you really,
Marie, minerals.
Yeah, mineralogy, petrology, which I think petrology.
Sorry, that was a Breaking Bad.
Thing
I had to throw in there.
Right. Yeah, it's quite intense. I mean, it's not an easy thing to learn, especially when you get into the chemistry of rocks.
Oh yeah,
very complicated. I mean, there's been a lot of mixing. I mean, since the Earth was formed, there's just so much mixing going on that it blurs the lines between rock types.
Yep.
You can't always know what you're looking at exactly. You almost have to do spectra. Oh God, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's spectroanalysis, where they basically shine a light on the rock, and what's reflected back, they're able to distinguish what types of minerals are on the rocks, what percentage, because certain rock types are defined by what percentage of minerals they have in them.
Mm-hmm.
So balance of minerals, certain peridiotites, you can't tell what they are unless you do spectroanalysis on them. Again, talking about mantle rocks here, which might bore some of our viewers to tears, but fascinates me anyway.
I love it. Well, we definitely, I'm sure mantle type rocks probably dominate the western parts of North America, since our mountains here are so jagged because they're relatively new.
Well, so we have a unique geology on the West Coast. You know, the ophiolites. The ophiolites are masses of earth that were previously ocean basins that were thrust up to the surface of the earth where we can see them.
Yep.
And so we do have a lot of mantle rock geology on the West Coast, stretching from Southern California up to British Columbia. And there are places where you can see some fairly raw mantle rocks that are unstable at the surface of the earth. So they react with conditions at the surface to where they're not, you know. So mantle rocks are usually bright green, and then they weather very quickly once they reach the surface of the earth, and they turn kind of a dull, rusty orange usually.
Mm-hmm. Is that like magnesium in them?
No, that's the iron content. They're
iron. Okay.
They are ultramafic rocks that are very high in iron, and the iron reacts with reacts with water and oxygen, and it basically rusts. But I found some really bright green rocks on one of my hikes because I hike a lot, and it was in a zone, an ophiolite zone. I know I'm probably boring some of you guys to tears, but it's fascinating to me anyway. And it had garnet crystals in it. I'm like, yeah, this is definitely mantle rock. This is more raw mantle rock that hasn't weathered yet. So I took some home. It's pretty fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Midwest Dashcam.
Ah, hello.
I recognize you.
Yeah.
I do see some topics over here about turn signals.
Yes.
That's very interesting.
Blinker fluid. People are running low on blinker fluid around here because they never use turn signals.
That people's relative use of turn signals is something that I've gotten so many different answers on, about different people's different experiences in different places.
Yeah.
I remember I saw a TikTok months and months ago from I don't know this person, but I just happened to see it. Somebody said they moved to Seattle from the South. So I think they said like Georgia or somewhere. And the kind of like joke of the video was they were happy crying because we use our turn signals here.
Yeah.
But if you ask, but I've also had plenty of people who live here and are like, oh, nobody uses their turn signal. And I'm like, I feel like people are actually pretty good. They're not perfect by any means, but
all right. So they're better about turn signals where you are?
I feel like I personally haven't spent enough time in enough places to really have a good feel for how we do relatively, but it's not compared to all the other things that bug me and I complain about. It's not a very common thing.
Yeah. And Nathan Huxley here is saying the red turn signal is not too visible. Would you agree? And I've been saying that for years. It is.
Yes.
It's not. When it's integrated with the brake lights, it is not easy to see. I have been saying for years as well that I believe that turn signals should be green. And I'll tell you why I say green. Green is the complete opposite color of red.
Mm-hmm.
It is you can't get more color contrasty than green and red. They are opposite colors on the color wheel. You notice green.
Do we use them somewhere else on the road? I can't remember.
What's that?
Do we use red and green somewhere else on the road? I don't
know. Fantastic. Yes, we use them for stop and go.
Oh.
And that, I never really thought about that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure if they chose red and green for stoplights.
No, they were used for trains well before traffic.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it actually used to be. Real quick, hi Ben Dashcam, I see you. I remember. I don't know where I learned this from, but I remember. I think I learned this when I was like 8 or something. Random, slightly useful information. Back during when trains became commonly used, and like we actually developed like a train ecosystem.
Right.
They used. I might have this backwards, but white light meant go,
Oh, okay.
and green. No, I think red meant stop. Red was always stop, but white used to be go. Yeah, it was that because, but a couple they changed it to green because, especially back then before LEDs or colored bulbs.
Yeah.
The only way to change the color of the light was to put colored glass in front of a white light. So if a red light, if the glass fell off or broke or something and somebody didn't notice, well, then the train operator sees a white light and tells them to go when it's actually stop. So accidents were happening. So they're like, okay, we need to actually make that a different color.
Well, and it's interesting too because red and green are also used in boating and aviation as
left and right.
It's to distinguish between port side and
Starboard.
Starboard. Thank you. Yeah. See, it's the whiskey once again is playing with my brain here. But yeah, port side and starboard. It's the same principle on ships used on aircraft, so that pilots, if they see something with a steady burning red light, they'll know that the plane that they're seeing is moving from right to left. If they're seeing a green light, they're moving from left to right. I think I have that right. Because green would be on the right side of the ship or aircraft. Red would be port side on the left wing of the aircraft or the left side of the ship. Also, so that if an aircraft or ship is coming toward you, you would know based on which side the green light and red light are on.
Yeah, they and they're demarcated in that way that red is on one side and green is on the other to determine right of way.
Exactly. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. And that is the standard in aviation as well. I believe those are called the navigation lights when it comes to aircraft. Then, of course, you have other standard lighting on aircraft, the strobes, the red strobes above and below. You have the white strobes on the wingtips as well, but on the backside of the wingtips. And those are usually activated during takeoff and landing. And then what would be equivalent to the headlights on aircraft are also activated during takeoff and landing. It would be the taxi lights and I forget what they call the other ones. It's been a while.
I have no idea.
Yeah. I have to take another quick bathroom break.
My brother-in-law would know, but he's
yeah.
Right.
I will be right back. Another bathroom break.
All right.
Okay.
Ooh, great question that Car Guy won. We'll put a pin in that for when Napa comes back. Yeah, I love this discussion. That came up in the comments about American brake lights and how unregulated they are. Maybe I'm adding a little bit to the commentary there, but I'm trying to remember what there's a channel that did a video about that exact thing, about how stupid American car manufacturers design their turn signals, brake lights. They're utilized with the same lights, some cars utilize orange or amber turn signals / hazard lights, whereas others just use a blinking brake light. I hate that. I hate the red shared brake lights / turn signal lights. In the right light conditions, sometimes you honestly can't see them. Even if you're looking out, even if you're paying attention on the road and you're watching for people to use their turn signals, like it's like, oh wow, I could barely see that.
All right.
Who is that I'm talking about driving in the DCBA area? I know I've used their video, a clip of their video in one of mine. Also, Napa's back. Hi.
DCBA. Yeah, what does that stand for?
Technology Connections. Yes, that is who it was. Napa. I was just talking about kind of continuing on with what our chat was talking about with shared brake lights, turn signal lights, and how dumb it is.
Yeah.
We should have better. Like in Europe, it's much more regulated. It's like, no, turn signal lights are amber or orange.
Yeah.
Red lights are brake lights. There's no overlap.
Right. Yeah, there's got to be better color contrast than the ones that share, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. We know car manufacturers can do it, but of course they're going to take shortcuts if they're not made to. So
yeah,
I don't know. I know it's more common than just this car manufacturer, but one that I think Volkswagens are the ones that most American Volkswagens have the shared turn signal brake light, and something about on their taillights. Something about the way that they're designed. They're in the right light conditions. They are very hard to see.
Yeah.
I've noticed it in particular on like Volkswagen sedans, and I'm like, why is that okay? I'm paying attention, but I could barely see that turn signal.
You would think engineers would have thought that through better. I mean, it's just I don't know. I'm at a loss with that one. For sure.
Yeah, DCBA, you're right. That is exactly the video I was thinking of. The creator.
S'mores is asking, curious as to what part of Napa you're from. Do you mean Napa County? Because Napa itself is not that big. It's maybe 3 miles across. So if I'm from like one particular neighborhood, wouldn't be much helpful. And then S'mores also asks, I think I know a few friends that have been featured in your videos. Uh-oh. As subjects of the video or as ones that have submitted clips to us?
That's an important distinction.
That's an important distinction there.
I've had countless rideshare passengers get in the car and they see my YouTube sign in my backseat, and sometimes it's good advertising, but sometimes their immediate response is like, "Oh, I hope I haven't been in your videos."
Oh, geez. So they've seen your videos.
Sometimes
they have.
I have had a few people who get in the car, see my sign, and they're like, "Oh my God, I've seen some of your videos." But so far, that's only been a few.
And hopefully they're on your side, right?
Huh?
Hopefully they're on your side.
So far, yeah. I've yet to meet anybody who gets in my car and is like, "Oh my God, you're the asshole who did this or that."
Yeah. Well, S'mores is saying subject. His friends have been the subject, and he's seen his. Well, again, here I go, assuming gender again. Wow. Seen my car a ton in your videos, but never featured myself. Fortunately. Well, that's good, but not good that your friends have been featured in our videos. I'm sorry.
They just mean their car has been
in the background.
In shot, yeah.
Yeah, just in the background, yeah. Wow, I didn't know we were capturing someone over and over again. Well, I guess that's kind of cool. I mean, if they're not the subject of the video, they're cars in the background. I would be kind of like, oh, that's cool that my car kept being in the background of, this person's YouTube
I
videos.
would think that's cool. As
But
long as I'm not the subject of someone's rage.
right, but their friends have been the subject. Been a super long time lurker. Okay, now, okay, so this kind of begs the question here. Been a super long time lurker. Does that mean you know what kind of car we drive, and when you see it, you follow us around a little bit?
Reaper.
Uh-oh. I'm just kind of curious here. I've got to ask. Or do you just... okay, I got to ask some more. Do you happen to know which car we're driving? Like, do you know it when you see it? That's us? Nah. Okay. But yeah. Or just lurking. What's the word I'm looking for here? Just kind of, it just happens to be lurking, not purposefully lurking.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they mean.
Yeah, just driving in the same area.
Because I don't know how anybody would know.
That's gotta happen.
Well, I would have. It would be hard for somebody to know what we're driving because our cameras are so discreet that they're not really visible from the outside. So you wouldn't really know, if you see a red car, what it is, that it was us. I was a freshman in high school, no clue. I meant, I see what you're saying. Lurking in the channel. Gotcha. Starting to worry there for a second. I'm like,
channel lurking is encouraged.
God, do I have stalkers already? No. Yeah.
I have worried about that in the back of my mind, but
yeah,
they're thus far, and I'm encouraged by the experiences of people with much larger channels than I do, that nothing really has ever come of it. Because especially for me, because like I, as a rideshare driver, a lot of my subs are people that I have driven in real life.
Yeah.
Like that's how they find out about my channel, is I drive them and they see my sign and I tell them about my channel. They subscribe and watch the videos.
Yeah.
But thus far, every one of those has been in good faith. No one has been like, oh, their name is bleep.
Right. That's good.
Their license plate number is bleep.
And J-Whirl is true. Napa never tells us about the mystery mobile. Yeah, I just gotta stay on the down low about that one. I would love to do a car review, because our new car, well, I mean, it's almost 2 years old now, but it still is new, and by some measures, it's 20,000.
It appears to be a red car. Follow the red car.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Well, that narrows it down.
Exactly. Half the cars are red nowadays, but it is fun to drive. I mean, it's probably the funnest car I've ever owned. Handles really well. It's got plenty of power. No complaint. It gets great gas mileage too, considering the amount of power it has. You don't usually get that, but when you have a high compression engine, you're able to get more power at good mileage. You're able to preserve your fuel efficiency and still crank out a great amount of power out of the engine. But it is a lot of fun. It turns heads too. And that's only one reason why we bought it. We bought it because it's reliable. You don't want to buy anything that's going to be in the shop more than it's going to be driven, or even in the shop. I
know about that.
Yeah,
that was my first car.
I used to drive Chevys, and they were quite unreliable. They were always in the shop, always broken, and nope, not doing Chevys anymore. But it was reliable, and it is a beautiful car. It does turn heads, so we're happy with it.
My first car that I owned, so not the first car that I drove, because in high school and for a few years into college, I drove some family cars, but they weren't under my name. They were just essentially mine to use. But the first car that I bought myself was a 2008 Pontiac G6. And
oh yeah.
it was a decent car. It was fun to drive.
I'm sorry, what year again?
2008.
2008. Let me just.
Turned out to be a terrible year.
Oh no, it was in the shop.
What was happening in GM around 2007, 2008?
Yeah.
But yeah, when I bought it, it only had like 50,000 miles on it or so. But by the time it hit like 90, 100,000 miles, then suddenly just everything broke on it.
Okay, but what engine did you have? Because there's 4 different engines that you could choose from. You could get
I had a 4-cylinder.
Oh, you had the 2.4 liter 4. Okay.
Yeah. It was a small one. The smaller, it wasn't the V6, but it's still a fun car to drive.
It was still fun. Yeah, it had enough pep to it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until the exhaust systems and fuel injection systems and all that broke down, and then it had no power and it was guzzling gas.
Yeah, they did not have good gas mileage. That's
even on the best of days.
Yeah, the GM. Oh my God, I drove. Let's see. One of my old cars was a 1991 Chevy Lumina, and it was. Oh, I should do a screen share or something of a picture of one, but it had this just this butt ugly bright red interior, white exterior, and it was a 3.1 liter V6. Okay, it was fun. Back then, 155 horsepower for how much did the car weigh? 3,000 pounds, I think is what it weighed. 155 horsepower was respectable, and it was a V6. Back then it seemed like it had a ton of pep, but it was only like a 3-speed automatic transmission, which is nothing. Yeah, only 3-speed transmission. So it's like, yeah, you had 3 gears, slow, fast, and kind of fast.
It's like a shitty bike.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now.
Pretty much. But the cherry on top was that it spent half of its life in the shop. Always something wrong with it. Something wrong with it. And I'm like, no more Chevy after that. I'm done with GM products after that.
Yeah,
can't do it. So, but
I have an extended family member that they run a family car dealership, pretty big one, but they sell GM cars.
Yeah.
So they've joked with me several times, like, "Oh, you drive a Honda," but if I still lived in the same town, I feel like the family pressure to drive one of their vehicles would be much greater.
Yeah.
To that, I would say, how about some family perks here?
Yeah,
that could convince me.
Yeah. When I worked as a limo driver, I used to drive Lincoln Town cars all the time. Obviously, I used to drive, the sedan version, or I drive the stretched limo version. And the 0 to 60 times, I'm sure, on the Lincoln Town cars, which share the same platform as the Ford Crown Victoria, aren't great. You could probably the 0 to 60 on those are maybe 9 seconds, because they're very heavy cars. They're a V8 and they do crank out a lot of power, but they're very heavy.
Yes.
So you got that. But they were just so smooth. I just so much enjoyed the big V8 cars. The very refined. It was very refined. And I'd say the Ford of the years that I drove were pretty reliable. Those were fairly reliable. Though I don't think anything could ever top Toyota and Honda back then, at least, with reliability. They always held the lead with reliability, Toyota and Honda.
Yeah, so much of this comes down to what time frame we're talking about. Because
frame. Oh, now Hondas have gone down in reliability in recent years. So now the Honda doesn't hold top place anymore.
Oh,
yeah, just in the last.
What does now?
3 or 4 years. So now it's Mazda and Toyota.
Ah.
Those are the two that are now holding the top, Mazda and Toyota. But Toyota's always held that top.
Yeah.
You know, so if you're a
I feel like
luxury
they work hard at that.
They do. They really do.
They really want that.
They do. They do.
Mm-hmm. They back that up with having probably, I don't know the stats on it, but Toyotas occupy a large percentage of cars on the road.
Oh, the Camry especially.
Camrys, Corollas,
Priuses. Yep. I see a lot of Camrys and Corollas out there. Yeah. I see a lot of Mazda CX-5s too. A ton of Mazda CX-5s.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing a lot of those for crossover cars.
And they're great cars. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Not everybody's a fan of Toyotas. You know, it depends. Everybody has a reason for that. Some think, well, it's so ubiquitous, you know, it's so common everywhere that it's boring because everybody's got one, yada yada yada. But I'm
kind of that way. Not gonna lie.
I understand that. I totally understand that. But boy, are they reliable.
Can I share my biggest qualm with Toyota?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please, Napa, you and everyone in the comments, back me up or challenge me on this.
Sure.
But I have noticed in my many thousands of miles of driving, especially up here in the Pacific Northwest, where for half the year it's dark for more than half the day.
Yeah.
Of all the cars that I see driving around without headlights on, about literally 7 in 10 of them are Toyotas.
That surprises me because Toyota,
like, not even daytime lights, just no lights.
Yeah, it surprises me because they've been known for their daytime running lights. Like, their headlights should always be activated. That's interesting. I didn't know that. But
I don't know what it is, but it seems to be pretty much every different model of Toyota. It's definitely Priuses because they're mainly electric.
Are they newer models? Maybe
it includes newer models.
Wow,
it's actually, I would say it's primarily newer models.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't notice. I didn't know that. Huh.
Yeah. See, like I drive a Honda, and pretty much all Hondas that I see on the road of all different different ages have at least daytime running lights.
What year Toyota? Excuse me. What year Honda do you have?
18.
Oh, okay. What is it? The Civic?
Yeah, I have a Civic.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gosh, I don't even remember which Hondas. So Consumer Reports had indicated that the more recent models weren't as reliable, like they've gone down in reliability, which surprised me. I don't know why. I'm not sure.
Me.
I'm not sure,
I don't
because
really
they've
read
always
up on
been
these things, but
they've always been the top. They've always been like among the top in reliability.
Yeah.
Always. Like, it's historically been the case for Honda. Honda was always the go-to.
Yeah.
Honda or Toyota for reliability.
For me, one of the biggest, probably the biggest thing that sold me on when I was buying my car to get a Honda was at least the dealership that I got it from was lifetime warranty.
Yeah. How many miles do you have on yours now?
Somewhere roughly 60,000.
Yeah. Have you had pretty good luck with it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A few random things have just like suddenly broken, but pretty much everything is covered under warranty. Other than that, just pretty standard wear and tear.
My dad's got a 2000 and he has a 2006 Honda Civic. God, that thing's got to have well over 200,000 miles on it by now, and he's never had any problems with it.
Wow.
My mom has a Toyota Corolla with close to 300,000 miles on it. And the only thing that's ever gone wrong on it... and by the way, her Corolla is a 1993 Corolla.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's got close to either close or more than 300,000 miles, and the only thing that's had to be replaced on that was the alternator. And I think everything else is solid on it. Now I'm telling you,
amount of distance, that is far from the most expensive part that would need replacing. So
oh, I know. Japanese engineering. I mean, I've always rooted for Japanese engineering. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Hyundai used to be bad in terms of international brands. Well, German manufacturers aren't known for reliability. Korean, engineering wasn't always great, and now they've come up.
Yeah.
Hyundai's come up quite a bit.
They seem to be like a decade or two behind Japan.
Oh shoot! I don't know how I accidentally featured that spammers. It was up there. I'm like, oh my god! I thought it was like banning them, and somehow I posted them up, pinned them on the screen. But yeah, Hyundai's really come up from what I understand.
I've definitely noticed the Korean brands that they've certainly put a lot into redesigning their bodies to make them look flashier.
Oh, and they're doing a great job of that. Like they are
much more eye-catching. I remember in like 2017, 2018 when I was car shopping, like at first before I ended up buying a new car, I was more thinking I was going to buy used cars. So I was looking at cars in from 2010 to 2015s.
Yeah.
And I almost immediately turned myself off for Kias or Hondas because they were so boring.
Yeah, and now look where they are.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's flashy.
I wouldn't mind owning a Hyundai Genesis. I mean, they're expensive still, but they're not as expensive as, say, their equivalent, a BMW or Mercedes. And they've got a long warranty period, but I've heard that their warranty is a bit of a misleading thing.
No way. They would never do that.
Yeah, but the Genesis is a beautiful looking car, and their specs are amazing on paper. Their horsepower and torque figures. And I've seen some reviews on them, and they're pretty incredible to drive. I think the Genesis, the largest engine they offer, I don't know if it's a V8, but they've got a pretty big twin turbo V6 that blows a lot of cars out of the water. But performance for me is not everything. I need reliability. I need the reliability.
Yeah. I'm always going to be the person that values that over flashiness or
yeah, I'm not really about being flashy.
Speed or power. Yeah.
But I mean, we got our car not to be flashy. It just happened to be that it was a beautiful car, and we really
same.
It was pretty. And
same.
We're like,
I went with the Civic because compared to the other ones, I was like, oh, this on the outside and the inside is pretty sexy.
Yeah, exactly.
For the cars that I could afford, I was like, this one looks the best, and it's the best deal. So
yeah, and the GV80 is pretty incredible. I saw the reviews on that one. It's awesome, but the mileage is not very good. So I have to balance that too. It's like, okay, how's the gas mileage? If I'm getting in the teens, miles per gallon, then I don't know about that. I don't know if it's worth all that extra power, to be getting really shitty gas mileage.
Yeah.
I like to be practical too. So I'm balancing the fun factor of a car, how sexy it looks, but I'm also considering how reliable it is and how
long-term cost.
Yeah, long-term cost and how well it is with gas mileage.
Yep.
Gas is going to be getting more expensive as refineries are shifting away from gasoline and toward renewable sources. And so we're signing, climate change bills here. We are moving more away from gasoline slowly, but the pace is picking up. Refineries
And California is setting standards for the rest of the country to follow.
Right. So gas is slowly becoming obsolete. With that comes higher gas prices. Yeah, with that comes higher gas prices. So do I want something?
I wish I could get $4.60 a gallon in upstate New York.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, exactly. We are a hair above 5 now in California. We're back down to that. Still high, but I don't want a gas guzzling engine, especially with gas prices. We know that the gas prices are going to keep going up. I mean, over in the long term, because refineries are not shifting their resources toward refining gasoline anymore. I've been reading articles about this. They're shifting more toward renewable sources. And a lot of refineries are aging. Some are breaking down, and they're not bringing them back online.
Yeah, I don't know anything about refineries or whatever goes into there, but it sounds expensive, and
it is. They're actually planning on shutting down 2 or 3 more major refineries this year. Or in 2023, excuse me, 2013. Wow, I really stepped back in time here. But you know what I mean? There are refineries that are going offline, that are planned to go offline, because there just isn't as much of a profit for the oil companies to keep producing gasoline. We're moving more toward electric vehicles, biodiesel, more renewable sources. And so, gasoline is not the wave of the future anymore. So that's something to think about if you're shopping for a new car. It's something
that's hanging on, but
it's hanging on, but it's going away. It's going away. Gas is going to get more expensive in the long term as more and more refineries shut down, because they don't really have incentive to refurbish their facilities. It costs a lot of money to refine gas, and those facilities are old and they're breaking down, and there just isn't much incentive for them to keep going, knowing that we are signing more climate change bills. California is doing an executive order that makes it illegal to sell gasoline powered cars beyond a certain year. I don't remember what the year is, but sometime in the future here, dealerships are not allowed to sell gasoline powered cars. I mean, I'm sure 2033. Legislate banning fossil fueled vehicles by 2033. Yeah.
Sounds right.
Even lawn equipment, even lawnmowers and weed eaters we're banning those too. Gasoline powered ones.
I almost never see or hear gas powered lawnmowers or weed eaters.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I mean, they still exist around, but
you're not seeing them as much.
Whenever I'm driving around, and I'm not paying a ton of attention to it, but when I do see somebody mowing their lawn, like it's obviously an electric one.
So the big question I have for electric power, this or that, is where is the power coming from? Because the big thing for me is if the electricity is coming from coal powered plants, then you're not really saving the environment, because you're just deferring the pollution to another part of the country where the coal power plants are. If the electricity is coming from renewable sources, say solar, water, or wind, hey, I'm fully behind that.
Yeah. I think the reality is probably it depends on where you're at, where your locality gets your electric source from. And most places are going to be some sort of blend.
And Bad Drivers of Ohio brings up a good point. California's power grid can't handle a heat wave, and that is true. They have to do rolling blackouts anytime we have a heat wave because so many people are running their air conditioners. how are they going to handle electric cars? And, you know, so the governor has signed an executive order, you know, banning the sale of gasoline powered cars by a certain year. But the problem is we really haven't built the infrastructure to charge electric cars. We are way behind. I mean,
yeah, that's what worries me.
His heart is in the right place, you know, but we don't have the infrastructure. What do you do about apartment complexes? They don't have charging stations. What do you do about, you know, old homes, people that rent out their houses that maybe, you know, you're dealing with older homes that don't have the electrical circuitry that may be able to handle the higher demand of charging an electric vehicle that has, you know, 10 or however many batteries it has in its battery bank. We just don't have the infrastructure for it. So I don't know how this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting to see how we go forward with all that.
It's a thing that I have faith that there is a plan for, but but it's like let's see it. Let's see it in action, please.
You know, and that car guy won. I just pinned his comment here. He brings up another thing I've thought about. What are we going to do with all these toxic batteries? Because as we all know, batteries have toxic chemicals in them, highly toxic chemicals in them that harm the environment. Yeah, so there are studies on this.
I hope somebody has a plan.
I hope somebody has a plan, exactly, to either find a way.
We can't be the first ones to have thought about this problem.
Or how to recycle the chemicals in these batteries that don't spill into the environment.
Yeah, please don't just put those in a landfill.
Yeah. Hey, I'm all for the wave of the future. We just have to do it responsibly.
Yep.
That's it, you know. They don't want to pollute the waterways. Let's see. Newsom gets a lot of money from PG&E, but doesn't seem too eager to invest into power grids in California. Yeah, you know, that's true too. Newsom gets a lot of shit. I've given him shit for some things. Again, I think some of his concepts are in the right place. It's just the execution of which doesn't make sense for how behind we are in some of the infrastructure to be able to sustain these ideas. You know, it's like we're getting ahead of ourselves in some ways. We have to do something, obviously. You know, can't keep polluting the environment the way we have been either. So we got to find ways of making this work.
Right. Both things are true.
Yeah, and PG&E is a monopoly, you know, in most cases. We don't have the choice of going with another power company, so they can kind of do what they want. PG&E has been guilty of prioritizing his shareholders. I don't know why I said his. I should have said their. See, I don't know what's wrong with me. They've been guilty of prioritizing their shareholders over doing what's right. And that is maybe bolstering their power grid, wildfire mitigation, because obviously you've heard about how they've started so many wildfires that have killed a lot of people and destroyed a lot of homes. So PG&E, oh yeah, they're greedy. They care about their shareholders, their dividends. Sometimes more than preventing wildfires. Yeah.
It's not just gender reveal parties.
Right. It's not just gender reveal parties. PG&E's been responsible for a lot more fires. I had never understood really the fascination with gender reveal parties anyway. It's like,
yeah,
don't you love your kid regardless of whether they're a boy or a girl?
Yeah.
Why does that matter?
You should.
I mean,
there are plenty of other things that other excuses to make to have a party with your friends about your upcoming child.
Yeah, I'm having a
Hey,
kid.
we're having a kid. Let's have a party. Okay.
Yeah, it's like, who cares if they're a male or a female? Let's celebrate the fact we're having a kid. You know, we're bringing a life, and bringing a new life into this world. I don't recall my parents ever make it. You know, they never said they made a big deal about me. Like, hey, we're having a kid. Yay, let's have our friends over, have a baby shower and this and that. But we're not going to light a hillside on fire with some pyrotechnics. With all the dry grass.
I don't think the people that did that thought of that as a possibility.
They didn't. They just
No.
they always do this in a field of dry grass. That's like a tinderbox. And
very smart.
There's one couple that is in a lot of trouble. They started a very devastating fire in Southern California that killed people, destroyed countless homes, and they're going to be broke the rest of their lives because they made the poor decision of just, hey, let's light some pyrotechnics in a dry field without any thought to the consequences. What could happen if we do this?
This is going to look great on our Instagram.
Exactly. And they are probably kicking themselves until they're dead. What the hell were we thinking? That was a devastating fire too. It killed it destroyed a lot of homes, displaced a lot of families, and I don't know, just so many things. There's just such a lack of common sense in our society, dragging chains on people's trailers. They don't think about that those dragging chains create sparks that can then go into, it's right next to the dry grass next to the road.
Yeah.
Cigarette butts.
The most littered item in the world.
Yeah, there's just so many things. Oh, the fireworks in the Columbia River Gorge. I remember reading about that. KCG writes, those kids lighting fireworks in the Columbia River Gorge really pissed me off. There was a hiking trail that's closed indefinitely because of them. I remember that story. Yep. Mm-hmm. Did we ever find out what caused the bootleg fire in Oregon? I think that was one of the biggest fires in Oregon's history. I don't remember if they found a cause for that one. Speaking of fire, now that the sun is going down, it's illuminating some smoke in the atmosphere from some of the fires burning in Northern California that were started by lightning. Yeah, we had some thunderstorms that came through.
Nothing we can do about those.
Yeah, you can't do anything about that. Can't prosecute Zeus for all that lightning,
Or
you could try. But we got a little drift smoke from those fires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here in Seattle, we've been pretty lucky in the last few years to have not gotten a ton of smoke.
I was going to say, I thought you guys got a lot of it a few years ago.
A few years ago, yeah. I think 3, I don't remember, but it was about 3 or 4 years ago we had it really bad.
Yeah.
There was one point in time where, I don't think it was Seattle specifically, but somewhere near the general area had the worst air quality in the world at one point, one day.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, wow, that's bad.
There were all these news articles about how the West Coast had worse air quality than China.
Yeah, or Delhi.
Yeah, Delhi, because there are places, in China, I think around Beijing, I think because of their atmospheric, because of the topography of the land, it tends to trap pollutants a certain way that the air circulation can't clear it out. So they have really horrific problems with air quality in Beijing, and we topped them a few times, and some of the rest of the West Coast. It's just nuts. That car guy one is asking, what was each of your craziest road rage incidents? So he's asking both of us. I'll let you go first. What's your craziest road rage incident?
Yes, thank you for asking that again. That car guy. You asked that earlier, and I put a pin in it and forgot it. Craziest road rage. Let's see. My mind immediately goes to one of the funniest road rage that I've dealt with. That was one of my solo videos, but
yeah,
I'll go with since I just published this video. So in some of my videos, I will pull prank wars on people parked illegally, mainly because authorities don't do anything.
yeah.
So I'm like, somebody, and it just, I normally am the one doing something, in that I'll call them out and talk with them or whatever. But I started off with silly string, and then I moved on to actually egging people's windows, which I understand. I understand is technically vandalism, but hey, if authorities want to do anything about it, I invite them. Do something about it.
Yeah,
I'm right here. Get me in trouble.
I've dreamed about that. Well, California is pretty strict with that one, though. Yeah,
vandalism?
so actually in California, I'll just interject real quick. The laws may be very different where you are, but I know in California, launching any projectile of any sort is a felony. Ooh. I wouldn't dare touch that with a 9-foot pole, at least here in California. But up there, it may be different, lobbing eggs. Who knows? But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I only ever got to the point of doing it because I am just that confident that nobody will do anything. Yeah. And I'm kind of secondarily highlighting the problem that I'm highlighting too. It's like, no one does anything. Right. This guy parks illegally. I can literally egg his window.
Oh, it's a waste of good food, though. I love scrambled eggs. The chickens would be very disappointed.
I get the cheap ones. They're
okay, the cheap ones.
They're not very good ones. Yeah. I'm not gonna use some $6 dozen eggs.
Oh, thank God! Or ones that your friends gave you that had chickens, and they lay chicken, or they lay eggs that have these beautiful deep, really deep orange yolks. Where you can tell that they're full of flavor, and the chickens were fed really well.
I would love to taste some of those. Yeah. But anyways, so that. So my last video, my channel actually just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So I celebrated that with a special episode where I kind of compiled together a bunch, like a half hour's worth of me pranking cars.
Yeah.
And I included a video of one that did not go very well for me. I was asking for it a bit. Egging cars. I wouldn't want someone to do that to me, but all right. I didn't do proper due diligence of making sure the car was empty, like I usually do, and I egged his driver door and pulled off to the next light, and he caught up with me and chased me down for like 8 minutes.
Yeah,
and I ended up pepper spraying him because he came at me. Yeah.
Was this before your Dashcam channel?
No, after.
How did I miss that one? Okay, I gotta see that.
It's my latest video. It's at the end of my. I titled it my 1K.
Oh, your latest one? I thought I saw your latest one. Maybe I didn't. I swear I saw it. Okay, I'll have to go back and look because I've been like pretty religious about watching your videos.
I appreciate that.
So I don't know how I missed that one, but go ahead.
That was basically it. I pranked the guy, and he chased me down. It was scary. It was pretty scary.
Oh, the 1,000 subscriber prank videos, prank war special. Oh, okay. You know what? I haven't seen that one just yet because I had a really busy last 3 days. I haven't even been home, so that's why I
How
didn't
dare
see
you?
it. Okay, yeah, but I would
I'm
have
kidding.
ended up
I'm
seeing it
kidding.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
now
go
you
ahead.
know. You know what to expect. Yeah, that one.
Now I
That
know what
one's
to expect.
the last video in that one.
You ended up pepper spray. That's good. What brand of pepper spray do I have? Let's see here, because that brings me to my next thing. Saber. I have
Hi,
Saber pepper.
SoCal.
Huh?
Oh, I was just saying hi to
Oh,
SoCal.
hi SoCal. Yeah, he's I use Saber. Who do you use for pepper spray?
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just got one from Dick's Sporting Goods.
I carry pepper spray whether I'm driving or hiking or whatever, because you just never know.
Yeah, very good thing to have while you're hiking.
Have you ever seen the I'll get to my road rage thing, because since he asked what our uh what our most dramatic road rage incidents were, but have you heard of the channel called Active Self-Protection?
Off the top of my head, I don't think so.
Okay, so he posts videos showing surveillance footage of various types of attacks on people that involve guns, pepper spray, or just general attacks. And he turns it into a lesson about how he's a self-defense expert, by the way. So
Okay.
he breaks down each incident to show what the defending party could have done better. Like, oh, he should have gotten the drop on the
That's
guy.
great.
Like, as soon as
Yeah.
he shows his gun, he should have pulled his gun, or he should have pulled his pepper spray, or he shouldn't have pulled his gun. He was too overzealous, or he should have done this or that. But you learn a lot. I've learned a lot, actually, from watching his channel. And I'll put the name here. Active Self-Protection. His name is John Correa. Always wears a red shirt in his videos. But you learn a lot from this.
Yeah,
Transitional
undoubtedly.
spaces.
Great stuff to know.
When you're in your driveway getting stuff out of your car, you're in what's called a transitional space, because you're kind of exposed to the public, but you're sort of in a personal space. You have to watch your back,
Yeah.
What's
Plenty of spots we're in where we're kind of wedged, and that
so
people who intend to mug you or whatever will take
right.
advantage of.
It's in learning body language, learning so you see people around you, what their body language is. Are they dressed in a way that's not congruent with the weather and how other people are dressed? So, for example, watching his videos taught me this. So my wife and I were shopping at a designer clothing store the other day, and this guy walks into the store wearing a black hoodie, and he had the hood over his head, and it was 95 degrees outside.
Oof.
Okay, right there.
Yeah.
That's a red flag. Anyone who walks into a store on a hot day, 95 degrees outside, wearing a hoodie over their head, a sweater, or a big jacket, that's a red flag.
Yeah, big red flag.
You should probably keep an eye on that person.
Yeah.
And so we were paying for our purchases. And he walked in before we finished purchasing, and having watched John's videos, I'm like, okay, is this guy gonna whip out a gun and start shooting? Is this an armed robbery? What's going on here? Because he walks in he was just acting weird too, on top of wearing a sweater on a hot day. And this just didn't seem right. So I kept my eye on him. I had my pepper spray in my pocket. I was ready to pull it out if I had to. And I just kept my eye on him. I didn't turn my back to him completely. Because you just kind of learn not to trust people who are acting off,
Yep.
We paid for our stuff. We're walking out the door. I'm keeping my eye on him some more, and then we leave the store, and we continue shopping at other stores, whatever. And thankfully, nothing happened. But It's that kind of awareness, the situational awareness.
Sounds like they were at minimum scoping out.
Yeah, it just didn't seem right. It just didn't seem right. In this day and age, you get a lot of people criticizing you when you say, I watch people who are wearing hoodies on a hot day. And they'll go, oh, you're marginalizing criminals now. No, I'm just being, why would
but it doesn't make sense.
Right. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit in
the same way that if somebody's wearing a Speedo in Antarctica.
Yeah, in Antarctica.
That's not doing the cold swimming activity or whatever it is.
It's like, you just learn to kind of keep an eye out for odd behavior when you're in public, and that odd behavior can translate to danger. You learn to watch where people's hands are. Are their hands in their pockets? Are their hands out where you can see them? Could they have a weapon in their pocket? When you're dealing with people, or when you're in a confrontation with somebody. Oh, when you're in a confrontation with somebody, you got to really be alert for where their hands are. Always keep an eye on their hands.
100%, yeah.
John will always say in his videos, his active self-protection videos, he will always say, okay, let me think about this for a second. He says, the eyes are the window to the soul, but the hands are the windows to the intention.
Yeah.
He's right about that, because if their hands are in their pockets, they may be concealing something or reaching for something.
Yep.
So when you're in a confrontation with somebody, always pay attention to where the person's hands are. Always, always, always watch their hands and their body language.
Watching Cart Narcs videos is actually a pretty good
lesson.
Pretty good lesson in what Sebastian and their other agents watch out for. Like, I noticed,
absolutely,
they back away as soon as somebody starts reaching in their door or something.
That's right.
And it's like, what? And I think I've only seen, and in his interview only alluded to one time where somebody pulled a gun.
You're right, the Texas one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think I saw that one the other day.
Yep.
But even though in just their experience, most of the time that person reaching into their car is reaching for their phone or something.
Right.
You can't be too careful. It's good. It's very good that they take a step back just in case.
Well, so this, I'm gonna screen share this incident that I had. When was it? December of 2021. This is right before Christmas, and this guy was really showing the Christmas spirit, wasn't he? By raging at me.
Oh.
Let's see if I can find the screen share function on this thing. Share screen, Chrome tab. See if I can. Road rage fool. Okay, I'm gonna.
Scott, I've heard the same thing about watching out for what a car's front wheels are doing. 100%. That is exactly.
Oh, that too.
That's amazing advice that everybody should be taught about driving specifically.
Yeah,
that's what I watch out for.
Yeah, watch the front wheels. If they start to turn, the guy is about to pull out in front of you.
Yeah.
And your eye is better at catching movement, circular motion. So you watch the wheels.
Yeah.
Always watch the wheels.
That's why those stationary rims are illegal.
Oh, God.
You ever seen those?
The star of our show. So can you guys see this that I have up on screen? Are you able to see it?
I can see it.
Yeah. This is a road rage fool. I was watching his hands very carefully. I didn't know if he was going to pull out a gun or what. Oh. But I'm going to go ahead and play it. High-strung, but not well-hung. He's high-strung, but not well-hung. Henry doesn't understand how four-way stops work. You stop before everyone else. You go. So, it's your turn. It was his turn to go, and he kept not going. So I honked. Right? He got pissed that I was honking at him. And still not going. And this puts the car in park and gets out to show me his Christmas spirit. He gets out. Here's Discount Jesus. Discount Jesus. Because everybody said, oh, he looks like Jesus. Oh, he's Discount Jesus. He's flipping me off.
Hobo Jesus.
Yeah, Hobo Jesus. He's Hobo Jesus in his Scion with flaking off paint. Now, in hindsight, I could have handled this differently. And what I mean by that is I could have gone around him. I could have actually squeezed by him on the right. As soon as I saw him getting out of the car, I could have squeaked by him on the right. And I wish I would have done that. Because then he wouldn't have had the satisfaction of blocking me in.
Yeah. But also, like, I don't know, it was hard for us to see on that video, like, how much room there was, or maybe you were intending on turning left, you know?
I was intending on turning left as well as he, but there was room for me to squeak by him on the right. So as soon as I saw his door opening, I probably could have snuck by him on the right. You know, obviously not knowing if he had a gun or something, or if he was going to try to get violent, but also not giving him the satisfaction of doing whatever he was doing.
Yeah.
You know, he wouldn't have been able to show me who's boss, you know. I could have just squeaked right by him. But nonetheless, I was watching his hands. I guess that's the point there, is I was watching his hands. Of course, his hands just came straight up for a double middle finger. So,
yeah,
I mean, you can't hurt somebody with a double.
Thankfully, most people leave it there, but
yeah, most people do.
You do never know.
You do never know.
Yeah. On the guy that chased me down, that was driving and chasing me down, like, he kept getting out of the car, and I would wait until he got out of his car and then take off again. And, like, he made it pretty easy most of the time, but even then, every time he got out of the car, I was watching his hands. I was watching, does he have anything on him?
Well,
and thankfully he never did. And even when I did eventually kind of get myself stuck in a spot where I couldn't easily escape, and he did come up to my window, and that's when I pepper sprayed him. But he was in my view the entire time that he got out of his car and walked up to me, and I could see that he didn't have any weapons. So I'm like, okay, what's the worst he's gonna do? Punch me? Like,
right. Do you remember? Let's see. Do you remember this guy? I'm about to screen share another guy. I don't know if you saw this one, but I'm gonna play it. Do you remember this guy here?
That's a great place to cross.
So I honked at him for jaywalking. I had a green light, and he's like challenging me to a fight.
Boy.
Now look at him. He's running after me now.
Really chasing after me?
Then he finally gives up. And I had people telling me, oh, you should have slowed down and let him catch up to you and then hit the gas again and mess with him. Of course, I didn't think of that at the time.
Yeah, that would have been funny, but
that would have been funny.
In most cases would have ended up the same.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember seeing that clip.
I don't recall that one now.
Yeah. But
I've gone through a ton of your backlog, but I've definitely not seen every one of them.
Yeah, there's too many.
I'm not going in chronological order either, so
yeah. There were a few people that came forward after that video aired saying, "Oh, I know that guy."
Oh shit.
They said, "Yeah, he's got a bad temper."
Oh, really?
Yep. One person said, "Oh, that's my uncle." And he's calmed down a lot since then. Well, I hope so.
I wonder if they've seen that video.
I hope he does. I hope that the people that are acting outrageous do see the video.
100%.
There was this other guy. Oh God, I don't even know if I can play it. I don't know if it's up anymore. It featured some guy who cut us off. Like, it was blatant. He made a left turn without yielding, and we featured him online, on our YouTube channel. And he saw it, and he commented, and he was making all kinds of excuses. And I was trying to own him completely by citing the law. That you can't make a left turn in front of somebody without yielding the right of way.
This is pretty clear.
Yeah, pretty clear, but he kept making excuses. Just one excuse after the next. Have you ever had anybody that you featured in a... Oh, my wife is asking me a question. I'm going to take a quick break. I need to check to see if we have something in the fridge because my wife is coming home from work. She needs to know if she needs to buy it. And then I need to take a quick pee break. So I will be right back.
Pin that question though. Let's not forget it.
Pin that question.
Being a noisy cat.
That's not where the cards go. I'm back. Okay.
All right, I'm back.
I just realized I never answered that guy's question about the craziest road rage. Oh man.
Shit.
Yeah, this is crazy. Well, I guess it depends on what criteria we're going by for crazy, but
yeah, that's always my thing.
If you want to talk about car crashes, well, I've got a good one. My wife was driving. We were heading to a pub. We wanted to go have some drinks at a bar, meet some friends, whatever. And there was this guy who was tailgating us. And yes, he looked like another discount Jesus. He had the same, kind of discount Jesus look to him. Oh no, I got to block this person. Oh shoot. What is with all these bots? I got these nude dating site bots. Yeah. Oh man, what do I do about that? Anyway, we're headed to a bar across town, and this discount Jesus is tailgating us. Like really tailgating us.
Not even offering to take you out to dinner first.
Not even not even offering us the Last Supper, with Jesus, the Last Supper. No, I'm just kidding.
I like it.
Offering us the Last Supper. He's tailgating us, and my wife decided to do... Okay, I know brake checking's wrong, but she did a very light brake check. It wasn't a heavy brake check, but it was a light one, and I don't condone doing this. I don't really believe in brake checking. It can cause a lot of problems. It's illegal to do.
It's understandable, though.
It's understandable why
I feel the same way as you, Napa. I've personally never done that to people, but I understand it.
Yeah, I understand it, but I wouldn't recommend it.
The temptation is there.
Exactly. I understand why people do it to tailgaters, but I don't recommend it, and it is illegal. So she brake checks the guy, and he gets mad, and he starts following us through town. Every turn we make, he makes as well. Okay, we know he's pissed. we come to this intersection where our light's green. If we turn left, we have to yield to oncoming traffic. And there was oncoming traffic coming. We had just enough time to make that left turn where there wouldn't be a conflict with oncoming traffic. But there wasn't enough time for him to make the left turn. He was following us, see?
Ooh, perfect.
It was a perfect opportunity to lose him. So we make that left turn with just enough time to make the left turn without cutting off oncoming traffic. Well, I guess he had tunnel vision, and he made the left turn also, and he got T-boned.
Oh!
He got T-boned. Wrecked the side of his car trying to chase us down.
I feel bad for the other person involved, but
Same here.
They kind of
Yep.
They asked for it.
And so this was before we had cell phones. This was this was back in 1999. I mean, cell phones existed, but I don't think we had we didn't have cell phones quite yet. And we were in college. We were college students back then. And we didn't stop because we didn't know if the guy was violent. We didn't know. So we kept going. When we got to the bar, we called the police and told him about the accident that happened behind us, that he was following us, he was angry, and he crashed.
Yeah.
He got T-boned.
I'm sure you knew the intersection. You're like, you guys are going to know which one this is.
Yeah, we told him Jefferson and Hayes Street in Napa. And then we requested to be anonymous. We didn't want to get all caught up, and so we used a payphone because payphones were a thing back then. I know I'm like dating myself here, but
half our viewers are like, what?
What's a payphone?
Yeah.
What? All I know about payphones is Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure when they went through back in time.
Crank anchors. What?
Yeah. But so we called the police and we told them what happened and requested to remain anonymous, and that was that. That was pretty crazy. I wish we had dash cams back then. And then the other crazy road rage incident that I was in was, again, before dash cams. This was a little later. Oh, this would have been maybe 2006, 2007 or so-ish. Some guy passed me illegally one night on a late Sunday night. He passed me illegally, so I gave him a little shame honk. He didn't like that, so he starts brake checking me, going real slow. So I lay on the horn. I probably laid on the horn for a good 2 minutes. And he's just going real slow on purpose just to piss me off more. I would have handled this different now compared to then. Now that I'm a little older, I would have handled it far differently now.
Right.
Because now I know that by laying on the horn at him, I was giving him what he wanted.
Yeah.
He wanted a fight. He wanted conflict. He wanted to know that I was pissed off.
Yeah.
And by honking
to keep
at him,
pissing you off more.
And by laying on the horn at him for doing that, I was just giving him what he wanted. So I was giving him the satisfaction. So nowadays I wouldn't have done that at all.
That's all part of learning from experience.
Yeah. Yeah. And so nowadays I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to one up you, and I'm not going to play your game. I'm not going to I'm going to pretend like I don't notice what you're doing. I'll either pull over as if I was going to pull over anyway so that you can't continue, playing your game with me or whatever. But anyway, I was young and dumber back then, and so I tried passing him at one point, and he sped up to block me from passing. And I couldn't get around him. We both had the exact same car, too. This is funny. We had the exact same type of car, so I had the same horsepower that he had. So, yeah, I'm not going to be able to pass him. If we're both flooring it, we're going to keep up with each other. I tried for a long time to pass him too. I was in the opposite lane for forever. There were no oncoming cars. I wouldn't have, I was watching for oncoming cars and there weren't any. But he blocked me out, and we continue on our way. He illegally passes some other cars. So now we're separated for a while. but I end up catching up to him like 15 miles later.
Oh no.
In town. He was going straight. He had a green light. I was going left. I had a red arrow. And as I came up behind him, I flashed my headlights and honked my horn just to rub it in some more.
Oh.
He gets pissed.
You
and
again.
He slams on the brakes. He opens his car door, and I thought, oh shit. I floored it around him. He skids. He peels out to chase after me. Because now I've gone around him while laying on the horn again. And I pulled a very quick U-turn where I was squealing my tires now to get away from him. He pulls the same U-turn, squealing his tires. Now he's chasing after me. I make a quick right turn, squealing my tires again. I'm like pushing my car to the limits, and he's doing the same thing. Now he's behind me, high beaming me. And I come up to a stop sign, and I think I ran the stop sign. And then I floored it, and I hit 80 miles an hour in a 40 zone. I'm like really going as fast as I can go. And he gives up. I think it seems like I lost him now. And then I make another right turn and another right turn to go back to the apartments where we lived. And I quickly pulled into our apartment complex, and I parked really quickly because I didn't know if he was like now going from apartment to apartment complex looking for me. I got out of the car, I ran into the apartment, and I went into our patio. And guess who I saw cruising through the apartment complex looking for me?
Uh-oh.
It was him.
Yep.
Somehow he drove right past my car, not noticing that was the car that he was previously in a road rage with.
Oh,
He
that's
kept
lucky.
He kept on going. Kept on going. I never saw him again after that. But holy shit, this guy was determined to find me. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, that's one that's going to stick with you.
Oh, forever. But I would have handled
I'm glad for your sake you learned from that too.
Yeah, I would never do that nowadays. I would never keep up on the guy. But whatever. It is what it is. It happened. I can't go back and undo it. I would have disengaged from him. At my age now, I would have disengaged from that guy. You live, you learn, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a very useful weapon to. I mean, of course, I'm one to talk. I enjoy bantering with people, but
oh yeah,
I enjoy
I do
it.
Too.
It's fun, and it creates some good content. But there is definitely a hard line of where using ignoring somebody is the best thing you can do. Be like, nope.
Sometimes,
I've said my piece. Now let's just move on, okay?
Yeah, it just depends on the individual situation.
Exactly.
But I'm just talking in terms of road raging, with your car, really, rather than with your voice. It's a whole different thing when you're like, when you're talking to people. You're very clever about how you confront people. Like, does it say you can walk? I didn't think so. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah. Several of those I learned from Zero Enigma. I don't know if you're familiar with.
Oh
his
yeah.
Channel, but yeah. He is hilarious, and yeah, like I love those because it's just you, like, you're basically stating a fact or just making a fact, making a general statement. Yeah, and it's not attacking them per se. It's not, you stupid fucker. It's not that.
Right. Although it can be in some situations.
Right. It a lot of times turns into that, but personally, I'm very careful to not start it that way.
Right. I understand. Yeah.
I'll return it if their response is like shut the fuck up.
I'll be like, "Oh, you first."
Zach, yeah.
Yeah, or something.
Yeah, it kind of does come down to that. Like, I want you. I'm waiting for you to cross that line first, and then
then it's gloves off.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah.
Have you seen that? This reminds me of one video. I think it was a cold open on one of my recent videos, but somebody I'm going down a little hill towards a green light, and these three people just cruise. They just walk right through their do not walk sign right in front of me. I honk at them. They have to kind of scurry. They had plenty of room, but I made sure they scurried a little bit.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm sorry, does it say walk? And they literally said back to me, yes, it does.
Oh.
I'm like, no, you're very stupid.
Yeah.
You really think that?
I got driving in the DCB area. He says, so anyway, where do I submit footage? A bad driver's caught on dash cam. You just send it to wow.
Your email should be on your channel.
I know it is. It's there. It's on my channel. It's baddriversofnapavalley@gmail.com. Yeah, you can either upload it to Google Drive and then share the link with our with our email, or you can try emailing it. Sometimes email has limits to how big of a file you can do. So that's
most clips that I share via email to other places, I think 25 megabytes is the email, at least Gmail limit, before it automatically sends it as a Google Drive link.
And dash cams have don't have that much compression, so the files are usually on the bigger side. And I find that Google Drive is a pretty reliable tool for that. Yeah, it's true.
I've found Google Drive. I agree. Google Drive and Gmail, at least for me, has always worked out well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Every clip that I've shared with like RR and BD driving school, they love to use my stuff, and mine always look great on their channel.
Yeah.
And others.
Yeah, because you're not having to compress things when you send things straight through email. At least when you're using Google Drive. Google Drive is hosting the file, which then allows the email to link it so you can download it. I mean, it's very technical what I'm saying right now, but Google Drive is sort of the intermediary in the transaction, where you post a link in the email, and then it allows you to download the file directly from Google Drive via the email, so that you're not having to attach such a really big file to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine, any clips that I share with other channels are usually, especially in the last 6 months, about like 4 to 6 months ago, I started recording all of my dash cam videos in 4K. But I redo them down to 1080p before I share it to other places, because I know that they're not 4K channels, so they don't need it, and B, that's just a monumentally bigger file.
You're preserving quality by doing that. You start out with a larger file that the end result's not going to be 4K, but by scaling down to 1080p from 4K, you are preserving more quality than going than by reprocessing.
Just think of the opposite. Like, you start with a small file and blow it up, it's going to be fucking blurry.
Well, yeah, and it's like making a copy of a copy. You'd rather make a 1080p copy of 4K than a 1080p copy of 1080.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you're starting with higher quality and just scaling it down with that copy, so you end up with better quality. Yeah, and it makes sense. Totally makes sense.
On this
Yeah.
topic, I think I've kind of floated this to you in a comment on one of your videos, Napa, but
Yeah.
you have a lot of videos and that
Yeah.
you've been sharing for years and years and years. And I've definitely been able to tell, since you've rebranded your channel several times and reposted so many different clips over time, that you
Yeah.
have them all stored somewhere.
Yeah, that's
How do you go about storing all of your clips? I
I've
think the way that I worded it was, I'm like, do you just have a library of external hard drives?
right. Yes, that's right. I have an external hard drive. I think it's a 1 terabyte drive, which still seems to hold all the videos. I don't think
Really?
I don't think I'm close to maxing out just yet. Uh, is it 1 terabyte? Yeah, I think it's 1 terabyte. Um, and I've got everything archived there because, we are planning on doing a compilation of certain intersections dating
Yeah.
all the way back to 2012 or whenever we
Yeah.
started featuring those
I've
intersections.
kind of
So,
started doing some similar things.
yeah,
So,
you know,
and yeah, from the get go, I've kind of always planned on like even saving like older unpublished clips to be like, I want to hold on to this because someday I might make a compilation of this, like
yeah,
Toyotas without their lights on or something.
yeah. Um, I'm just trying to read the sidebar comments at the same time that I'm you know, racking my brain for conversation. It gets a little tricky. I'm not good at multitasking, but I do my best.
Same.
Yeah. Um. B. Oh. I just knocked over a beer, but thankfully the beer can was closed. I hadn't opened it yet.
Might want to put
My
that one
wife just
back.
walked in the door and she brought me an Anchor Brewing Company, which is very nice of her. I gotta sober up from the whiskey before I can open that.
That's
But
part of sobering up.
that's part of sobering up is using that now.
You keep it rolling with something low
Yeah.
ABV. That's how
B
it works, right?
Yeah, oh, for sure. B-Bull is asking, my dash cam just crapped out. I need a new one. What do you recommend? I mean, for me, I'll let you, Seattle, tell what you recommend, but we've been using the Viafo A119 version 3, which we love. We haven't had any complaints about that. What do you use for dash cam?
I have only used two dash cams, and they've both been Vantrue brands.
Vantrue, I've heard is good. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had nothing but positive reviews on my videos about the video quality.
Yeah.
I would say the thing with dash cams, and I get this question a lot, and I feel very useless about it because I've only used two different cameras of one
Oh, well,
brand,
same here.
and
Yeah.
and like what this commenter said, only need a front cam. Well, that opens your possibilities up so much, because the main reason that I upgraded my camera was I had a Vantrue N2, which was specifically designed, I think, and marketed towards rideshare drivers because it has the front camera and the interior camera. That exact one, as KCG. That was, if you look at my older videos, you can tell based on the quality that is the camera that I was using. And then once I got my channel started, and after I had posted like 10 or so videos, I was like, I had decided at that point, like, oh, I'm going to keep doing this. So I'm going to upgrade. So then I got the Vantrue N4, which is a 3-channel 4K dash cam. Honestly, not that much more expensive than the N2 was at the time. I think it was like $275 when I bought it, and I think now you can get it for maybe about $200 or so. But that one includes a rear camera, which now that I've driven around with a rear camera one, as long as I have the type of card that accommodates it, I will never not have a rear camera when possible.
Right. Oh, you gotta have
catch so much more, and for the sake of, especially being in states where I know California as well as Washington, cars have to have front and rear plates.
Yeah. Yep.
I love that. I don't know why all states don't do that. Indiana was not one of those states.
Oh, same.
And
yeah.
even before that ever became an issue for me, that thought was always in the back of my mind. I'm like, what if somebody rear ends you and they run off?
Well, yeah. I mean, people get away with more stuff because they don't have front license plates, and
yeah,
I see a lot of cars. It is a law here, but I see a substantial number of vehicles without front plates here.
Even in California.
Yep, in California. Wow. And illegally tinted windows where all their windows are blacked out. And that's illegal here. But yet I see it a lot.
Yeah.
You know, it usually turns out to be criminals, people that have a lengthy criminal record that have just blacked out windows.
Yeah.
Because like they got something to
hide.
Like
they're trying to hide something.
Yeah, they're trying to hide something.
Because why else would you do that?
Why else would somebody do that? I mean, I get it. There's a small subset of people that do have skin issues, where they have to have blacked out windows.
Be in the sun.
I get that. I can
see that. Yeah.
But I think
tints.
the majority of people that have blacked out windows, and I see a lot of it here, and it's always on cars that people associate with criminals, like Chrysler 300Ms.
Yep.
Okay. Nissan Altimas.
Oh, the Altimas.
The Altima drivers. There are cars that people
Legends.
Associate with people with criminal records, and those are the ones that I see with the blacked out windows the most.
Yeah.
If you talk, like I've known cops pretty much all my life, and they will always tell you which cars they stop that have blacked out windows the most, which makes and models, you know, have that. And that changes obviously over the years, but
not necessarily because they're blacked out windows, but
right. But there's a correlation though between people with criminal records and blacked out windows. I've been told that by law enforcement friends for a long time.
Yeah.
You know, and
I feel the same way. I in Seattle, I don't personally notice a lot of people driving with blacked out windows. But what we see here a lot is people without plates, or with several years expired plates.
Yeah.
Yeah. And especially that, like, I can kind of understand people driving around with expired plates. Like, I don't know how it is in California, but our car registration fees here are insane.
Oh, really? How much?
Yeah. So it despite Washington being a pretty progressive blue state, I mean, it is much more purple than you think. But
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah.
I got family
California is
members that live in Eastern Washington. No, I have family members that live in Eastern Washington, and it's pretty red
out there.
The east side,
But yeah, so many aspects of our tax systems, and you know what things relatively cost. For sales tax, registration tax, like our sales tax is so high.
Yeah,
it's like 10.2%.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Oh God, forget trying to buy liquor here. Liquor here is so expensive, especially in Seattle. On top of it's expensive in Washington State, but in Seattle, especially, you pay 2 separate taxes on top of what it already costs. It's basically adding another 40%.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a volume tax. Jeez. It's like a liter tax, I think is what it's called, as well as regular sales tax, but then also there's a liquor sales tax.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So how much is a beer? How much does it cost to buy a beer? in a store? Like
This
cheap beer.
this applies to liquor only.
Oh, you mean hard liquor?
Yeah, hard
Like
liquor.
whiskey, vodka.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what ABV and above it qualifies for, but beer and wine don't qualify for it. That's
okay.
as much as I know.
Right.
But if you go to a grocery store or liquor store, this is so set in place that you pick up any bottle of liquor and look at the price tag. It shows you the price, but on the very same tag, it tells you what you will actually pay for it.
Oh, interesting.
After taxes, because I'm sure they got so much in me as soon as that started. It was like, wait, what? This $50 Knob Creek is how much? $80.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to give a shout out to Paul 70 Stastic. He has a YouTube channel, a dash cam channel as well. Great videos. He's out of Nebraska, I believe. He put a full okay, so his channel, he's very 70s, and I love it. I love this guy. He's got a 70s car. I think he restores cars, old 70s cars. But his theme is kind of 70s, and I love it. Even though I didn't grow up in the 70s. Well, I was born in 79, so it's kind of the tail end there. But he says he put a full-size VHS camcorder in my Mercury as a dash cam for a joke in one of my recent vids. I love that.
Does it work as a dash cam?
Right. Well, no, so that's the thing. So if you ever watched Cops, the TV show Cops.
Yep.
If you've ever watched like reruns from the 80s, their dash cams were VHS based. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, what else would it have been?
Exactly. But they're very rudimentary. So what they would do back then is they would Velcro VHS camcorders to their dashboards.
Just
the police department back then.
Regular family dash.
So when they were pulling up to Crackhead Kathy, in the trailer parks, yeah, exactly. Did you ever have you seen old Cops episodes from the 80s?
It's been a long time since I've intentionally watched Cops, but I've definitely seen a lot of episodes. I'm sure some of them from the 80s. When I was younger.
I think a lot of people's exposure I think a lot of people's exposure to the 80s, at least now, since we have streaming programs now where you can watch any old program you want on, that aired on TV, would be Unsolved Mysteries, with Robert Stack.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I grew up with that. Cops.
In the comments, World's Wildest Police Videos. That is what I more so actually like. When I was younger, that's what I like. If I saw that on the TV guide, I would actually turn that one on. I didn't care for Cops as much.
Yeah. Do you guys want Mrs. Napa to say hi? She's home from work. Here she is. Say hi, Mrs. Napa.
Hi, it's me, Mrs. Napa.
I believe we've heard your voice before.
Yes, you have, from the videos.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was some choice words.
She's made some cameo. Oh, she's got choice words. She's got a sailor's mouth.
What is this guy doing?
Oh, my favorite is jackass.
She likes to call people jackass, asshole.
Assholes.
There's something else you say.
I use much worse terms.
Oh.
I don't know, what else do I say?
Well, you like jackass, asshole. I'm trying to think of what other buzzwords you use.
I mean, one of them's not really PC, so not that I'm PC by any means.
Oh, what is it?
I don't want to offend anybody.
Oh.
It starts with an R.
R.
Ends with the tar.
Oh, that one. Yeah,
we don't use that one anymore.
That doesn't come out too often.
That does offend some people, but yeah, you can't get away with that anymore.
But it's usually it's off the cuff, and I don't think that through, and I just say it.
Yeah, she just says
I think
it.
I'm just old.
Yeah, that's understandable, especially
I like
with
jackass.
words that are much newer at we don't use that anymore.
Yeah. And jackass and assholes are my favorite.
Mrs. Napa's choice words. You got fans already. Look at that. Not me, Mrs. Napa's choice words.
Channel. Start.
You got another one here.
Start a podcast.
Well, for SM, I don't know what SM. What's SM?
I don't know. I'm old.
I don't know what that is, but SM. Oh, I'm sure he or she will clarify. SM. I don't know.
Yeah, now we're definitely dating ourselves.
I know. Oh, you like the word bitch too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you said that one. You said wait, bitch, in one video.
Yeah.
That was the one where the lady was starting to pull out.
Yeah.
And you're all,
So
wait,
much.
bitch.
It's just whatever I feel like.
Bitch is great to use in the right way. Like
yes, it is.
It's
yes,
not one that's just funny if you just use it after everything, but but with the right set of words and the right tone, it is perfect.
It is. It's like people who use the F-bomb every other word. It just loses its meaning. It gets boring.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't like that. F this, F that. No,
I made sure before coming on here, since this is the first time that I've done a live stream with Napa, much less anyone else. I checked with Napa beforehand. I'm like, is this going to be PG? Like, should I turn off the curse words?
Not entirely.
Saying that is like, I curse a lot. Like anybody who sees my videos will definitely hear some what the fucks. A lot of those, but like I definitely don't use the F word like every other word like some people.
No,
I'm not an episode of South Park.
I actually didn't start swearing until about halfway through my life. About 21, I started to swear. I never liked it. I didn't like the way it sounded. I didn't care if people swore around me. My family swore like sailors. I just never liked it. And then we had a bad earthquake, and then that was it. Like
the earthquake is what dirtied her mouth.
I had no other words that night.
The earthquake, the great earthquake of 2000, soiled her mouth.
It did.
That's what did it. It was that damn earthquake.
Yeah.
I was gone. I missed it. I missed that earthquake.
Yeah, you lucky. It wasn't long, but it was.
But I've lived through enough earthquakes to know that they are scary. Have you? So when did you move from Indiana to Seattle?
September 2017.
Okay. Have you experienced any earthquakes since?
Surprisingly, no.
You haven't yet. Oh.
None that I've felt, at least. I've actually felt earthquakes in southern Indiana. If you actually, and it doesn't seem like something most people would know, but there's actually a really big fault line, like pretty much like right by the Mississippi River. In that area.
Yeah.
It's not quite as dangerous as the fault lines out here on along the Ring of Fire, but it does produce earthquakes every now and then that people can feel.
And you have felt them there, yeah.
Yeah. Generally, usually most of them would be just like your iced tea that's sitting on the table will be rattling.
Yeah. I'd rather those kind of earthquakes than some of the ones we've had that will crumble a house or crack a house or
that's I literally can't imagine what that feels like.
Let me look up any footage from the 89 and the bridge and all that.
San Francisco's Loma Prieta earthquake.
Talk about, was talking about your roads and stuff and driving and people driving badly. Holy cannoli after an earthquake. It's just a nightmare.
I was 10 years old when the Loma Prieta quake hit, and we were in Napa, so that would have been
89.
Yeah, it was 89, but it was like 60 miles north of San Francisco, or however many miles as a crow flies. It might be 50 miles, actually. Might be. Yeah, it's a little. No, it might be 35 miles. Whatever. I know. I keep changing the goalposts here, but it still was pretty strong up in Napa.
Oh, yeah.
I'll never forget that. Oh, my God. And everybody knows what they were doing when the Loma Prieta earthquake hit. Everybody could tell you, oh, I was doing this when this hit. I was cooking. I know. I was 10 years old and I was cooking. I used to like to cook when I was a kid. My parents let me. They trusted me with the burners on the stove. So
I didn't know about it for the first 2 hours. I was in a location where we didn't feel it. The TV went out. It went shh. And we sat down for
But that
dinner.
could be many things.
2 hours after that, somebody called us and was like, "Did you what in what? What?" Like we literally went 2 hours without anybody telling us. That's how much I lived out in the sticks.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was pretty scary.
North Central Maryland is giving some good follow up to what I said about the fault line along the Mississippi.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So they do have, but contrary to popular belief, there are earthquakes in other parts of the country.
I know that.
Yeah. The Earth is still tectonically active, so in most,
very much so.
Yeah, most of the Earth can experience earthquakes. Volcanoes, that's kind of another story, but earthquakes, yes, most
they
of the
are
Earth
somewhat correlated in that they tend to form close to fault lines.
Exactly, yeah.
Subduction zones, etc.
Subduction zones.
And you get places like San Francisco where a lot of San Francisco is fill-in. It's not even real land. It's fill-in. And so it was just liquidated like quicksand.
But
yeah, that's an interesting thing to look up if you ever want, like, if you're into history.
Yeah, the subduction zones are notorious for volcanoes, but they're also notorious for those pretty rocks.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
A lot of pretty stuff too.
A lot of pretty stuff that comes out of the ground.
Up here in Seattle, I'm sure you probably remember this, assuming that you could see it, but one of the most iconic things about Seattle is our view of Mount Rainier.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Never get tired of seeing that when atmospheric conditions allow for it.
Oh, it just looms in the background with the snow cap on it.
It's about 50 miles away.
Yeah.
But it is at some point. I love to tell my rideshare passengers, especially tourists, about this. Yeah. I tell them, I'm like, someday it's going to Mount St. Helens and blow up. And
that's right.
Tacoma is going to be totally wiped out, and Seattle will be pretty much instantly under like 3 feet of ash.
Yep. Yeah, I would love to hike that mountain. That would be a really fun mountain to hike, though.
There's tons of hiking around
Oh, I
there.
know. That's what I love about the Pacific Northwest is all the hiking, because I'm a big hiker.
I'm not so much a big hiker, but I snowboard.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of resorts out here. How did
you go from how did you enjoy going from, because obviously Indiana, I think, was a part of Indiana you were from fairly flat?
Actually, no.
It was hilly there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's a fun geology fact, because I get this question a lot when I tell people I'm from Indiana. So most of the state, the upper 2/3 of it is very flat. Yeah. It's like Illinois. In Wisconsin, Minnesota. But Bloomington, being about 50 miles south of Indianapolis, about just a little bit north of Bloomington, is right when the land actually starts to get pretty hilly. Yeah. It's not mountainous at all. Not at all, but it's hilly. There's a lot of pretty decent hills, even though their total upward and downward trajectory isn't all that big. It's it's hundreds of feet, not thousands of feet, but
it's still vertical terrain.
Yeah. I don't bike as much as I used to, but there is a huge biking community in and around Bloomington and southern Indiana because it's gorgeous rolling hills and country roads. It is amazing place to bike. But the reason for that is during the last ice age, right there, about 2/3 of the way down from north to south of Indiana, that area is where the glaciers ended. Yeah. So, and the glaciers, as time goes on, as they proceed, they flatten out the ground below them, and then when they recede, they leave behind tons of lakes and very flat land. Yeah. And then, of course, just like how plate tectonics works, the land just beyond it is all scrunched up.
It's interesting because there are parts of California that are extremely flat. The Central Valley of California, which comprises the entire core of California, is flat as a pancake. In fact, it used to be it was an ancient lake, and it is as flat as Kansas, as the flat parts of Kansas. There are hilly parts of Kansas, but most of Kansas is pretty flat.
I remember last time I drove through Kansas, I was kind of like, I was just going along I-70, but I was like, this is not as flat as.
Yeah, a lot of people are surprised by that because they expect all of Kansas to be flat, and it's not.
Illinois and Missouri are the really flat states.
Yeah, and so so the Central Valley, California, is topographically perfectly flat, like as flat as you can get.
Wow.
When you're driving through it, if the air quality is not great and you can't see the other sides of it where the mountains are, you would really truly think you were in the panhandle of Texas or certain parts of the Midwest.
Yeah.
You would really not know the difference. And there are cornfields there too, which might make you think, oh, I'm in Illinois. And then you just go a few miles a different direction and all of a sudden you're in the hills. So we really have an extreme variety of topography here. And it's really quite amazing that you can go, in Death Valley, you've got the deserts and you've got the lush forests.
Yep.
I mean, you've got
I've been
Mount
close
Diablo.
I've been close to Death Valley.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really interesting I got another bot that showed up with these nude dating sites.
Go away.
I know. It's like, go away.
There's a whole internet for that.
There is. This channel ain't it.
We're not here to talk about that. Okay?
Exactly.
That's on it. That's a different channel.
I'm not that creative. But I love the mountains. That's my thing, is I do love the hills and the mountains, and I would not like to live anywhere flat. I don't think I'd be very happy anywhere flat. So I wouldn't enjoy living in Sacramento or Stockton or Lodi or Bakersfield, where it's as flat as you can get.
Yeah.
So,
no thanks.
No thanks. Not for me. Not for me. So, and the scenery change, Indiana is obviously very, very different in terms of scenery than it is in Washington.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, it definitely depends on which part of it you're in.
True. Yeah.
Very, very different vegetation and animals.
Yeah. So besides the weather, you obviously moved, to get away from the hot, humid, and the extremes of the seasons. But besides that, what did you like and dislike about Indiana?
Well, sorry, I'm kind of.
No, it's okay. It's
drawing
okay.
a quick blank here.
I know that was kind of
whiskey's getting to me now.
Yeah. I know the whiskey's already gone to me. I'm long gone. No, it's all good. I know. I put you.
The only reason I think my brain is kind of like, wait, what? Is because usually I end up, when I talk with people about like the differences between the two places, my brain usually goes to it actually, having grown up in Bloomington specifically.
Yeah.
The culture difference between there and Seattle is not as much as most people would expect between Indiana and Western Washington.
Yeah.
Being a college town, it's still in Indiana. Flyover, corn, wheat, meth.
Yeah.
And, white people Republican place.
Yeah.
For that area, the city itself, especially when you're on campus, which is very integrated into the city.
Yeah.
It's not like a lot of college campuses are, and UW is kind of like this. It's like it's in like places like UW or I'm thinking of like Purdue University in northern Indiana. It's like there's campus is like kind of just this area, but then the rest of town is like over there. Bloomington and IU is like the city is part of it, and it's like all around it. They're very incorporated into each other, and I think the city planners have kind of always planned for it to be that way.
Yeah.
It's very large in terms of land area. For students, it's actually kind of a problem because you would have to plan out your classes to not be too far apart from each other.
Right.
Even with buses or whatever, like it's like, nope, it's not. I remember like, especially at the beginning of semesters when I went to school there, students would be like coming up to teachers and being like, I cannot physically make it here on time. So what do we do?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very gorgeous campus. It's well known for that. Have you ever seen the movie Breaking Away?
I haven't. Have you?
Who's in it?
Who's in it?
I have no idea if any big names are in it, but it's not a huge movie. It wasn't like a blockbuster movie, but people know of it. It's like one of those mid-range movies. It's not something you'd find in the $2 bin at Walmart, you know. At least as far as I know. But it was a movie made in the mid or late 70s that was filmed in Bloomington about the Little 500 bike race. That is held, that IU holds every year, and that's like one of the biggest party festivity times around campus. It's like their Memorial Day time.
Yeah. James French is asking, what's Indianapolis like as a city? He says you never hear about it here on the other side of the globe. I think James is in Australia.
Okay.
They don't hear much about Indianapolis over there. So what do you think it's like as a city?
Keep in mind, I have never lived in Indy. I've only kind of gone there several times, many times to like go to an event or something. When I did rideshare when I was still living in Bloomington, I would occasionally drive people up to Indy, and then especially because that's where the main state airport is, Indianapolis International Airport. And then I would drive around there. I feel like it's pretty similar to other Midwestern Rust Belt cities, not nowhere near as big as Chicago. But it's a lot like Columbus, Ohio, or Pittsburgh. I don't know about Cleveland, but Cincinnati. They all kind of have similar feels.
Being a Midwest city.
Yeah, they are proper cities. You know, they have they went through all the urban flights in the 1950s, and Indiana's slightly less Rust Belt than the state's east. But there's a lot of good stuff going on in Indianapolis. I'm a big racing fan, so I very much took advantage of our proximity to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Been to 3 Indy 500s, I think 3 or 4 when they had it, NASCAR races there. I went to Formula One, used to race there. I went there from 2004 to 2007. I've been to a MotoGP race there. Yeah, lots of fun. I wish I lived that close to a world-renowned racetrack. Still, no major racetracks anywhere near here up here in the Pacific Northwest.
No, that's true.
Yep.
Well, we do have one kind of near us.
You have
the
Laguna
Infineon
Seca
Raceway.
probably somewhat close.
Yeah, it's about how long does it take to get there?
It's in
20
Monterey.
minutes, 30 minutes from where we live.
Oh, that's not far at all.
It's pretty close. Yeah.
Wow.
You can race cops. They have a cop racing night where you can go up with your car and you can race the highway patrol on the track. It's pretty, it's a good way actually of building trust and sort of building a rapport with the community.
Yeah, I love that. That actually kind of sounds similar to, I don't know how long this has been going on, but like I remember when I was a kid, I was more into like extreme sports.
Yeah.
Like I was a skateboarder kid. I had BMX bike and stuff. I was never that great, but like that's what I was into. I was a kid that played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and stuff like that. But I remember kind of at that time being in that environment, like kind of seeing a lot of cities changing their attitudes towards, quote unquote, those skater kids being treating them less as nuisances and vandals of the street to being like, hey, you know what? This is an activity that promotes good health and being active. So we as a city are going to build you amazing skate parks that you can come to. And I don't know, just hearing the cop racing kind of makes me think something similar to that.
Right.
It's like, let's turn this into a positive thing.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a long time. At least the last 15 years, they've been doing the, race the cops night. You can also do your basic drags where they will place you alongside someone else with another car with similar capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
They're not gonna put you in a souped up Corolla next to a Dodge Charger Hellcat.
Yeah, probably not a great idea.
Right? Yeah, because the
unless
Hellcat's gonna win
that
every
Corolla
time.
is really hiding something.
Exactly. The Corolla's got a jet engine underneath the hood or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, they'll match you up with another car of similar capabilities. It's a little expensive though. I don't know about the race the cops night, but I know if you want to drag race your friend at the track in a similar car, it's like $300 or something. So it's a little expensive, but they do every so often have events where you just show up and you are paired up with someone fairly random, but they still pair you up with someone with a similar capability, and you can do the entire circuit run. So they got different things that they do at the racetrack, which hopefully get some of the reckless drivers off the street, because now they have a legal and safe outlet for their fast driving.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That's at Laguna Seca.
What's that?
Is that at Laguna Seca or a different?
No,
racetrack?
that's at well, it was called the Sears Point Raceway, and then they changed.
Sonoma.
Yeah, Sonoma, and then they called it the Infineon Raceway, and they might be calling it Sears Point again.
Are they?
I don't know. I can't keep up because they keep switching the name back and forth.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're talking about, because that's a pretty well-known, very well-known racetrack.
They have a figure eight. They're one of the few tracks that has vertical terrain in it, and it has a figure eight track.
It's very hilly, but it
hilly.
Also has a drag strip in it.
Yeah. It's got a bunch of different turns, left and right turns that you don't see typically.
It's not exactly American style racing, but
no.
IndyCar races there.
Yeah, that's right.
NASCAR races there.
They do motorcycle races there as well. I mean, race your motorcycle.
It's a very, very good motorcycle racing track.
I've got a friend that races his motorcycle there all the time.
Nice.
So
my dad actually, before I was born, he did motorcycle racing.
Yeah.
So I was actually born in Salt Lake City, and and he was part of an amateur group that did a lot of racing in the Mountain West area. So So yeah, he's raced. I'm sure he's raced at Sonoma, Sears Point, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Laguna Seca, Willis. Is Willow Springs in California?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't.
It's a desert. It's a deserty.
Oh,
it might be
okay.
Nevada or something, but
yeah,
it's definitely in the West.
Yeah, Groom Lake, Nevada. No. Area 51. No, I'm just kidding. But another fun type of race that I'd like to see in person would be fun, and they do these in various places. They do the what is it called? It's called I can't remember what it's called, but they race big rigs. They race 18-wheeler big rigs.
But just the trucks.
Just the trucks, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I know
I think they just call them the iron races or something.
Yeah,
that'd be really
fun.
Sure.
I know that they do it in Europe too, and that's probably called like the lorry championship or something.
It's just because it's something you don't see every day.
Yeah,
and a lot of people aren't familiar with Peterbilts and Volvos and some of the other Freightliners, some of the other big names in big rig manufacturers. So we don't really get to see, who might win the race. Is it going to be the Freightliner, the Volvo,
any place to have manufacturers duke it out.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
That's what Formula One racing is all about. It's not just the drivers; it's the manufacturers. We're gonna build the best car that we can.
Yeah. Another type of race that would be fun, which they've done. You don't see this very often. This is pretty rare, where they take supercars, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and they race them with fighter aircraft.
Oh, just like in a straight line?
In a straight line.
Yep. I've seen those videos.
Before the aircraft leaves the ground, they see, who would win the race. And I want to say in some of them, the cars have actually won. They've got better off the line acceleration.
It really depends on what distances the finish line.
Yeah, that's true too.
The cars get off the line faster.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
The aircraft is going to win the quarter mile.
Yes.
but the cars are going to win the off the line acceleration. Oh, Kenworth and Mack. Oh, yeah, I forgot about those other ones. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mentioned Peterbilt, Freightliner, Volvo, but I forgot about the Mercedes, Kenworth, and Mack.
Renault makes lorries too.
Who?
Renault.
Renault?
The French. You don't see him. You don't see him in the U.S., but.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Loaded lumber truck drag races. I've seen those in YouTube videos too, where they load up these semis with lumber, and then they race them fully loaded.
Do they have to check those for cork?
Yeah, that's a good question. You have to go through the truck scales before they go through.
Yep.
Yeah. Prominent brand in Australia. I didn't know that Kenworth was big over there. I guess it is. I used to follow this YouTuber. Her name was Allie Knight, and she had a YouTube channel around her trucking career, and it was really, really fun to watch her videos. And I think she drove a Kenworth. But you got to see different parts of the country, and she used to travel with her cat. Oh, what was her cat's name? Oh, I loved it. He was so cute. What was his name?
Toots?
Spike. His name was Spike, and he was a calico. He was white and orange. He was a white kitty with orange patches on him, and his name was Spike, and she used to travel the country with him. Oh, she was a great YouTuber. Yeah. Which actually brings me
if
to
I was a trucker, that's how I feel like I would do it. You gotta have a cat with you.
You gotta have your kitty with you. You gotta have your kitty. Because
I'm biased though because I have 2 cats at home. So
yeah, I was gonna say I noticed based on your intro and outro of your videos that it looks like you have 2 cats.
Oh yeah, yep.
And if I remember,
very on purpose incorporate my cats into my videos in at least that sense.
and it seems like if my memory serves, if my drunken memory serves right now, one of them is a white and orange calico, right?
Close.
Close.
I have a white and gray. I have a white and gray cat, and then I have an orange tabby.
An orange tabby. See, I was off a little bit. I was off because my memory.
You were close. You were close.
Yeah, we have 1 cat and 5 chickens.
Chickens.
We have chickens.
Look at all those chickens.
Oh, chickens are fun. Chickens are actually quite fun. They do make really good pets.
Yeah.
Especially, well, it depends on the breed. I mean, not all chickens are equal because some of them are feisty and don't really make very good pets because they're just too wild and crazy.
Yeah.
But Rhode Island Reds, I have to say, are very friendly, inquisitive, and they will follow you everywhere you go. And they're really, really fun chickens to have around.
Yeah, that's cute.
I love Rhode Island Reds. Our Golden Lace Wyandottes are shy. They're skittish, but they're really pretty. They're very beautiful chickens, and we get fresh eggs every day. So, they're fun.
That's amazing.
And then kitties. Well, you can't beat cats. I've never been. Growing up, we always had cats. We only ever had 1 dog growing up, but I'm biased towards cats because that's all I know. And I understand their body language and I understand their personalities more than any other thing.
Yeah. I grew up with both cats and dogs, so I love them both.
Yeah.
It's just the way my living situation. I live in an apartment by myself. I work long hours, so cats are what I can deal with right now.
Yeah.
I don't feel like my schedule fits having a dog. It wouldn't be right for them.
Yeah, it just requires a different approach, really. Well, certain breeds anyway, but
yeah, depends on the breed.
I don't know. I got a massive soft spot for cats.
Same.
I just really do. They're just I don't know. I can't imagine not having a cat in my life.
My cats have a Instagram page that I don't post to very frequently, but I'm gonna put it in the comments here.
Yeah. James French is asking, do they let you approach them? Our neighbor had a Chinese silky rooster and he was really tame and would let you pet him. Our Rhode Island Reds, well, we lost one of them, unfortunately, recently. She just got really sick one day and didn't survive. I don't know what happened. It was really sad. But both of our Rhode Island Reds that we've had were very friendly and would let you approach them. They would let you pick them up and pet them. Our Golden Lace Wyandottes they don't let you, you can't approach those. They won't let you pick them up. They're just really skittish. We have an Ohio Buckeye that will let you pick her up. She's friendly. She doesn't mind being held and pet. We used to have some what are they called? Horn. Oh shoot. What were they called? Oh boy. So I'm blanking here. We used to have these white chickens that were called, they had the word horn in their name. I don't know why I can't think of them now.
Leghorn.
Leghorn. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I was half right.
Yeah, the Leghorns would always let you pick them up. They were very friendly too. Yeah, it just depends on the breed and who the previous owners were. Were the previous owners nice to the chickens or were they not?
Yeah.
Are they used to being handled? Because if they weren't handled as chicks, they're less apt to being handled later on in life.
Yeah.
It just depends.
That's just development in general for most.
Yeah.
Most animal species, most mammals.
Yeah, we've got a black Barnevelder that's kind of in between. She, you can approach her, but she doesn't really like being picked up. Sometimes you have to pick them up to inspect them.
Yeah.
Chickens are more sensitive to diseases and things. There's a lot more that can kill them, so you have to inspect them regularly. You have to check their butts to make sure that they don't, there's a lot of ailments that they can get. So you have to inspect them regularly, check them for mites. So you have to pick them up. And every so often they require deworming. So you have to give them deworming medication. Being outdoors, they pick up eggs that were passed from wild birds. Birds that just fly around your backyard. Their droppings contain eggs sometimes from worms, and you have to, and then the chickens will ingest those. There's really no way around that. And every so often chickens get worms, and you have to deworm them. So you have to pick them up, give them medicine. That can be difficult and challenging because some of them don't like to be picked up. Yeah. But if you have the space in your backyard and the patience, chickens do make wonderful pets. And you get fresh eggs every day.
Oh, yeah.
And who can say no to fresh eggs, right?
I would love that.
And we feed our chickens really well so that they're, obviously to keep them happy, but, a good side effect of that is they lay eggs with really deeply orange tinted yolks. You can tell a lot about how a chicken was fed by looking at the yolks of the eggs. And when they're a deep orange, that usually means that they're getting plenty of nutrients in their diet. And so we feed our chickens worms every day, dried mealworms. We buy these 10-pound bags of mealworms on Amazon, these dried mealworms, and we sprinkle them in the chicken coop every day. And, we give them cracked corn and pellet feed, that has all the nutrients in it that they need. So our chickens are fat and happy.
Yeah.
They are.
That's how we like them.
Our kitty is fat and happy. She's fat and happy. She's always happy. She's always purring. And
did my thumbnail picture update for everybody? I changed it to my younger cat.
Oh, look at
that! That's a picture that you'll see frequently on my channel, mostly because that is a picture of her before I even adopted her. She is maybe 10 or 11 weeks old.
Yeah,
she's almost 2 now, so she's very much an adult.
I love the tongue.
I know, right? As soon as I saw that picture, I was like, A, sold, and B, I'm keeping that picture forever, cropping out her face and
yeah,
little tongue. Yeah, she is adorable. She's certainly one of the most. We had several different cats growing up. So I'm familiar with many, not all of, but many of the different types of temperaments that cats can have. My older cat, Alani, the orange one.
Yeah,
she's almost 7. In my videos, I use mostly pictures of her glaring to the side because that's just she just has resting bitch face all the time.
Oh yeah.
And it's perfect for it. She's secretly very sweet and very loving, but she is very much my ex-girlfriend at the time gave her a nickname that really stuck, Princess Prissy Pants. Because that's exactly how she acts. She's pretty big. She's 14 pounds. Pretty muscular, pretty thick. But she has such a high pitched meow. But she's just so she just acts. Her body language is so dainty and just regal and princessy. She's just like, hi, love me. I'm so pretty.
Yeah, we started putting cat food out at our house so that we would attract stray cats to come around, because in recent years we've had rodent problems. We've had kind of major problems with rats and mice. It,
There's
it's
a well-known antidote for that.
yeah, having cats are,
Yeah.
and so what it is, I think it's a chicken feed. I think it's our chicken feed having chickens. The only bad thing about having chickens, though, is that you attract rats and mice, because there's no way to keep them from smelling the feed and going after it. And so we've been putting cat food out, and we've been attracting stray cats, which seems to be doing the trick. There's a black and white tuxedo kitty that comes around. I've been trying to get him to. He's really scared of people, though. It's sad because I want to make friends with him. So we just call him Sylvester, because he looks like Sylvester from Sylvester and Tweety, from the cartoon.
Tuxedo cat, I think they're.
Yeah, so we call him Sylvester, but we put food and milk out for him, and he's been coming around, and it does seem to be helping the problem with the rodents. I've been finding the other day I found a quarter of a rat in the backyard. It was just the back end of a rat.
Ooh.
So he apparently killed one and chowed down on most of it, but then he didn't quite finish. He's like, well, this fills me. I'm done.
Not a fan of the back end.
But he's been doing
his for the peasants.
Yeah, but he's been doing his job. Yeah, he's paid really well because we put that food out for him.
Yeah, love it.
Yep. Yeah, we love it.
Seattle has a lot of outdoor cats.
Yeah.
I've noticed.
Mm-hmm.
I actually almost adopted what we thought was a stray cat, but literally the day after I took it into my home.
Yeah.
My friend who had found them saw on their neighborhoods next door that they were actually owned and they were missing. So
yeah,
we returned them immediately. We're like,
yeah.
he's just an outdoor cat. We had no idea.
Well, one of our stray kitties in the neighborhood had kittens, and she had them in a safe place in my neighbor's backyard, and we looked after the kittens, to make sure that the cats remain safe. The kittens. When the kittens got old enough, our neighbor adopted them out, so they all went to good homes. So we look out for the kitties around here too.
That's good.
We make sure that they have a safe place if they're going to have kittens. And well, we'd like it if the kitties had a safe space just in general, because we don't want them getting hit by cars or out here, and we want them to be able to roam the neighborhood, do the be on mouse patrol and come around. And there was one stray cat that wasn't shy of humans and allowed me to pet her, and we made good friends with her. But sadly, one day we found her dead in the street because she had gotten hit by a car. That's a hard thing about having stray cats in the neighborhood is, with cars, you're eventually probably going to find one of them dead in the street, and that's hard. It's really hard.
Yeah.
So that
I have a good friend in similar age to me. We both grew up around Indiana. His family had a farm kind of out in the more rural part of Indiana. So his experience with cats is primarily outdoor cats. And they would they were definitely susceptible to your predatory birds.
Oh, hawks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sad, but
that's
just
I guess a cycle of nature.
Of life.
Yeah, it's sad, for sure. But the cars, the people speeding on the street, not too happy about that. That's probably how our neighborhood kitty got killed, was somebody speeding, and she just ran out he couldn't stop in time, or
Yeah.
she couldn't stop in time. Whoever, the person we think hit the cat and kept going. Yeah, it wasn't. It was a difficult morning for us, to say the least.
Oh, yep.
It actually took me a long time to get over to come to terms with that. It was a good 2 months before I came to terms.
Or valued animals can be just as devastating as human deaths.
Well, they're like family. I mean,
yeah.
She really grew on us, and we'd pet her, and she'd purr, and she'd drool. That was her thing. She used to drool so much when we pet her, and she had a really funny meow, and she was just such a little love bug, and it was just so sad when when my wife found her dead in the street and woke me up like, Rusty, she's dead in the street, and oh my, I was just, oh, it's a horrible day, absolutely horrible day.
What a terrible thing to wake up to.
It was, yeah, it really was, and it's still thinking about it. It just makes me just so sad to think about it. But God,
the reality of that, and larger the danger of the road was pretty ingrained in me and my siblings from a young age. My parents' house, they still live there, but our house growing up was like right on the road. I mean, literally, like between the curb and the nearest side of the house is maybe like 20 feet. And we had a big driveway. My dad has a small business that's also right there, so it's a big wide driveway that's right next to the road, and that road is, I believe, if not the most dangerous road in the entire state, is like top 3 most years. We lived on like the road that connects town to Lake Monroe, which is where people would go for boating parties, and I mean, especially on your boating weekends, but just generally, like lots of people drinking and driving going through there. It's a very smooth 2-lane road. That speed limit's 40, I think, but you could it's the paradox of a well-maintained road. It's so smooth, and it's like it's cambered in through the corners. There's a lot of nice corners to it. It's a fun road to drive. But that leads to people speeding a lot. Our house wasn't on a curve, thankfully, but all the time growing up, you would just hear people at all times of day or night just like fly down like 80 miles an hour. We especially the main pavement that we as kids could like ride our bikes and skateboards and play around in our driveway was like right next to the road, so we very much was ingrained in us, like the boundary, like respect that, it's right there.
Right.
My sister had a dog. She got a dog for her like 7th birthday once, and we had him for like a year or 2, and then he escaped and got hit by a car, and that was traumatizing. And we definitely there was a big curve, like just probably about like 400 yards or so down the street. Like you could see it from our kitchen window. Lots of accidents happened there. Lots of like rollover accidents. People taking the corner too fast and leads down into a ravine. Our power would go out sometimes, and it'd be like, oh, up the street, somebody slid off and hit a road or hit a pole. Broke it.
I mean, even at my age, seeing an animal get hit by a car is pretty traumatizing. If I'm the one, I've been pretty lucky. I've been driving for how many years have I been driving now? 25 years. And I've hit, let's see, I hit a dog. So I lived in New Mexico briefly with my parents, and I was driving through a Navajo reservation. There's a lot of Navajo reservation land out there.
Mm-hmm.
And the Native Americans don't really have fences on their properties because they don't really need fences. But someone's dog got loose, and I was heading back to California because at that time I'd moved back to California, so I went back there to New Mexico to visit my parents, and I was heading back home, and it was like dawn. The sun hadn't quite come up yet, and something black ran across the road, and I had no time to react.
Ugh.
And I hit it, and I saw it go off into the bushes, and it was really traumatizing because I recognized it as someone's dog.
Yeah,
And that was
just kind of animal it was.
It was super traumatizing because now I'm thinking that the animal's suffering, and there was nothing I could do about it. And then another time, it was again at dawn, and I was heading to the ferry station to go to San Francisco, and someone's cat ran across the highway. It was a 4-lane divided. It wasn't freeway. It wasn't quite freeway. It was considered highway, but speed limit I think was like 55 or something. And someone's cat ran across. Some orange tabby ran across. There was just no way. I had no way of stopping. It just went right under my tire. That was horrific. It's hard even thinking about that. And that was like 20 years ago. And ever since then, I've never hit anything. But that's my worst fear, is that someone's animal.
But also, it sounds like nothing, just by happenstance, nothing has run in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like in so many of those cases, it's like, what can you do? It's like there is nothing you can do.
There's nothing you can do. You're relying on luck, really.
Yeah.
It's circumstances. And, I just hope I can keep up that streak of good luck. Ever since those two instances, I haven't hit anything. So I just hope I can keep up that good luck. I mean, that would just be traumatizing if I hit anything.
Yeah.
Oh, I did have fairly recently, I was driving out by the coast. I was heading to the beach one foggy morning, and these deer ran out in front of me. And I actually didn't have enough time to stop. But the last deer that was crossing avoided me. It stopped just short.
It was several of them.
Yeah, there was a group of deer, and I just didn't see them in time. And the last one to cross, I would have hit that deer had the deer kept going on its trajectory, but it stopped. It saw me and stopped and waited for me to go by and then crossed, but it almost got hit by the car that was behind me. And I remember being really shaken up by that, going, oh my God, I almost hit an animal. And I actually care more about the animal than I do my car, to be honest. I know some people might think I'm crazy, but you can fix a car, but you can't fix an animal.
Yeah, exactly. Your car is a valuable but inanimate
it can be
object.
Fixed.
Yes.
I'd feel worse.
It doesn't feel pain and suffering like
no,
an animal does.
And I would feel worse for the animal that I hit than I would for my own car. And
yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah, and I just remember being so thankful that the deer didn't keep going. And I haven't featured that video yet, but I'm going to. I don't know. I might feature that as a one-off video, not in a compilation. I might feature that video by itself. But yeah. I stood on the brakes, boy.
I could see both a pro and a con to that.
What's that?
So on some of the bigger dashcam channels, occasionally,
yeah,
they will include a clip that was submitted to them that involves a close call or possibly a hit with an animal. But thankfully, most of them do include a warning right beforehand. So I feel like if you posted that as a one-off,
Yeah.
It may get less attention
Yeah,
views
that's true.
versus part of a compilation where it's
I
just
could do
like,
both. I
yeah,
could feature it by itself and
you're
then
getting
feature
the
it again.
views, but you are allowing the option for a person to skip ahead 20 seconds.
Yeah, I might do both.
That's what I do. I'd skip ahead anytime I see an animal warning. I'm like, I don't care what it is. I don't want to see it. I don't want to think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, unless it's a good outcome where the animal doesn't get hit or something.
Yeah. But I can just imagine that in my head.
Yeah, because in my case, the deer was spared. It not only managed to dodge me, but it dodged the car behind me that also didn't see the deer.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just shit luck that, but I stood on the brakes. I mean, I really tested the brakes on this car. And I think even with the anti-lock braking system, I think I still did lock up the brakes a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, not much, but
right.
You could hear the ABS system kicking in. Because I was determined not to hit the deer, even though I would have if the deer had kept going.
Yeah, anytime you hit the brakes so hard that the ABS kicks in, that's an experience.
Yeah, and you're at the mercy now of physics. It's no longer are you in control of anything. You are now.
That's where your brain goes straight to. It's like, this is as much as I can do.
I mean, I had that oh shit moment, and it kept replaying in my head over and over. So I maybe enjoyed my time at the beach a little less than I would have had that not happened. Because I kept thinking about, oh God, what if the deer had kept going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our brains are good at playing the what ifs.
Yes, our brains really are
very good at that.
Oh, and James,
especially those of us with anxiety.
Yeah. James French is asking, are you still happy with the ruby red car? We are very, very happy with it. We've had no problems with it. It's got 20,000 miles now. In fact, because it has 20,000 miles on it, or just about 20,000, that reminds me, I need to take it in for an oil change and its usual maintenance, because I'm at the 20,000 mile maintenance interval where it has to get the brake fluid has to be changed, which on previous cars, I never remember having to change a brake fluid, but I guess on this one, you have to do the brake fluid every 20,000 miles. I'm not sure what's so special.
My car recently, and again, I have an 18 Honda Civic. It recently surpassed 50,000, and I think at about 55 or 60,000 was when they had me replace the brake fluids, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
I still only had to replace just the rear brake pads and discs, not even the fronts yet.
Yeah, I don't really understand why the brake fluid needs to be changed every 20,000 miles on ours, but who knows? Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's some some proprietary.
It's gotta be some reason.
Yeah, some reason.
Yeah,
I do like. I do like having all 4-wheel disc brakes, because all my previous cars all had rear drums, and I love having disc brakes entirely.
Yeah, I don't even understand the physics of drum brakes versus disc brakes. Disc brakes just make so much more sense.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I don't understand drum brakes either. Why?
I if anything, just the non-uniformity of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they just have so much better stopping power. The disc brakes.
Your front brakes are obviously more important because that's your direction of travel, but your rear brakes are also very vital.
Yeah, why would they put subpar?
Even in racing, they can if you set your brake bias too far back or something, I know George Russell was having trouble with this in practice for the Hungarian Grand Prix. He kept locking his rear brakes.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No, that reminds me. Yeah, the coolant needs to be flushed too every 20,000 miles, at least on most cars. Ours too. But
this used to be more expensive to manufacture. Perhaps
it used to be.
Perhaps that's the reason.
Anymore. Yeah. Gosh, have you ever had to try to remove frozen rotors? Because on our old
Ooh,
cars,
no.
we used to do our own brakes, and I remember trying to remove the rotors on one of our cars. Could not get the rotors off. We even took a sledgehammer, still wouldn't come off. So we just like, screw it. We'll just leave the
Does
rotors on.
frozen rotor mean like temperature frozen, or
No, they won't come off the hub. They won't come off the wheel hub at all.
they're just jammed in there so hard?
Yeah, they're like rusted on.
Oh,
They're like
okay.
rusted on. They won't come off. And so frozen rotors, you have to have the right tools to remove frozen rotors. And we didn't have the tools to do it. And we didn't have a large pry bar either. So we just left the rotors on. They had enough life for another for the life of the brake pads that we put on, but we were just going to replace them anyway.
Better than the opposite problem.
Right. We were going to replace the rotors anyway, but since they were frozen on, they're like, well, there's still enough life on the rotors. We'll just leave them on for another cycle of the brake pads. So we just replaced the brake pads instead of the rotors too. And it was fine. I don't think I ever replaced the rotors on those. I think we ended up selling because we sold the car years later. I think I had the thickness of the rotors tested at every brake inspection, and there was always still a little bit life left on them. And so we never ended up having to replace the rotors. So then when we sold the car for the red one, we asked the dealership what they were going to do with the car that we traded in. And they said, oh, we'll just part your car out. Because it had like 120,000 miles on it. And it was a 2004. And so it was, 18 years old or 19 years old. No, 7. Wait a minute. 2004. Yeah, it was 17 years old at the time.
There and abouts.
There and abouts.
Not something that they felt like.
Yeah, they weren't going to
resell. They could sell
it
anytime soon.
No, they weren't going to resell it.
It'll be better just to sell the parts.
Just to sell the parts out of it.
Yeah.
So that's probably what
I am very sure that is at best what my old Pontiac got used for.
Yeah, and
I got virtually nothing back for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got 500 for ours.
Yeah, I got 500.
Yeah, and I had custom horns on the car, and so before we sold it, I took the horns out and put them on the new car. So when we got the red car,
something like that.
Yeah.
Well, not now, but back then I would have.
Yeah. When we got the red car, the first thing I did was replace the horn for what we had before on the old car. On the old car, I had aftermarket horns, which were very loud, and I wanted them installed on our new car. So I took the new car to the local body shop, and they took the bumper off with all the sensors and everything. It's not a job I could do myself because there's all those sensors and stuff they have to disconnect. Lots of clips, lots and lots of retainer clips holding, with the bumper and different types of screws. And I didn't want to bother with all that.
I bet. Yeah. That's why I don't know if you've seen this one, but several videos ago on my channel, I've had a small string of bad luck of people just giving me some love taps.
Yeah.
I for years never even had any amount of contact, and then over the last year I've had like four separate small love taps from people.
Yeah. I'm assuming love taps from behind.
2 of them from behind, 1 in the front.
Oh, okay. Because I used to get
2 in the front. I've had 2 in the front. Another one happened just a few weeks ago.
So I was gonna.
The rear. If I get love tapped from the back, I'm gonna look back there and be like, "Is there any cracks? Is there any paint scratches? No. Okay, it's fine by me. We'll let it go." but I got rear-ended, or I got backed into by an AMR car, like a Ford Expedition that was an AMR vehicle.
Yeah.
Because I had just pulled into a 3-minute passenger load to pick up a passenger who I assumed by her clothes was a hospital worker.
Yeah.
And I guess the car right in front of me didn't see me pull in, and they were about to leave, so they put it in reverse and just gunned it.
Yeah.
Smashed me in the front.
Jeez.
Yeah. It felt like a hefty hit. But that one, since it was a front impact, I was like, I'm gonna get your insurance info, because just in case that messed with any sort of the front sensors or anything. It was cosmetically, there was just kind of a trailer hitch imprint on the plastic right above the license plate.
Okay.
I don't care about that, but I don't know. I don't know where and how sensitive everything is on the front end of the car. I just know there's a lot more stuff under there, so I was like, yeah, I'm going to get your insurance info just in case. Didn't end up making a claim, because the next time I took it into Honda, I told them what happened, and they looked at it and they're like, no, everything is fine. So
did you see the video? I mean, it's a long time ago, but I got rear-ended in the old car. So I can play it if you haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, play it if you have it handy.
Yeah, I have it handy.
It's possible that I've seen it. I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't recall.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and share the screen here.
Bad drivers caught on dash cam.
Amazing how in life, one moment everything is great.
Yep, I've seen this one.
It's totally disrupted.
Oh boy.
This is the kid who causes the wreck.
This is just crazy scary for me.
Whoa! Oh wait, no, I have not seen this one.
Yeah. And now for the front view.
Oh yeah, the front view.
So glad I didn't hit the car in front of me.
Whoa! Oh fuck!
Oh, I was expecting that.
Now
there was a good distance between you and the car in front, but
yeah.
Just
the kid who caused the crash is so shaken up, he blindly swings his door open into traffic.
Yeah.
Causes another incident. I mean, I don't know what was more traumatic, the force of it or the sound of it.
That's
it was
question.
Loud. It was so loud.
Yeah, even small bumps are so loud.
Yeah.
Like every time I've had less than a fender bender, I get out of the car and I feel like it's way more than it is. So I get out of the car and I look at it. I'm like, oh, that was nothing. Okay.
And then just a week or two later, I got rear-ended a second time. Let me play that here. Let me go back to my screen share function here. Screen share.
Yeah. Why does it tend to
happen in clusters?
Always happen in clusters. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that something?
Yep.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I think I'm sharing. Yeah. Well, guys, as if one rear ending wasn't enough, we got to go through. Someone recently asked me, what the heck have you been eating that everybody wants to rear end you by smelling your farts? What? Awesome. All right, you're about to see me get goosed.
And I apologize when I was running through the U.S. side. Of course, Ambassador.
Fuck. So that was my reaction again. Fuck. I mean, every time I get rear-ended, it wasn't as hard as last time. But let's see what her excuse is. She told me that her foot got caught on the pedal and that she couldn't hit the brake. Let's go back and look at the footage closely and see.
She was putting on makeup.
Her story is. Okay, there is a bit of water on the glass, but you can see just enough that right here, both her hands leave the steering wheel and disappear behind her visor. Her hands stay behind the visor until the impact. Now watch both her hands come back down during the impact. Sure looks to me like she was putting on makeup or playing with her hair. There was no damage to either of her cars other than a light scuff mark. She was very pleasant and cooperative in exchanging information.
Yeah, at least she didn't
run.
run.
Well, looks like she lied. Her insurance agent saw the video, but denied seeing her customer's hands leaving the wheel. And neither of us filed a claim.
Yeah, so...
That's good.
Yeah, I'm just glad she didn't lie. I mean, actually, in neither of those cases, nobody tried to lie. They both, well, I mean, she didn't admit that she
That's
was
a
putting
lot to
on
ask for today.
Huh?
That's a lot to ask for today.
It is. It is. I mean, she didn't admit that she was putting on makeup, but at least she was apologetic. And I think she said her foot slipped, which was a lie because, yeah, you could see her hands coming down from that rearview mirror. You just knew she was putting on makeup. And the first one admitted to being wrong, just altogether. No, was that it?
Yeah, didn't his mom say we didn't do it or something?
No, his mom. No, his
Yeah,
no.
so she said something.
I don't remember his mom denying it.
I thought she said that it wasn't his fault.
I don't know. Maybe you remember more about it than I do, but
he wanted to be honest.
oh, he wanted to be honest. Well, whatever. Well, at least a kid, did the right thing. I think what happened was that in that first rear ending, the kid hit the gas instead of the brake.
Right. Oh, totally.
And just mashed the gas, and that's what he hit the car.
Somehow that happens.
Yeah, somehow that still happens this day and age. Oof, I don't know. But well, I should probably get going. I'm getting hungry, and it's probably time for dinner. We eat late, so that's just kind of how we roll. I gotta go make dinner.
Yep.
I'm getting hungry.
Yeah. Well, we've been on for a long time.
Oh, I'm used to it though. I've done streams as long as 9 hours. I've done streams that have gone for 9 hours in the past, like really long ones. Yeah, for 9 hours, like Halo Mastermind when Bad Drivers South Carolina. Oh, we'd go forever because we just kept inviting more and more people into the stream, and it just it never ended. We went for like 9 hours. If you check out some of our past streams, they do go for a long time usually. I mean, I think the average for me is about 5 to 6 hours. And they have gone longer and they have been shorter, so they just kind of like fall in anywhere in between.
Yeah.
Because there's always a lot to talk about.
Oh, indeed.
So
can you real quick, can you see the private chat between us?
Yeah.
Okay.
The private chat. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't check that tab. I didn't have the tab open, so I didn't see it.
Oh, no worries.
How far back is that one?
A while. Irrelevant.
Oh,
but I was more asking to ask you if before we go, I found a video clip of me getting hit by that car. Since we're sharing clips, would you want to share that one?
Can we do that? Yeah. I thought. Because there's something about testing positive for COVID. Is that?
Yeah. That user had commented several times just some obviously spammy things about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Earlier, like a few hours earlier, they had commented like, just breaking, Donald Trump endorses President Biden for 2024. Oh, like that's spam.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. COVID has fried Trump's brain for sure. I think
what was left of it.
I think just all that tanning has fried his brain. But yeah, was there something you wanted to share in the stream?
I mean, sure. I just said
Uh-oh, where'd he go? Oh, I'm not sure what happened, but he suddenly dropped out of the stream. I don't know if his internet connection went. Oh, he's back. Okay, let me add him back in. Oh, I lost you there for a second.
Yeah, it cut out for a second.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was right as I shared the link.
Yeah, you can share it. I think does it let you? Do you have an option when you click on your window? Does it have an option to screen share?
There's a thing down here that just says share.
Oh,
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's screen share or share with other people.
Is it does it say share with a little picture of a monitor with a plus in the middle
of it? A monitor
of it?
with a plus sign, yeah.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, that is a screen share. Okay.
Yeah. So if you go ahead and click that, you should be able to share something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, in that case,
give it a go.
Let me cue myself up here. Ugh.
Yeah.
Now that I'm monetized, I gotta wait for my own ads.
Oh, the horrors! What?
Oh, the horror! I made sure you haven't seen my 1K video yet, but at the beginning I do a little monologue about thanking my viewers and little sarcasm about how exciting it is to watch ads.
Yeah, I know. Showing our own videos to our friends, and we go like, oh god, the ads. Oh. Yeah. But then we go, oh wait a minute, the ads are what supports our channel, so maybe I shouldn't complain too much.
Yeah. I had to. I don't know if I've told you this, but when I reached the threshold for being able to be monetized, I applied, and YouTube denied me in it originally.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they said I was using reused content.
Oh.
And I'm like, what?
That doesn't make any sense because it's yours.
Like, my stuff is all original, other than just the little clips that I put in there. But lots of other channels that I know are monetized do that. So why is that a problem?
But what did it take to overturn their decision?
I had to submit an appeal. And to be fair to them, like they upfront were like, if you think this is wrong, please submit an appeal and tell us this and that and this and that. They told you what they wanted to hear.
Okay.
So I just had to make a video. I used basically like phone footage showing my camera in my car. Be like, hey, this is how I make videos. It comes from here. And I take the memory card out and I put it in my computer and I do this and I do that. Like, just so basic.
Yeah, exactly.
But it worked. It worked.
Yeah, it worked. The appeal process works.
I went back. I went because I wasn't sure what exactly they were protesting. I kind of thought it was because, as you've seen in my videos, I include like little squares of the podcast that I'm listening to.
Yeah.
And one of the parts of the don'ts of their category of reused content is promoting other people's content, even if you have their permission.
Oh.
So I was like, do they mean the little podcast logos that I put in? Because why would that be a problem? But if it is, like, I'll take them out, whatever. I guess it wasn't though. Maybe I bet their algorithms saw my other videos on Dashcam lessons and R and BD and were like, oh, reuse content.
Yeah.
That was probably the case, but
yeah.
I just to be sure, like I went through like virtually all of my all of my channel comments, sought out all the ones that specifically said like, hey, I love the clips that you add and stuff. Slap them all on like two different pages, and we're like, hey, my audience loves that I do this, so yeah, thumbs up.
Yeah, exactly.
Thumbs up.
Hey, Tommy, thank you for tuning in. Best of luck tomorrow with your tests. He's been a long time fan, long time viewer. We've become YouTube friends actually, and yeah.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah, so feel free to share if you have something you wanted to share. You're welcome to. Huh?
I clicked the share screen. Oh wait, hold on.
Yeah, it'll let you choose. It has a couple tabs, either just an individual Chrome tab or a window or an entire screen. It'll let you do.
It is not letting me.
Uh-oh. I can do it if
Okay.
if it's not letting you. What let me go to
Check our private chat. There's I sent the link.
Oh, it's
to
in the
that
private
video,
chat?
but then go to that time card.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
And then go to 522.
Yes.
Okay, 522. Okay, just get past.
It's probably not letting me share because again, this being my first time on StreamYard, I didn't make an account or log in or anything.
Yeah.
Because it let me in without doing that, so I was like, whatever.
Gotcha.
that's probably why.
Yeah. Chrome tab. Here we go. Okay, I'll share it, and then just go ahead and let me know when to cut it. When I start playing it, and then of course be sure.
Yeah, it's definitely longer than what will be. The clip itself is longer than what's necessary, but yeah, I'll let you know when.
That's okay. Yeah,
when it's all there.
Yeah, and then just be sure to ignore any copyright notifications you get because this is being streamed in our live stream. You might get a copyright notification.
Oh,
so you got to just remember
platform. Okay.
Yeah, you just got to remember. Oh, that's right. We featured this in Napa's live stream, and because it'll give you a chance to copyright strike me or not.
Yeah, not gonna do that, Ben.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. I'm assuming everybody can see that.
I can see it.
Cool.
Don't know about everyone else though.
Oh yeah, they can see it. I got a separate screen up.
Okay, so see, I pulled into the spot right after that ambulance.
Yeah.
And my that's my rideshare passenger right up there.
Oh, I remember this one. one.
Oh yeah.
What the shit?
What the shit?
Yeah. You would think they'd look behind him after he got rear-ended, or he got bumped by an ambulance. Yeah.
I remember at first I came out, I was all pissed. I was like, really? But the guy was super nice about it. He was like, he admitted, and again, like he admitted fault immediately. He was like, my bad. Okay, well that was it.
Oh, okay. All right. There we go.
I forgot that I actually cut it off a lot more than what the whole video was.
Yeah.
As you do, sometimes like I'll have like a 5-minute video.
Yeah.
That I've clipped together, but then when it comes to like actually putting it together to share on YouTube, I'm like, actually only this first minute that's really all everybody needs to see.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, that I do remember that clip.
Yep.
That's a crazy one.
Which one was that? That was from 60.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm about to post 69 tomorrow.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
69's a good number.
Yeah. There will definitely not be some subtle sexual jokes in there. Definitely.
Yeah. You gotta, yeah, exactly.
It's definitely not themed on going the wrong way.
Right.
Positioning yourself correctly.
You gotta position yourself just right for that one. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Say it like what?
69 dudes.
Oh, 69 dudes. We're from the 80s, so that's kind of how we sound when we say that. We grew up in the 80s. We're 80s kids, times were so much simpler back then. They were way simpler.
I'm a 90s kid, but I feel like I have much more in common with you 80s kids than kids these days.
Yeah. When
I have a sibling that's 13 years younger than me.
Yeah.
And so she's like 17, and like I go to her for like advice on my phone. I'm like, how in the world do I do this thing? Whatever.
Yeah, Mrs. Napa does that too.
Yep.
So, yeah.
But compared to like our parents, like I might as well be Bill Gates. Like,
right.
I know how to fix everything.
Yeah.
I'm mostly just like, no, just poke around until you find out. I don't know.
My parents are boomers. my wife and I are Generation X, technically.
Yep.
My parents my dad was really good at fixing cars and stuff. That's where I learned a lot of that. I learned it from him.
Yeah. My dad's a boat mechanic by trade.
Oh.
Yeah. So some of that transfers to cars.
Well, my dad was good at fixing people too, because I mean, in a sense, because he worked in a hospital, different hospitals actually, for years. So he worked with a lot of trauma patients. He wasn't a doctor, but he did work with trauma patients, a lot of trauma patients. Oh, some of the stories I've heard about working in the ER.
Ooh.
Yeah. So,
those were some of my favorite shows.
Yeah.
As a kid. Trauma, Life in the ER.
Yeah, that's right.
My parents thought I was gonna go into the medical field.
Yeah,
because I'm just like, nah, it's just fun.
Yeah.
No, my sister ended up being the one that became a NICU nurse.
Do you remember that show on TV with William Shatner called Rescue 911? That was a 90s show, I think.
I never watched
90s.
that, but that sounds familiar.
Yeah. He's just his usual funny William Shatner self.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good series. Yeah, I mean, kind of like a medical version of Unsolved Mysteries. Had the same feel in the production and the way the show was produced.
But not quite as
not as creepy, not as scary. Oh my God!
Not as soap opera / comedy as House.
Right, Robert Stack was scary. Oh my gosh, he was like a ghost. He was just freaky. The way his stare, the way he would stare at the camera. And he'd say, and perhaps you can help solve a mystery. And you just got the chills up your spine when he would say that, because Unsolved Mysteries would sometimes touch on ghost stories or UFOs. Yeah, spooky, sometimes very spooky things, not just missing persons cases or scary murder mysteries.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen some of the old Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack?
I probably have. But I don't know that show in particular. But that style of show, I definitely have some recollection.
Yeah, it's on one of the streaming platforms. You can play it.
With Robert Stack.
With Robert Stack, yeah. Okay. It's like
I almost guarantee you I've probably seen that.
Right next to that. Right next to that in the lineup is This Old House, when Bob Vila used to host the show back in the late 70s, throughout the 80s and early 90s. So you can pick like either Bob Vila, how to fix a house, or you can watch Robert Stack and get the creeps. You can like get this shit scared out of you.
This is what you do. So this is what you do. You sit down, you watch Unsolved Mysteries first, because you can't go to sleep watching that. Like, you have to watch something after it. So you watch Unsolved Mysteries first, so you can figure out how to hunt a ghost. Then you watch the one with Bob Vila,
This Old House,
so you can fix the house, which will piss off the ghosts, bring out the ghost. Then you call what's his name from what's his name?
Robert Stack?
No, the other one.
Bob Vila?
No.
Tim the Toolman Taylor?
No. Then you call, what's his name? 911.
William Shatner.
Thank you. Then you call William Shatner.
To take you to the ER.
Then you call Ghostbusters.
Take you to the ER
after your heart attack from being scared to death.
Well, yeah, because you've wrestled the ghost up from trying to redo your house.
Yeah. So now you got Bob Vila, Robert Stack, and William Shatner standing at your bedside in the hospital.
Yes.
And then you're like,
that sounds like an interesting time.
And then what's his name from House walks in and comes up with this crazy, outlandish, like,
Hugh Laurie.
Hugh Laurie comes in and tells you what's really wrong with you. There, you're done. Go to sleep.
I'll stick around for when Hugh Laurie and Robert Sean Leonard show up.
Yeah, and Doogie Howser shows up too. Oh, shit. You're like, what is this? What's going on here?
Oh man! Speaking of these types of shows, one thing that always sticks with me that my brain goes to, like nowadays when in when I'm doing something that I featured sometimes on my channel. I don't feature these a lot because they aren't super entertaining to watch, but they are very much traffic safety related. When you see somebody in front of you, driving it, and obviously doesn't have their lights on, or doesn't have their lights all the way on because their tail lights aren't on. That's how you can tell. I'll go behind people and I'll flash my lights at them until they fix it, or until we go our separate ways. But a couple of times I feel like I've definitely like kind of scared people. And I'm like, from my car, which they can't hear me. I'm like, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not. I'm just saying, turn your lights on. Damn it.
Right.
But what I always think about. I can't recall like what exact show it was, but I remember some TLC show or whatever about like urban legends. And
I remember that show.
Yeah. Do you know the one I'm thinking of, where it's like some young woman gets in her car and starts driving, and another car comes up pretty close behind them and is like intermittently flashing their lights at them.
My wife remembers that episode. I don't remember specific ones, but she remembers that one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the point is like the driver, the young woman, like thinks that this person is following her and is like out to murder her or something. So she's like running away, but the guy keeps following her and keeps flashing their lights in her rearview mirror. And they finally get to a spot where like she's stuck or stopped or something, and the car following gets out and like runs over to the car, and she's like, I'm scared, you're gonna murder me. But he goes for the back seat. He goes for the back seat and opens the door, and there's actually a killer with a knife in the back seat.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what the lights were for. I was letting that killer know.
Oh,
Which what a terrible murder strategy, first of all.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. That's not a
but I my brain goes to that whenever in real life I go up behind people and I'm like, turn your lights on. Turn your lights on.
Yeah.
How do 8 out of 10 of you not know what this means?
Or when they've got their high beams on and you're flashing them repeatedly and they still don't get that the high beams are on.
Yeah. I get being in the city most of the time, I don't get that as often.
Right. You see it more in rural stretches of highway.
Oh, for sure. I like any time that I actually like end up driving somebody into the more rural parts, like, and I have to use my brights. Every time I remark to myself, I'm like, wow, I actually have to use my brights.
Yeah.
But also the great thing about that is like, oh, I can see the stars. Yeah. Even just a little bit. I'm like, oh, I missed that.
See the stars a little more. The Milky Way, and there's Orion and his belt, and wherever that thing is hanging on his belt. Betelgeuse, yeah.
Betelgeuse, the giant ass star.
Yep. And I'm looking forward to more of the images from the latest space
James
telescope.
Webb.
The James Webb.
Amazing.
Oh my gosh. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see the Death Star float across.
My wife wants to see the Death Star float across one of the images, from Star Wars. She wants to see the Death Star.
That would be the greatest troll ever.
Wouldn't it though? Darth Vader just cruising along,
or reality. Who knows?
No, I want to see the Klingon bird of prey. I'm rooting for the Klingon bird of prey. I am a Trekkie. I'm old. I'm old.
You'll even though you're a Trekkie, I take it you're probably familiar with Star Wars, right?
Oh God, yeah. Oh
okay.
yeah. Yeah. No, well, okay,
When
so not the newer movies, not the very newest ones, but the older ones, yes.
Okay.
The originals.
I am not familiar with honestly any of that.
Yeah.
My family was never into it. I never got into it. So
Oh, Star Wars?
Star Wars, Star Trek, any of that.
Yeah.
I don't dislike it. I'm just like I never got into it. So
Yeah.
but that's beside the point. When you do watch my latest video, the 1K subscriber thing, you'll recognize a reference that I make in there.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
more like a tune that my terrible voice is singing along.
Oh, yeah, my wife is whistling the the Death Star March. What is it called that you're doing right now? I think it's called the Death March.
The death. Yeah,
I think it's called the Death.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
The very recognizable one.
The one I'm gonna get copyright dinged for if she keeps whistling any more of it. Okay, if you're out of tune and you've been drinking, then it'll skip the copyright filters and we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you familiar with the Opening Arguments podcast?
No. I might have heard of it, but what is it?
You've definitely seen it on my channels, on my videos, because I'm a $5 an episode patron for that show. It's a legal podcast, legal/politics/current events podcast.
Yeah.
Run by Andrew Torres, who I know we referenced before.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And his co-host, who is not a lawyer but is a comedian and a very fun person. They talk about any and all types of politics and current events but they talk about it through a law perspective.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Which has been very handy in the last number of years. They started in 2017, 2016 or so.
Are they fairly centrist, or they're not biased?
They're definitely left.
Oh,
but
okay.
they're not like hardcore left.
Oh, okay.
They are what I describe myself as, which is pragmatic left.
Right.
It's like they're up front with it's like, okay, well, like we want $15 minimum wage or whatever.
Yeah.
Things like that. But in terms of like, what does the law say about what Gavin Newsom can do with this executive order versus what can Governor Abbott do in Texas? Or they're gonna call balls and strikes,
Yeah.
It's a really great show. They talk about everything from like the Britney Spears thing to
the conservatorship. Yeah.
They do deep dives about any current events thing that has to do with the law. It's really helpful to break down to the average person who has no law training. Like, here, let's help you understand this thing.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. Gabriel C is asking, what conspiracies seem to be the most credible in your opinion? Is there any local conspiracies where you're from? I love the videos. He may be asking either one of us, but I mean, I don't find very many conspiracy theories to be credible. I've seen most of
otherwise
the
they would drop the
debunked.
Conspiracy label.
Yeah, like chemtrails. Flat Earth has obviously thoroughly debunked. What else? That
was debunked thousands of years ago.
The anti-vax positions have been debunked thoroughly. What else?
Don't even get me started.
I mean, no, I don't.
I don't think that's what Gabriel's getting at, but
yeah, but I don't. I just don't buy into the vast majority of conspiracy theories. Oh, the lizard people, right? Yeah, exactly. No, I just
I'm the same.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
No.
I'm just not.
Funny.
Oh, they're funny. Oh, that's true. You know,
I would say it's good. It's good for the average person to be aware of what they are.
sure.
You can be aware of what this group of people thinks and
Yeah.
think it's totally nuts.
Yeah.
And that's better than just being completely unaware of them, because you never know, some of them
Oh,
might
yeah.
end up running for Congress or something.
Yeah. I mean, what's the latest
Marjorie
one
Taylor Greene.
going through the news? Alex Jones has been on trial for
Oh yeah.
propagating this conspiracy theory. Well, I won't even say the word because it'll get when you get into touchy subjects,
We know what you mean. We know what
you
you
know
mean.
what you mean. It can cause problems
See
with
the
YouTube.
last few episodes of Opening Arguments for a breakdown of the Alex Jones trials.
Yeah, I was it was really interesting watching him backpedal and his face turn red and watching him squirm.
Oh
I got more entertainment out of that, and his
yeah.
lawyers getting into it with the
Oh,
judge.
please listen
I
to
just can't.
the last one or two episodes of Opening Arguments, because
Yeah.
Andrew, who, like I said, is a practicing lawyer, breaks down exactly how terrible his lawyers are.
Yeah.
Like how laughably terrible they are.
And I just can't adhere to any talking head from either side that's too extreme. I just can't do it. Either from the far right or the far left. Can't do it. I just can't do it.
Yeah.
It's too much for me.
I found myself in that position in the summer of 2020 when especially a lot of people around me in the community I was in was like, cut police department funding by 50%.
Oh, that's right.
No
Yes.
police.
Defunding.
And yeah, some people were like no police. And I'm like,
oh yeah.
I don't know.
Pretty sure we need police to keep some law and order around here.
Yeah. my stance has always been like, obviously police need a lot more accountability.
Yeah.
For what they do.
Sure.
And they
absolutely.
need to be they need to not do certain things that they have been doing. 100%. But to just throw the baby out with the bathwater?
Yeah.
No.
Doesn't sound like a good strategy to me.
No. And I feel that way about any argument that just lacks nuance. Yeah. I'm all about the nuance.
Yeah, nuance makes
it's so important.
Makes a huge difference.
Because real life matters are complicated like that.
They are. It's not black. It's not all black and white.
Virtually
a lot of gray areas in there.
White. Yeah.
A lot of gray or purple areas or whatever in between colors, orange, between red and yellow.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of in between colors going on here. Green, blue, and yellow. The Death Star. Oh, she thinks the Death Star is going to solve everything. I say the Klingons are going to solve everything.
Isn't the Death Stars the bad guys?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's Darth Vader.
That's okay.
Darth Vader's piloting that thing.
Anarchist.
And then you've got General Chang of the Klingon Empire piloting the Klingon bird of prey in Star Trek. It'd be really cool to watch those two duke it out. General Chang and Darth Vader.
I'm sure some
Wouldn't
nerds
it?
have done something.
Just like I would love to see in one video somewhere, I'd like to see a ninja go up against a Viking or something like that. Wouldn't that be fun? Who would win, a ninja or a Viking?
I don't know. Probably ninja.
You think a ninja would win?
Yeah.
I think so too, because the Japanese warriors had very sophisticated weaponry. And I am actually a big fan.
It probably depends exactly which type of training and which area you're talking about.
Yeah. I am a big fan.
I have no idea what I'm talking about, so
well,
don't listen to me.
I am a big fan of Japanese warrior weaponry. I think it's so cool. Obviously, none of it's legal in California, so forget that. You want, yeah. But I've always been fascinated by shurikens, ninja stars.
Yeah.
So the best you can do in California is maybe carve some out of wood, and plaster them on the wall just for, decoration's sake.
Cardboard.
There's just so many like different shapes and patterns you can do with them. It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I see the appeal of that.
They're really cool looking things.
I used to know how to throw playing cards.
Oh,
that was kind of a fun, useless skill to have.
Well, but you could do some fun things with that.
Yeah. Oh, you could throw them so hard if you got it just right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a fun way to pass the time in middle school.
Yeah. I attended some martial arts schools that we did have. They could legally have weaponry. So there is an exemption for some weaponry that martial arts schools can take advantage of.
Yeah, since it's for training and
training and stuff. So we had nunchucks, because I studied a hybrid. I studied a martial art that was a hybrid between karate and kung fu. So we incorporated elements of both martial arts. Well, I mean, kung fu has a lot of different sub-variants, a lot that are even drastically different from each other. So I'm not even sure which disciplines we were studying or which styles we were using, but it was kind of a general hodgepodge of kung fu and karate. But we had samurai swords. Those are legal here. I'm pretty sure they're legal in California, but it's the double-sided weapons.
You can have a regular sword.
Yeah, you think you can have a regular sword in California?
Can you?
Yeah. You just can't open carry it in public. Or maybe you can. I don't know. The laws are so complicated.
Only with a full Pirates of the Caribbean outfit.
Right. Only if Johnny Depp.
Only in Hollywood.
Yeah, only in Hollywood. If you're Johnny Depp, you can do it. But we had all kinds of really interesting weaponry in the dojo. But they didn't just let any of the students play with them. You had to be of
I
a
should
certain...
hope not.
Yeah. So it was a very controlled environment, as it should be.
Indeed.
You can. I don't know if you can still. So I know 15 years ago, despite the fact that ninja stars are a felony to even own in your home in California, you could go into Chinatown in San Francisco and buy them.
Oh.
I saw a case full of them that they were selling, and I don't know how on earth the shop owners didn't get busted for that. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they got away with it, but it was crazy.
It was just kind of out in the open.
Oh yeah, right out in the open.
It wasn't just like you
Nope.
were like, hey buddy, you got any ninja stars?
Yeah, no, right there in a housed in a glass case, but right within view when you walk in the store. That was 15 years ago. I don't know if in Chinatown, we should go back when we go back to San Francisco. I want to go back into Chinatown. I just want to see what kind of things they're selling now versus when we used to go to Chinatown 15 years ago. I'm just curious. I want to go back to Chinatown.
You go to stores, but off the tourists. You have to go to the back stores.
The back stores. Oh, the back street stores. So in the alleys, in the dark, scary alleys.
Where the regular people go.
Where the locals
be willing to brave the alleys.
Where the criminals go.
No, Chinatown's not that safe.
No, they don't have an underground. Well, you never know what they've got going.
I bet they still do have an underground. But it's
Underground.
still scary.
Well, because I know that there were sex trafficking operations that fairly recently they got uncovered in Chinatown and other parts of San Francisco. It wasn't just limited to Chinatown, but it was in various parts of Chinatown.
That's definitely something that seems to happen in a lot of port cities. Seattle,
yeah, I mean it happens in
I've heard of a lot of sex trafficking busts.
Yeah, it happens
around
in
here.
Asia, it happens in Mexico, it happens all over the world, really.
Yeah.
But it is really
Not
cool
quite so
though.
much St. Louis, but
Yeah, not so
you know,
much there.
being oceanside cities.
Yeah. But no, we have a pretty kick-ass Chinatown in San Francisco. It's really is a neat place to visit. Yeah, it's a pretty Chinatown. Like it's just not
I'm sure
the
it's a
same.
lot bigger than ours.
Yeah.
Ours is, it's not even Chinatown. It's just International District.
Yeah.
And even the whole bit of it, it's pretty small.
Yeah.
Our Chinatown is where the fortune cookie was invented.
Wow.
Yep.
They actually invented it in San Francisco's Chinatown.
Yeah.
So it's American.
I didn't know that
So
until
it's American, you're saying.
It's an American thing.
And
Yeah.
So it's sort of, but yeah.
I've been to the factory. It's really small.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, LA's got a Chinatown. New York City has one, but they're just not the same as San Francisco really, I think, has the best Chinatown in the country.
And if you ever,
I feel like I've heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you ever watch anything with like a scene that's like supposed to be Chinatown, and they're like Mr. Monk, okay, the show Monk, when he goes to Chinatown, and that show takes place in San Francisco, he's in the LA Chinatown. Like it's they never actually film in Chinatown because they're in LA, right? Filming. Which is crazy because their Chinatown LA just doesn't have the same actual vibe. Like the San Francisco
Well, it's
Chinatown
not as big. It's
but you're saying they film in LA Chinatown.
Yeah, they'll film in LA
because it's LA.
Yeah.
And try to pass it off as being San Francisco's Chinatown, and you can clearly tell it's not.
Because our Chinatown up here is beautiful. It's very, it's very what's the word? Authentic.
It's very authentic.
Far more authentic.
we have San Francisco has a bigger Chinese population than anywhere outside of China. Well, that was the statistic 10 years ago. It could actually now be Vancouver, Canada.
Nonetheless, ours is
because they have a very large Chinese population as well.
Yeah.
And their Chinatown may very well rival ours here in San Francisco. When we went to Vancouver, we had limited time. So I would have been nice to visit their Chinatown, but we didn't get to do that. We didn't have enough time, really. But have you been to Vancouver?
I've only driven through, like, kind of around Vancouver on the way to Whistler Blackcomb Mountain. So
yeah,
I've never actually spent time there.
It's a beautiful city. It's very clean.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
Yeah, I'd like to go back and spend.
I definitely see a lot of dash cam footage from Vancouver.
Oh yeah, there were a whole.
There in Toronto seem to be where the worst drivers of Canada are.
It does seem to be. There were a lot of late 90s and early 2000s TV shows that were filmed in Vancouver because at that time it was cheaper to film there than it was on location. Like the X-Files, most of X-Files was filmed in the Vancouver area.
Interesting.
The show Psych that ran from 2004 to 2009 or 10.
Yep.
Supernatural, the show Supernatural, most of that was filmed in Vancouver.
Wow.
I mean, so Monk too. Well, they filmed part of Monk up there.
A lot of shows in the mid 2000s.
Yeah.
2010s.
Yeah. Very common for them to be filmed up in Vancouver.
Phil K says Fringe.
Fringe, maybe. Yeah. That's a lot of them. I mean, there's a whole score more of shows that were filmed up there. Because it was
very rare that it's just kind of a one-off.
Yeah.
Let's build an industry around this.
I mean, even Sliders back in the early to mid 90s, there was a sci-fi show called Sliders. That was filmed. They started off filming in, I think the first part of the pilot was filmed in San Francisco. Then they moved the production to Vancouver. And then by the third season, they moved down to LA because then it was cheaper to film in LA than it was in Vancouver. It kind of went back and forth a little bit between LA and Vancouver. It's an interesting influence on pop culture, how at some times it was cheaper to film in LA, at other times it was more feasible to film in Vancouver.
Yeah. Interesting.
Rules, they're less restrictive in Vancouver? Less regulation with filming. Well, that makes sense too. Less red tape to deal with when you're producing a show.
Damn that government regulation.
Yeah, government.
The United States government says we can't use 10-year-olds for our
It wouldn't be prudent
for our fruit tables. Canada says we can.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. I know I'm doing a really old George Bush impression that they used to do on Saturday Night Live way back when. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Government.
Yeah, government.
Government.
Boy, they sure had a field day with George Bush Sr.
Oh yeah,
man.
Oh, little did we know what was about to come.
Those were the days. We really had fun with Bush Sr.
Oh, it was so easy.
Yeah, it was. Oh, and Clinton, of course. They had fun with him too.
Oh, Clinton's great. Yeah, Clinton's got a lot too.
Ross Perot. They went through a phase with Ross Perot too.
Oh boy,
with the big ears. Yeah.
Hasn't Al Gore himself been on SNL many times?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was. You're right.
I don't watch a lot of SNL, but I do. I'm glad to hear that was not a figment of my imagination.
No.
I'm sure I've seen that.
But the shows, oh God, I remember the shows took shots at whoever was in the limelight at the time. Like O.J. Simpson, they did spoofs off of the O.J. trials. I remember back in the 90s shows. And then they did one with Oliver North, Oliver North for president.
As deserved.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, it's just crazy. Yeah, I mean, but the sci-fi shows were even taking cracks at OJ and Oliver North. Whatever was going on at the time, they would take cracks at it.
Yeah. And
it worked. Oh, and Back to the Future. Oh my gosh. There were even some subtle things going on there too with current pop culture.
About the OJ case?
Huh?
Or about the OJ case? Or,
no.
Or just different things.
Max Headroom. There was this thing with Max Headroom that was the big rage for a while. I know I'm dating myself here now. But they did some spoofs off of that and Back to the Future. Yeah. It's crazy. It's all the stuff they used to do. I'm dating myself though. So, but that's okay. I can date myself.
You're not that much older than me.
No.
I'm the ripe old age of 30.
There you go. I'm just slightly 12 years older, but not too much. That's not enough that the arthritis is starting to show and stuff like that. But I'll just deal with it, I guess.
Yeah, that's how I'm starting to feel with the hangovers.
Yep.
Lack of hydration and just general tiredness.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I try to keep up my physical activity as much as I can so that I can stay as healthy as I can for as old as I can be. And that's why I hike a lot. And
that's good. That's
good for de-stressing too. Going for nature.
That's one of those things that I don't do it intentionally, but it's just kind of like I'm putting it off because I'm still young. I don't need to work out. I don't need to do that. But then I look at my waistline and I'm like, hey, actually, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You're at that age.
Yeah, I try to
be that. I was like so skinny and muscular and athletic for all my life until I was about 25, and then boom, 40 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, I went through a phase too where I packed it on for a while, and then I got back to hiking and exercising again, and then and then got rid of all that. And I'm trying to keep myself within a certain weight, because there's a propensity for diabetes, and I don't want that to become a thing. So I try to keep myself. I trying to keep myself at 136 pounds. Like, I know it sounds like an odd number. Why not 135 or 140? But 136 seems to be where I land at. So I just try to keep it there now.
Are you like 4'8"?
No. No. I'm 5'8".
Okay.
But I don't know. I kind of bounce between 136 and 140.
Man, you must be tiny.
My wife's over there laughing. Like, he is tiny.
I mean, I'm 6'1", so like,
yeah.
I definitely have a larger stature than that. But like I weigh 230 now, and I'm not like big, but I'm definitely overweight. Like, my ideal weight, if I was like in peak shape, had like 5% or less body fat, I would still be like 190.
Yeah.
That I was when I was, by the time I was like 17 or 18, I was like 180, 190.
Yeah.
And that was with muscle mass that I now do not have.
I do try to keep muscle mass because I don't want to be thin and have no muscle. So I do work out every day, lifting weights and crunches, planks. Trying to think. I'm not sure what the butterfly exercises are called. The ones that boost your pecs. I'm not trying to be ripped. Yeah. I'm absolutely not trying to be ripped. I'm just trying to be toned and healthy, because muscle mass does help with metabolism. And I'm trying the thought behind that is I'm trying to keep a fast metabolism so that I don't run into problems with high blood sugar. Because that's the thing I have to watch. When I did gain, there was a point in time where I gained weight and my blood sugar went up along with it. And the doctor told me, oh, you better watch out. You're going to become diabetic. So I lost the weight, got back down to 136, started lifting weights. So some of that 136 is muscle, but I'm not like, ripped. And again, I'm not trying to be ripped, and I actually don't want to be ripped. That's not really what I want to be. I just want to have some muscle mass.
There's a large line between being in shape and
being toned and ripped.
Yeah,
so I'm just trying to be. I'm just trying to be a little
trying
bit
to be on the fitness shows and such. Like, no,
yeah,
that's just freak of nature territory.
Because I'm not trying to be on TV. I'm just trying to keep a healthy metabolism and muscle.
Just trying to post some dash cam videos.
Having muscle.
Drive about my day.
That's right. That's right. Having muscle helps with the metabolism. Makes a big difference with metabolism. So I do have a fast metabolism with that. So I can get away with eating more and not gaining weight like I used to. See, I used to have to be so careful about, before I started really working out, I had to be careful about what I ate. I didn't, my metabolism was slower, so I couldn't get away with splurging a little here and there. But now I can, and but I still watch my calories. My wife and I both are watching what we eat and trying to eat healthier overall. So we eat a lot of whole foods. We eat foods that are, a balanced diet, like lots of grain, lots of fiber, lots of fruit, lots of vegetables, meat here and there, but we don't overdo it with the meat. And we're very careful about what meat we eat. So we don't eat much red meat anymore. We eat mostly fish and occasionally chicken. So
but not your chickens.
Not our chickens. Oh, Colonel Sanders is not allowed. No. Colonel Sanders is not allowed anywhere near our chicken coop.
No.
No Colonel Sanders here. But certain meats are healthier than others.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
Especially fish.
Yeah, fish is good for you, but you still have to be careful with fish because of the heavy metals, the mercury.
Yeah, mercury.
You still have to be careful.
You got to really watch sourcing of that.
Yeah, so we try not to eat fish to the point where it's unhealthy with the heavy metals, but we eat enough of it that we're getting our omega-3 fatty acids, we're getting our protein, we're getting, the healthy fats from the meat, and the calcium, the magnesium, and the potassium, the other minerals that are found in fish. The electrolytes, I don't know, I may have gotten it slightly wrong. I think fish is a little heavier in calcium than it is magnesium and potassium.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
I wouldn't know.
It's all nutrients that that people are supposed to be getting.
Yes.
And we do our best with that, and we don't eat sweets, sugars all that often. We like our beer and we like our wine, but we try to moderate ourselves there more than we used to when we were younger. So
yeah, and honestly, for me, like some types of alcohol are kind of my vice a little bit.
Yeah,
I very much have long separated, especially given my job. I'm driving.
Yeah,
is completely separated from my drinking time.
Yep.
It certainly interrupts it the next day if I'm not
with
careful.
the hangover. You're like,
Yeah,
oh God, I don't want to go to work today.
Anytime I'm driving, I'm like, nope, not anything in my system. That's for later.
Yeah,
that's kind of a reward later or whatever. But yeah. I don't know where I was going with that, but
yeah. Well,
it's a lot of empty calories.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I'm gonna get going. I'm getting real hungry. Speaking of food, made me hungrier thinking about it.
Yep.
So,
real quick, I sent you an IMDb link to that Breaking Away movie here in the private chat.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna. I just clicked it.
I've only seen it like 3 times. I don't recall how good of a movie it is, like plot wise, but that's a movie that will always stick with me because it was filmed in my hometown.
Yeah.
So yeah, my family's church is pictured in it
oh wow,
in like the first 10 minutes of it.
I just bookmarked it, so I'll be able to easily go back to it. Yeah, I love bookmarks. I bookmark a lot of things, and then for stuff I don't need anymore, I undo the bookmarks so that it doesn't get too cluttered. But I do
exactly. You can always undo it.
And I did just bookmark it because I'd like to see it now that you mentioned it. And it's possible I've seen it before and just don't remember. But I do like when I am working out, I do like to put stuff on TV because I do my workouts from home mostly. Well, we do jog around our neighborhood at night, but
I do have a whole hiking trail in your house.
Yeah, it seems like it sometimes. And I'd like to have a whole forest in here, trees.
What kind of dirt do you suggest bringing in?
Oh yeah, well, I use that red dirt with lots of iron in it.
Yes. It doesn't ruin the floors, but it stays nice and soft.
Stays nice and soft. So I can lay down in it and do some sit-ups. I don't kill my back. Sure. Yeah. But I do miss when we lived. We used to have a nature trail right behind our apartment complex, and used to be able to jog or walk, a couple miles along a river. It was so pretty.
Oh yeah.
Don't have that anymore because our neighborhood doesn't have. I mean, there's hiking places nearby, but there's no river trail right there anymore.
Yeah, it makes so much of a difference when you have a trail just right there.
Yeah.
So then it's like there's no excuse.
But I don't have to go far. I mean, fortunately, I don't have to drive very far to get to a substantial hiking trail. We've got some ones where you can hike. There's a 12-mile hike real close by. If I go all the way up the valley, there's a 10-mile hike up to the summit of a mountain, which I like to throw in a 10-mile hike now and then to really crank out a good workout. But I won't be doing any hiking this week because we're supposed to have like over 90 degree days, and it's far too hot to go hiking in this weather. Oof. I might have to go out to the coast. I might actually I might actually go out to the coast because you can drive out to the Pacific Ocean and there's lots of hiking trails out there where it's 20 degrees cooler, and I might end up having to do that.
Yeah.
But hey, that's not a bad thing because then I can go sit my ass on the beach afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. That one comes with perks.
It comes with perks.
Not just the nice cooler seawater, but
Absolutely,
views
yeah.
too.
The salty sea air.
Yep.
The salty ocean air. Just breathe it in.
Yep. And I still, despite having lived here on the West Coast, I have not actually been to the Pacific Ocean.
Oh.
I've actually yet to do that.
Oh.
Because Seattle, as I'm sure you know, is way in the Puget Sound.
Yeah.
So it's still a long way away from
the ocean, from the actual ocean. Yeah.
The water is connected to the ocean, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not the ocean.
Not the same. Yeah, you're not getting big waves and the the big sandy beaches maybe the way you would get.
Right. It's not you're standing there and you're staring at literally thousands of miles of open water.
Yeah, and maybe some jellyfish strewn on the beach or whatever the case may be.
Yep.
Seaweed.
Some zero enigmas biking by.
Yeah, that's right.
Jellyfish.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Well, I'm gonna peace out. I thank you very much for joining me as my guest today, and I hope you enjoyed
this was
listening.
A lot of fun.
Hope you enjoyed listening to Cart Narcs as well.
Oh my god, I had seen their channel before, but I hadn't subscribed and bookmarked it. But then when I saw that he was the other guest, I went and watched a bunch of their videos. And I'm like, how have I not seen this before?
Right.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
it's such similar content to what I do.
Oh yeah.
So
for sure.
Yeah, it's amazing, and yeah, I made sure to I watched that right from the beginning.
Yeah. Yep.
That was so much fun.
Yeah, it is. So, anywho, well, you have a good night.
Yeah, you as well. It's been a pleasure. Let's keep in touch.
That's right. Oh, we will. And I thank everybody for tuning in and listening to us, and check out Salty Seattle Driver's videos after the stream. Go check his stuff out and check out Cart Narcs and check out that Dr. Phil segment that Cart Narcs was in. And
that sounds fun.
Yeah, it was kind of, it was bewildering to say the least, but you'll know what I mean when you see that segment. I posted all the links in the description below so that you and everyone else tuning in can check all that stuff out. So,
but also, of course, check out Bad Drivers Caught on Dash Cams footage.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you all know about that already, but
right.
I mean, come on, you gotta love his stuff too.
We got a new one coming out Friday, number 30.
Nice.
We'll have some of Heba E's videos, her submitted content in there, like we have been doing, and we'll have that all posted up hopefully by Friday if everything goes well with our week.
Oh yeah.
So anyway,
so many crackhead Cathys.
All crackhead Cathys. That's right. All righty, guys. And Seattle, it was great talking to you.
Yeah, great talking with you, Napa. Thanks for having me.
Yep. Thank you again, and have a good night.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Peace out.
Peace out.
Salty out.
Selfie out.